Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to what is undisputably one of my favorite Chris Chan quickie articles, because this is one of those things that is very close to my heart, and for any and all business owners, small time, big time, I salute you because getting into a business, starting one up, doing what you love as a full time profession is one of the most thrilling, one of the most exciting, one of the most rewarding, but it can also be one of the hardest things anybody can do because you are, as they say, throwing your hat into the ring. You are doing what you love and you want to be paid for what you do because of what you love. If you're good at something, you never do it for free, as they say. And when it comes to the topic of business, Chris Chan has attempted to start up his own business and make his Solitude brand a success. I mean, it makes sense. Chris has secretly always wanted Solitude to be a success. However, because of the nature of Solitude, its creation, its inception, it's sad to say that unfortunately Solitude will never come to fruition when it comes to being a business, or at the very least the one that Chris was probably expecting it to be. In some ways, I half expect Chris's sort of outcome when it came to Sonichu is that Sega or Nintendo, maybe even both, will own separately the IP, and that they would be expected Chris to be paid out a royalty sum for his contribution. I'm assuming that's possibly what Chris may have had in mind. However, even from a business standpoint, that's probably the best I could have hoped for if I had created Sonichu. But of course, this was not to be. What did turn out to be is incredibly confusing and is almost a an example, if you will, almost like a step program of how not to run a business. And throughout this video, you're probably going to be hearing a few tips out of me because listen, I'll say it as it is. I have been doing freelance broadcasting for nearly 8 years now, and I only just started making money from this in the last 3 years. And you know what? Give it what it may be, I perceived it as more of a hobby when I first started doing this, but it was a hobby that did have some legs on it. And then once, as of course anything does have legs, you can get it to start to walk, and then you can get it to start running. And when it starts to run, ladies and gentlemen, it starts to pick up a few things as well. Money, at the end of the day, a revenue, something you could possibly live off. And whilst I will admit there were probably other avenues I could have gone down with this, I will admit this is just one of those things that I enjoy because not only do you get to discuss people's abnormalities, their quirks and whatnot, but you also get to explore possibly the reasoning why they are like this. And it's almost like holding up a mirror to somebody from a complete outsider. Because even though I've talked about lolcows, mainly Chris, for the last 6 years, Chris has yet to even so much as acknowledge that I spend so much of my time talking about him. Which again, you know what? For what that's worth, I am perfectly fine with it. Because the less I am involved in Chris-related business, the better. I'm just here to talk about it. That's all. It's the absolute perfect solution because it's not quite being an A-log. It's not quite being, a ween or anything like that. It's staying completely out of that ballpark, and it's just staying in the realms of commentary more than anything else. So, with all that being said and done, let's commence the business of the day. So, the first thing I want to draw your attention to is this very choice quote. That is not my fault, and that the frame got broke in transaction. The envelope was clearly marked fragile and handle with care, and it was shipped well in a bubble envelope. Either you, being trollish, or the postal carriers are to blame for the frame's arriving condition. This is an example of Chris's curt customer service skills. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to first, of course, impart a little bit of wisdom immediately. I spent almost the whole of 2025 working exclusively in the training of customer service. And one thing you are going to learn almost immediately is that when you are running a business or when you are running it by yourself, let me give you guys a few pointers insofar as I can work out. I am the broadcaster, the editor, the sound designer, the boom operator, the guy who does the graphics, the special effects, the thumbnails, the editing. But also, there's things aside. Once the work is actually published, you are HR representative. You are legal. You are the guy who is in charge of, well, every single facet of your operation is entirely on your shoulders. A business is a well-oiled, lubricated machine that is basically run on the strengths and the energies of one person, you. So when things do go wrong, actually when things do go wrong, when something arrives broken, I don't see this as a negative when somebody calls you out thinking that there's something that goes wrong. Because, you know what, things do go wrong. But this is an opportunity, believe it or not. Why is it an opportunity, you may be asking yourself? Because this is the opportunity to show that you are deeply sympathetic that that an accident or a misdeed happens. Because at the end of the day, the person, whether or not they were trollish or not, is a little bit out of the question, because you do sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, have to deal with inquiries of any particular nature at face value. But this is also why it's a good idea to read over complaints, comments, usually at least twice. And doing so, you can possibly detect if there's any hints of irony or sarcasm. A little bit of a hard thing to do for some people, but if you actually just pause and reflected on certain things a number of times, you can catch on sooner or later. Now, as to taking this as a matter as an opportunity, well, this is the opportunity to showcase that you care about this misfortune, and say, we do apologize that your arrival was shipped in broken. Would it at all be possible if you could provide exactly when, where this arrived, and we will do exactly what we can for you to arrive to give you a new frame, completely free of charge. Now, possibly the reason why we wanted to do this is because we want, again, the person who spent money on getting on what they asked for. We want to make sure that they go away happy, and regardless of whether or not it was marked as fragile, handle with care, and it was wrapped in bubble wrap or not, guess what? If it still breaks, it doesn't make something indestructible. So the only thing to do is, well, just go at it again. But when you have because what this does is that this builds customer business relations, in a sense that you could be trusted upon to do the responsible thing and acknowledge that this is a very unfortunate series of events, and whatever cases you make, well, guess what? If that's just what happens, then that's what happens. Which does, of course, raise the question: if this is somebody who may live in Virginia, why exactly Chris couldn't deliver the package in person? Although that might be going a little bit too far in this case. However, when you go for the impression of it's your fault, not ours, that's just something that doesn't happen. Because have you ever known to do any sort of business with anyone who literally points the fingers at you? And if there's one thing that Chris is always familiar with, it's the act of pointing the finger outward rather than inward. And you can't do that in business. Complaints, concerns, guess what? Whether you like it or not, you've got to do something about it. And Chris chooses not to. In fact, Chris just sort of wipes his hands of the whole affair and says, "It's your fault, not mine. Have a nice day." And of course, you apologize when you do get things wrong, because everyone at some point gets things wrong. even in business. But what can you do to make things right? That's the sort of thing that will always come back in one shape or form. Now, unfortunately, again, Chris is sadly never caught on to this, and this is just where we begin. We've been sat here talking about this for 10 minutes, but again, this is why it's such a fascinating point of contention. Because at the end of the day, if Chris wants to make money off this, then guess what? He's got to make sure you do this right, as I would. But let's get to the actual beginning, shall we, of Chris's business acumen, if you will. Chris launched an online business in June of 2014, selling custom arts and crafts through eBay. 1 year later, he moved shop to Etsy under a brand titled Quick Fill Shopping. He also began selling printed copies of Sonichu on Lulu. He held a steady stream of customers despite issues with production and sending orders on time. For a while, he had achieved his dream of selling his own Sonichu merchandise and was making plenty of money. However, Chris's business ideas, roundabout towards the end of September of 2014, were met with many faults, such as a failure in order to keep up with demands and a business plan that seemed to reflect Chris's inflated sense of egotism. Something that you guys will be able to see in full force in a couple of moments' time. However, exactly 2 years and 1 week after the start of his business, on the 8th of June 2016, Chris's infamous laziness caught up to him, and he was banned from Etsy for ignoring orders over a span of months beginning from when he bought a PlayStation 4. He did not take responsibility for the self-inflicted failure of his business. Instead, he lied to save face and cast blame on Lulu.com's staff for having stressed him out by labeling Sonichu as fan fiction and banning his account for a year beforehand into December of 2016, even though he had actually ban evaded by opening a private account and was back to offering books through Lulu services only weeks later. And you can see almost immediately from before, Chris choosing not to do the things he was paid to do and violating the terms and service of a website. Ironically, it's the sort of thing that Lulu, Redbubble, Etsy, Zazzle, they take very seriously, because it outside of the fact that it means that it can open the floodgates. Things like fraudulent transactions, people selling stolen assets through Fiverr and stuff like that, and even if you want to go through the routine of, Chris trying to sell his comics on Envato, for example, Envato, I don't think will accept Solitude comics as downloadable assets. I could be wrong about that. However, I have yet to see Envato use it, because I use Envato like every few months and stuff like that when I need to download assets. But I can hardly see them wanting to play ball, especially in regards to the natural of Sonichu's existence. Now, after the Etsy ban, Chris fell back on begging and paid video requests to cover Bob's credit card bills and his expensive toy purchasing. You can see from this almost immediately what Chris chose to prioritize. Actually, to be honest, Chris only prioritized this only when this was almost impossible to ignore. In May of 2017, he felt like returning to work on the Sonichu comic, and throughout the next several months, began to rebuild his business, using Patreon, Lulu, and Redbubble, and accepting interviews for money. So that's more the overview. So let's start at the very beginning. Storefronts. On the 1st of June 2014, Chris began cashing in on his internet infamy by offering custom artwork for sale. He later expanded his sales to include autographed photos, medallions, custom amiibos, and personal items related to Christery. This would be his most profitable and otherwise his most important commercial endeavor. Over the years, he would earn thousands of dollars by selling off Sonichu-themed memorabilia and sundries. The largest financial contributions were often made by aspiring weens to establish contact with Chris and put themselves in a friendly position. And even through reading that, guy, actually, can I just pause one moment and just say for the record, Jordan Belfort made more money in one summer selling Italian ices down in, I think was on the Jersey Shore, in one summer, probably than more than Chris ever made trying to sell off Sonichu. Jordan Belfort, bear in mind, guys, was the guy, the Wolf on Wall Street. But even when he did all that, even before he even got into college, I don't understand why Chris didn't think, maybe that would be a better idea, something that would have been far easier to make money out of. But questions like that are probably going to have to be answered or asked and never answered another day. He would not always fulfill his orders, however, and after receiving an abysmal 85% satisfaction rating through customer reviews, by the way, guys, 85% even on eBay is a devastatingly low evaluation. In fact, I think the only review I've actually ever seen that's lower than this, I think as low as about like 79.1%. And I'm pretty sure through what I saw for myself, I didn't buy anything, but I'm pretty sure they must have been entirely knockoffs or they were stolen goods, because the account, as far as I know, was suspended the very next day when I looked at it. His merchant account was suspended on the 16th of June 2019. Proposals to circumvent the ban for a partnership with Jacob Sockness were never implemented. Thank God for that. On the 2nd of September 2015, Chris expanded online businesses to Etsy. He continued the same offerings from eBay and added a donation listing for the continuation of the Sonichu series. Days later, on the 5th of September, a YouTuber named Dstex donated $1,000 thinking that Chris would deliver 100 pages of Sonichu. What actually happened was that Chris completed 16 pages before dropping the project. Yeah, $1,000 just to convince Chris to do 16 pages, and like, I'm not necessarily how much would that technically be? If my math is correct, and sometimes it is, you're talking about, like, isn't that roughly about the range of about $17.50 per page, as opposed to the actual $100 that Chris was commissioned to do. Either way, that's not good. And honestly, do you know any other comic book writers, artists, even concept artists for either DC, Dark Horse, Image, or Marvel getting paid $17 an hour even for that, or even $17 a page? I don't think it's the sort of thing that happens. This move remains controversial with historians, as while some believe that he honestly wanted Sonichu issue 11 to continue, others argue that this weenish move validated begging in Chris's eyes, as seen with the influx of begging videos in the financial crisis. And we will discuss the financial crisis at another time, because quite frankly, it's one of the most annoying aspects of Chris's business acumen, if you will. I'm going to include it as business acumen because technically Chris does it as a means of trying to open business relations, even if it does involve what is essentially begging, but that's a point for another day. In addition to Dstex, dozens of fans had also donated. Chris simply claimed that he was too stressed to continue Sonichu issue 11. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, can I just say for the record right now, and a very short story, but let me fill you in, guys. 6 years ago, when I did a certain number of videos as requested by a Patreon donor on another channel, and after about a week, unfortunately the videos got taken down by YouTube, something to do with like copyright and stuff like that. Anyway, the point is that I messaged the person on Patreon immediately saying that unfortunately the videos got taken down, and I asked them very sincerely, because of what's happened, would they like to request a refund? Because I did open the possibility, because of course that's why I have my DMs open on Patreon, to say, would you like to request a refund? And the person on the other end very, very nicely said, no, no, that's honestly fine. We saw them and we were perfectly okay and stuff like that. But then I immediately followed this up by next saying, okay, in that case, through I won't disclose what they donated monthly and stuff like that, but I asked them, in that case, would you possibly like to request a charity that I would be able to send the money to? Because I'm not comfortable with the idea of how short a time it was up, and I don't, it just something that would make sense. And they said, and again they said, no, it's perfectly fine. Now, I think actually what happened at the end is that I uploaded these things to like Daily Motion or Rumble or something like that. Um, but yeah, the again the whole point being is that I still felt like it was worth defending my integrity and my reputation by offering people value for money. And I mentioned the thing about charity as a point of principle because I think again that just seems like the responsible thing to do. Chris, on the other hand, seemingly just pockets whatever he's actually given, and if you think, and again, I know what you guys are probably thinking to yourselves right now. I was not caught in the middle of a financial crisis, and you're right, I never was. But I also like to imagine, even way back when I was just 22 years old, I knew far better not to put myself into a situation. And I didn't even know what the financial crisis was back in 2020. So, what's Chris's excuse? Are you really trying to convince me that Chris was not old enough to know far better about his situation? Which, of course, is something that people do bring up a lot, but what can I say? I'm not Chris, and no matter how many times it's been told or advised Chris that guess what, this is exactly what happened. Chris literally chose to hug his ducky muckera before anything else. Meanwhile, however, Chris still had a passion for making custom amiibos for several months afterwards. He took it seriously enough that he was willing to drive hundreds of miles through Virginia just to buy parts for amiibos to sell on Etsy. As a result, he wasted hundreds of dollars buying up amiibos on eBay, thinking that the market for his custom figures would sustain itself indefinitely. Chris is an idiot. And what was I saying about Chris's business acumen? Yeah, I don't even think. Do you think Chris could spell acumen? I know I can't, but yeah. This, however, of course, was not the case. Maybe that was one of the spare parts, is that Chris desperately needed a case to keep all his amiibos in. Yeah, just how robust and profitable is a hunk of plastic. You'd be better off stockpiling UB Funkies if that was the case. And Chris eventually grew apathetic and bored with earning his own money. That's a shock. To complicate things further, Chris purchased a PlayStation 4 in March of 2016. This new life upgrade proved far too distracting, and once again he started ignoring Etsy orders, often for months at a time. Ultimately, Etsy took notice and banned his store from doing business. And you can see from the way this all went, ladies and gentlemen, is that there's a bit of a repeating theme throughout all of this. Everything is somebody else's fault, and no matter what Chris does, someone else is to blame somehow. And listen, proud and completely selfish people do not make good business owners, because those are the sorts of people that prioritize only receiving money before anything else. And when I say anything else, that includes, but not limited to, actually doing things you are paid to do. Now, a lot of this could also be pointed out to Chris's appalling complacency, if you will, when it comes to actually working. Because even when I was 22 years old, ladies and gentlemen, I could say with absolute confidence that even by then, I had worked far more days, months at actual places of work than Chris had ever done in his entire life. Sooner or later, you begin to wake up and see the real world and understand exactly what you are involved in. But I think it's also because Chris is so utterly detached from the real world. Because the real world looks too inconvenient and too much of a sometimes you have to do things even if you don't want to do them, even if you are getting paid. All of that seemed far, far too much beyond Chris's sphere of comprehension. Or rather, Chris took part in it long enough to make him realize that he didn't want to be involved. As such, it doesn't seem completely unlogical, if you will, to arrive at the conclusion of, well, I'm just not going to do it because I'm not interested. If that's the case, then one wonders why, oh why, Chris wanted to continue doing business as long as he did. Well, I think as we mentioned before, it is because Chris was so hopelessly behind when it came to his business, his money, and things that, as I've proven time and time again, were absolutely Chris's own fault. And you know fine well that all of this could have been avoided if Chris had just thought twice about what he was doing or considered where he was in his particular space and time. Self-publishing. Chris took over a decade to try any self-publishing channels. Clyde Cash beat him to the punch by posting Chris's comics on Lulu.com. Chris simply retorted by encouraging his fans not to buy them, and simply wait for him to release the real versions later. According to emails from 2010, Chris claimed that he was working on fixing up the pages to be published on Lulu, taking an unreasonable amount of time to accomplish this amazingly simple task, and he eventually dropped the project. There's a shock. Undaunted, or whatever phrase you want to describe Chris began selling printed copies of the Solitary comic on Lulu.com in September of 2015, as well as offering autographed versions through Etsy by ordering the comics through Lulu, signing them, then shipping to the buyers. In December of 2015, Chris was banned from Lulu for selling fanfiction. In true Chris fashion, he responded by threatening Lulu's executives with physical violence. A very, very Chris thing to do when he doesn't get his own way. Chris is just, yeah, physical violence, really? Yeah. Do you see any business owners or high executives resorting to that childish and almost indictable levels of criminal activity just because they don't get their own way, because they refuse to follow the rules? Despite the fact that he was on probation for an act of violence against a GameStop employee, also true, Chris was able to continue selling comics in January of 2016. Probably rejoining Lulu under an alternative account, he was discovered within a few months, and again his account was shut down. Deprived of other reliable avenues, Chris has torpedoedly sought other ways to sell his own works, which included, but not limited to, opening a shop on Redbubble, an online shopping company where users can sell custom printed items based on images of the seller's choice. On the 3rd of October 2017, selling pictures of himself pre-Tom Girl and drawings of himself on frame pictures, pillows, and miniskirts. Yes, think guys, you can get pre-Tom Girl Chris Chan on a miniskirt. Isn't that the sort of thing that literally wets your whistle? Among others. Much later, on the 23rd of November 2019, the spiritual successor to Chris's Etsy opened as a new website of the name quickfillshopping.com. Here, Chris would offer his handmade trading cards for a My Little Pony themed game at extreme prices. This, of course, is nothing new, but what can you do? And when we say extreme prices, we'll be taking a look at those later. Commissioning. In December of 2015, the singularity happened. On Etsy, Chris offered to create a personalized video message for anyone who paid him $50. Now, bear in mind, guys, this was before apps like Cameo came to existence. But then again, considering that Chris is on Cameo anyway, but I think Chris might have some way have caught on that it didn't seem that reliable because I think Chris offers, I think it's about like $5 to book Chris through Cameo, but through other reasons I'll share momentarily, don't buy things from Chris or even commission him because, well, for reasons we'll get into later on. Many of his fans took him up on the offer, thinking that they would become a part of Christery by simply handing their money over to him. He received 4 sales within the first 3 days, although these customers opted for their videos to be unlisted, mostly because they didn't want their information leaked out to other trolls or even them on the Kiwi farms. Anyway, although these customers are unlisted, a few people also chose public videos for their birthday shoutouts. After losing his Etsy shop, Chris continued offering video requests through text messages, which is probably a fair idea. I mean, Chris could have done this through PayPal, but for whatever reason, Chris didn't just seem to. I don't even know if Chris even had PayPal back then. The videos Chris delivers are categorized by laziness. He has often been late on delivering, missing deadlines for birthday greetings, despite having an abundance of free time. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to, just that one alone is very hard to justify because how can somebody who is unemployed and is literally being given money knob over fist and they still can't just get on with it? How long would it take to do a birthday video, like 30 seconds, 1 minute? Guys, I could do that almost immediately. And I haven't even thought about the idea of doing Cameo because who on earth has heard of, well, this guy right here? Just saying. I know fine well which lane I'm in, and I'm not prepared to start thinking I'm above my station just because of what I do. Sloppiness. Chris chooses not to edit his takes or look in any way presentable. He has delivered a video featuring an upskirt shot of his maxi pad. Yeah. Also, explicitly stating that the content is boring. In many videos, Chris has mentioned his low opinion of his customers, saying things like, whatever, and wow, that's crazy, that's just, I feel like it's weird, whatever, while rolling his eyes. Chris, they're giving you money for doing not, let's be honest, Chris, they're giving you money for doing not that much work. Can you at the very least try, even if you are pretending, can you pretend to look a bit interested? 150, let's say, okay, let me put it to you guys like this. 3 orders in 4 days. From the Quickies definition, what is that? $150 in the span of 4 days. That's how much is that? Are we talking about like at least like $37.50 a day? Are you really trying to tell me you can't pretend for someone who's unemployed, like Chris was? Are you really trying to tell me you can't look in any way interested for $37.50? They're not asking that much of you, Chris. And finally, filling up paid content with drivel or off-topic ramblings, despite the fact that his videos are advertised as around a minute in length on average, they can be longer in time length. Now, in spite of these issues, he has a continuing stream of customers. Or people. Now listen, guys, stream of customers, well, I can probably understand why, because I've said this a few times before. There are people out there who, one, have more money than sense, and there's also people out there who will just buy crap. And this is no exception. Meanwhile, a Kiwi Farms user named Vanilla Cone summed up the mindset of the lot with his review of the $50 paid video he ordered from Chris, which consisted of him being late, babbling to fill up time, failing to spell the recipient's name correctly, and delivering a video 39 seconds long out of a minimum of 1 minute. To be honest, I got what I expected out of the video, and money well spent in my opinion. Well, I'm glad he thinks about that. Not even some of the people on OnlyFans are nearly as shameless as $50 for 39 seconds. You have got to be kidding me. Chris joined Patreon on the 30th of November of 2016 as a response to pressure from the financial crisis. He initially set it up to beg for money. I'm surprised they bothered to give him an account at all for that, claiming that he would produce more Solitude comics if his fans paid off his mortgage and bills. Well, when you put it like that, it just makes sense not to do it. He was met with low support levels, generally below $40 per month. This suddenly changed, however, around June of 2017, picking up momentum from resuming the Solitude comic of his own volition in May. He revamped his Patreon to offer more reasonable support tiers for fans. He has enjoyed a significant uptick in support due to his continued work on the comic, earning around $500 to $600 per month. As his interest in his own comic has abated, and new pages more rarely released, Patreon support has shriveled to about a third of its peak. Reforming his backer awards by distinguishing different tiers for every dollar level given has not improved since his steady decline in support. This, of course, coming about through nobody's surprise, Chris failing to deliver orders. And how badly in terms of not giving out orders? Well, we'll take a look at that later again. Miscellaneous affairs. In May of 2016, Chris displayed a level of financial ignorance that shatters any hope of him ever becoming competent with money. Days after begging for donations to assist his ailing household, he announced that he would be starting his own business, with the declaration that each employee's salary would be 25% of the profit. Naturally, Chris completely fails to realize that under these conditions, he would have no money at all if he had more than 4 employees. However, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Days later, he uploaded a video attempting to go into business with Sega to create official Solitude products. In the video, he demands, and let's just say demand because let's face it, it really is that, a 6-figure salary along with full insurance benefits and maternity leave. These incidents seem to indicate Chris's belief that money comes out of nowhere and is unlimited in its value. 3 years later, in April of 2019, Solitude Entertainment of America was noted by Google Maps, prompting Chris to laud his company as legitimate in a video, though it would see no further activity. Or maybe it was just trolls pretending that it would. On the 24th of November 2016, Chris asked his audience to watch a clip of him playing Skylanders by uploading Quick vs. Coas in order to promote the idea of selling his in-game figure to help using the game's Skylanders creation app. He would charge $20 extra for his autograph. He also said, "I am not sharing my creation app Chirp," since this would allow people to order directly from Skylanders and cut off Chris's goal of profiting from his self-image. That seems almost like debasement if you ask me, but what do I know? On the 12th of January 2017, Chris uploaded Skylanders Imaginators leader Christine W. Chandler random review and stuff as an hour-and-a-half advertisement video showing off multiple Skylanders products he had ordered, a $15 card, a $30 t-shirt, and a $50 3D doll, all emblazoned with his avatar image, totaling at least $90. You see, what I feel like maybe a more creative type probably would have done is in some way used like the likeness of the image to sort of like simplify it and come up with slightly more original takes for ideas for merchandise. For example, like, you know how some of the icons for some of the Overwatch characters, you could get them on t-shirts and stuff like that? Why couldn't Chris have just sort of gone for a bit of a simpler approach, or, I don't know, even use the idea of the Skylanders almost as like a base, but do a little bit of twerking here and there, and gave it a bit more of a personality of its own, like an actual OC that even if you boiled it down, it would just come down to a custom character in Skylanders, but purely just as a base more than anything else. Part of me feels as if like probably Chris should have done stuff like that, so it looks a little less fraudulent than some other things he's come up with in the past. But of course, an 90, it's way like 90, even if it was $45, I think that's still way too much. Chris's largest business failure to date followed soon after. Various Skylander avatar products and a Sonchu figure were announced as prizes for a raffle Chris conceived, to push sale of his stamps. Slated to run from the 27th of March through to the 31st of April 2017, the cost of entry was buying one of Bob's stamps or Chris's stamp album on eBay, with a limit of one entry per buyer. Initially, Chris announced that the winner would receive a Sonchu figure and a Skylanders figure, and 15 runners-up would each receive a Skylanders card. A week later, he added more prizes to the mix, Skylanders t-shirts, and, well, I'm assuming for one reason or another, this would only really appeal to people who actually play Skylanders, and how much is that, really? Chris seemed to be banking on the $1,000 album selling, as it was the only scenario in which he could have shown a profit from the raffle. He promised an automatic win of a set of all three prizes. His expenditure for the raffle prizes totaled only $840, when no one bought the album and less than 15 people participated in the raffle, although a mass buyer had purchased 18 stamps. He was left with a negative profit of $674.24. Chris probably would have Chris should have just gone down to a casino and put all that on red on a roulette table, and he probably would have come away with something resembling worth it in regards to time and money. In December of 2020, Chris teamed up with Prater to produce more Sonichu medallions. The medallions are not created by Chris, but he supposedly oversees the design and production of the medallions. The medallions are of noticeably worse quality than those created by Chris, but that hasn't stopped the team from selling over 130 medallions as of the 14th of December 2020. The jointly owned Etsy page can be found right about here. Again, these things we'll have to discuss separately because this article is almost an hour in length already, and we're not even halfway through this. By May of 2022, the partnership with Prater extended to selling monochrome artwork Chris had drawn whilst in jail. Naturally, given the newer delusions Chris had begun to machinate, if you will, shortly after ending up behind bars, these drawings primarily centered around his pseudo-religion. Or if by pseudo you mean cherry-pick influences from various other religions and sort of forced them together in some sort of like compact level of delusionary takes with influences snatched from the likes of Christianity, Islam, and I think Buddhism as well. Abortive ventures. In November of 2015, Chris announced that he would be setting up a shop on Zazzle.com. He mentioned it again half a year later, in June of 2016. When no progress was made, and to this day, Chris has never opened a Zazzle shop, so he basically lied, that's what he did. While he dragged his feet so much is unknown. Zazzle takes care of manufacturing and shipping, and there are no startup costs at all. All he would have to do is take some Sonichu drawings and upload them. In October of 2017, amid being the subject of interviews by Mary Weathery, Sachimo, and Copper Cab, Chris announced that he was open to being a guest on more interviews for payment. Well, I'm supposed so, but again, if this is anything to go by, you could probably work out that Chris does not exactly have a talent agent anywhere in the ballpark. Although he didn't specify his going rate. Mary Weathery mentioned that Chris had asked him for $200. He has since given interviews for free. Yeah, he probably doubled down from 200 to nothing. That's quite a negotiation. Taking the bend out of his potential scheme, although it seems that he was paid for the Create Unknown interview in October 2020. How much he was paid, we don't fully know. Customs and their reasons for buying. A piece of valuable internet culture. Internet culture, he says, aka anything else you can just sort of view online and not even have to give anybody a single cent. Doesn't exactly sound worth it when you think about it like that. While many who follow Chris refuse to give him money and shun those who do, buyers seem to regard Chris memorabilia as pieces of internet culture that might, they never will, but might become valuable over time. A February 2019 video in which a customer unboxed a Solitude Issue Zero comic printed for Lulu attracted over 100,000 views, and many commentators expressed a desire to buy for themselves. Ironically, the resulting bump in Chris's Patreon gave him so many orders to fulfill that he crashed into slumber and simply ignored the backlog of orders. That's just dumb to do that. I mean, I'm lost on that one. Ad revenue. When he was uploading the Solitude comic to the Wikipedia in 2009, the thought of monetizing his webcomic didn't cross his mind. People had been annoying, nay, harassing him with advertising he didn't approve of. Yet when he attempted to replace those offensive ads with the ads of his own, he simply put random advertisements on his webpage without actually signing any sort of advertisement contract. The ads didn't make him any money. There are several advertising programs that allow individual people to put ads on their personal pages and make money out of them. Some of these programs are even specifically geared toward webcomic artists. Many webcomics have a donation box where readers can donate money to the artist via PayPal or similar services. In 2016, Chris monetized his YouTube channel and added a support button, ostensibly to accept donations for Solitude projects. Even though he didn't want to work on that, he didn't want to, he just didn't. He flatline refused to it. And for a year, YouTube simply became another place from which he could beg for money. It took a little while for Chris to try drawing on camera in live drawing streams, and even then he hasn't demonetized it too often and has done an extremely poor job of it. Shock of all shocks. He simply sits in front of his PS4 camera, which is hard-coded to only record in flipped mirror mode, and is positioned so that viewers see an upside-down video set at a dizzying angle. Schedule slip. Most webcomics have a set schedule. Some upload weekly, some many times in a week, some even daily. Some webcomics update whenever the hell the artists do get inspiration enough to draw a comic, and probably reserve a whole form for people who whine about the lack of updates. Most webcomic artists, on the other hand, that do update the comic 3 times a week, consider that schedule to be very demanding. And webcomics that update daily usually generate revenue of some sort, be it ads, donations, print versions, merchandise, what have you, allowing the artists treat their comics like a full day job. These are called self-sufficient webcomics, such as Penny Arcade, XKCD, and Questionable Content. Chris has thoroughly embraced the point of view that the comic shouldn't have a set schedule and inspiration does not have a deadline. Exactly the sort of thing you want to say when you know you've got a mortgage to pay and you spend quite a lot of your time when you should be working on the comics begging for money, while also promising us that the comic would be updated daily. On the 14th of November 2009, Chris promised that the comic would be updated daily, and he managed to fulfill this promise for a while. By the end of Solitude issue 10, Chris was already placing author substitutes in the story, telling people to quit whining about the lack of updates. Now, this is obviously not a question of punctuality, but hypocrisy. Chris would avoid a lot of drama if he just admitted that there's no set schedule whatsoever after all. If one does consider this a question of punctuality, it doesn't look too good. Like, I once had this idea, ladies and gentlemen, that I was going to start up a Patreon again, but what I would actually do is upload it, well, by actually uploading some of my own short stories. And the beauty with this is that you can upload certain things daily, and you never know. If it gets a good enough review, people might simply take to the idea of, guess what? Maybe we'll request for him to do some short stories, and we'll see what happens. In fact, part of me suggests that actually, you know what? Because I am not exactly what you call short on stories. That's sort of been backlogged in hard drives for the last 5 years. But it's when you take it out to the public and see what they've got to say about it. That's when I think it becomes a bit of an interesting business venture. Chris also tends to update in spurts in an attempt to make up for missed days. Excuses, if you pardon the pun. This can range anywhere from 3 to 20 pages at a time. Now, most professional web cartoonists do have a buffer of guest comics so that they can avoid this sort of thing, but the thought of doing so has apparently never entered Chris's autistic mind. The same mindset also pervades every other aspect of his business, namely that Chris will procrastinate on shipping orders. A key example is how he almost messed up the Sonic Totem sale in which he received $1,500 for it, immediately wasted much of his profit on bling, and failed to ship it out to the buyer on time, saying that he had run out of money to pay for mailing it, and only got around to having his mother scrounge up the cash to do so after the buyer filed a PayPal dispute. He also lost his Etsy shop as a direct result of his poor work ethic. Yeah, I think when that happens, ladies and gentlemen, I think this whole thing about inspiration coming up in spurts, it's not really a good look when this is supposed to be your job. But Chris has never really had a job that he held down anyway, nor it seemed he was particularly any use whilst he was technically employed. I think the way you want to look at stuff like this is that it demands an awful lot of work. And Chris is, unfortunately, one of those people who will say again and again and again that there are two types of people out there in this world, ladies and gentlemen. Those who can't or won't, whilst others can and do. And Chris is definitely the first two. Either Chris can't or won't be bothered. I think it's both, to be honest, because it's definitely not the other two. Pipe dreams. When do you want Nintendo and Sega to talk to me to evolve Solitude and Rosechew more realistically? Now! Chris demanding, yes, we're using the word demanding again, that multinational corporation takes orders from a complete and utter nobody. Chris has had numerous aspirations to work in the creative industries. So far, he has expressed his desire to make several official Solitude video games and work on a real Solitude comic for a real comic publisher. However, for reasons best known to only himself, he elects not to find out how any of these industries actually work, which is quite strange, really. One would assume that a person seeking a career in the industries would at least take some effort to find out how the said industries work. But again, I think the only thing Chris seems to be interested in is, well, making money off Solitude so he doesn't have to bother anymore. Yeah. Official publication. In the Solitude Chronicles and Chris's resume, it's revealed that Chris is under the impression that his art isn't just good, but professional quality, and that he aspires to get into the comics and video game business. When you hear something like that, it does make you raise an eyebrow and say, has Chris actually ever read any other comics in his time? Now, again, the subject, it's a subjective thing when you want to talk about art, not the sort of thing you want to be talking about when, if you wanted to have it published and taken as, face value that it's done professionally, then expect it to get judged and reviewed professionally. And I think also the pricing for whatever this comic would have sold at would have reflected this this belief in his professionalism. Nothing else about Chris seems to reflect professionalism, so why are we expected to say Chris's comic would ever would, regardless of its artistic merits in the loosest term possible? The resume itself reveals his widely varied skills with both pens and crayons, and his desire to work as an artist for a professional comic company such as Archie Comics or Marvel, creating his own Sonichu comics. There is no word on whether or not he actually submitted anything to these companies or if they ever replied. I or if anything, they may have like pinned them to a notice board in the canteen saying, if you ever feel down in the world, then just remember you're still probably better from somebody who was being serious. I hope they didn't do that, but you know. Unfortunately for Chris, the publishing industry does not work in this way, especially not in the case of original creations. In the case of original work, the publishers accept complete works to be submitted to them, usually through an agent. An agent's job is to separate the wheat from the chaff and find the correct publisher for the work, taking a small percentage of the eventual profit for their reward. Yeah, royalty fees. If the publishers take unsolicited submissions, they have to sift through a gigantic backlog, often called slush pile of submissions, of highly varying quality, most of which end up in the rejected pile multiple times before there will be a publisher with their right market in mind and the right publication schedule to allow the publication deal to go forward. The whole process can take years in the case of a single body of work. Now, whilst before we do continue, there are two examples of this to varying degrees. One more literate and one slightly less so, but it is a good second to bring up. Now, the first is that tell me if any of you guys have ever heard of the manga series Bokumon. Not Bokugon, Bokumon. Because I'm pretty sure I can't remember if it's done by the same artist and writer who went on to who did Death Note. But for those who don't know, Bokumon is quite literally the story about the beginnings of actually trying to get into the manga industry in Japan, and how you get hundreds of thousands of writers and artists who will submit their work to the likes of Shonen Jump or to some larger outlet just to get their stories featured. And editors literally run round the block trying to say, what's the best one going? Is this going to work? No, is this going to work? I don't know if this one's going to work, but you know what? Print that one instead. And yeah, I don't. Chris probably should have done because I haven't read that series in about like 12 years now, but yeah, it can sometimes be hell on earth to be accepted, or to even get a job as an editor, for if anything else. Now, as to whether or not actually getting it out there in terms of like Patreon or going independent before being picked up, it's a very, very good question, and I sadly don't really have the answer to that. But again, you would have to go through the ranks of like an editor or something like that. Now, the only other thing I wanted to mention is that it was about this time last year that I watched all 12 episodes of High Guardian Spice. Many call it an anime. I personally don't. I think it's only really an anime insofar as there are ideas and themes that seem to be tangentially related to anime, but that's about as far as it's go, and it's a pretty loose way to put it in any case. But what I want to emphasize is this: apparently, the creator behind High Guardian Spice, this was apparently the sixth time they published their work to a commissioning editor before Crunchyroll, and I don't really think Crunchyroll really they kind of had that reputation for the whole thing about High Guardians. Because listen, High Guardian Spice is not a good show. I'm just putting it out there. I would know. I watched the whole thing myself, and there was because the egotism behind a lot of the people. Because I knew, well, not personally, but I know fine well one of the one of the actual directors of the program who did a lot of shows throughout the 2000s, mostly for Nickelodeon. And she actually has quite a good resume for shows that she, I think she was like production manager or something like that. But at the same time, she also was, managing director for quite a lot of slop with Nickelodeon. Fanboy and Chum Chum, I think like certain episodes of Sanjay and Craig. So it's quite hit or miss. But what I'm trying to say is that, and something that has occurred to me while I was watching this, is that when the creator submitted their work for the sixth time to try and get this get this production started, was the sixth draft exactly the same as the first draft? Because something tells me it was. And this is something you would have to possibly uncover for yourselves if you ever have the interest of watching Heidi Guardian Spice. I've got 12 videos of my own on one of my other channels where I talked about the entire show from start to finish. And even though it's a show that, to be honest, somebody would have to pay me about like £100 or something like that to go back and watch, because I am not going back to that show again. Because that show has already taken away almost half my brain, so I'm not gonna like do it again. But it does raise the question about some work does get picked up sooner or later, but I also wonder, maybe it's possibly true that the word change is made, in which case the original draft must have been an entirely different beast. But there are some people who do take it up at some point. Moving on. If comic book publishers have salaried artists, they usually need to have a portfolio of previous work, usually work that has already been published commercially. If the comic house is particularly lenient, and most big names sadly aren't, there has to be evidence of a successfully self-published, high-quality comic, and even in this case, these artists usually only work on characters and plot lines that come from inside the house. It can take time before the artist is in any position to present their own ideas for comics, or use their own original characters. The exceptions to the rule are literally people who literally come out the gates and they work literally round the clock in the vein that they can get their work out to like not only the right sort of people, but also deliver it to a demographic that immediately picks up on this sort of thing. Now, there are some artists who gain an immediate following, but these are the sorts of artists that probably do it for one specific reason, or something about their art sticks out to people immediately. I'm not saying it's probably what you think it is, however, it's somebody who understands also why it works and what draws people to it. As they do say, sex doesn't sell, porn sells. And again, whether you want to say it's this case or the other, well, more often than not, those are the sorts of people that have to go to like different outlets and stuff like that to get their work published. But it does happen. It's just, it has to really stand out. Even if he were able to stick in a company for a long time, he'd still need to improve his communication skills a lot. If the Solitude Chronicles PowerPoint and various phone conversations are any indication, he's unable to persuade his superiors that his ideas are worth working on. In short, Chris is deluded. If he thinks that any company will just pick him up and tell him to work on Solitude comics. Even if Chris does get in, he never will, there's also the big problem with scheduling. Most comics are worked on far in advance, thus allowing for any changes concerning a book, such as plot problems, character availability changes, or even cancellations. Even so, many of them maintain a certain schedule either monthly or bi-monthly, sometimes quarterly. Very rarely do comics go bi-weekly, one every 2 weeks. Though weekly series have been more common, though infrequent. DC Comics, for example, experimented with the weekly format in the 1980s with Action Comics Weekly, an anthology which bombed and put the title on hiatus for a few months, returning to its normal Action Comics title and monthly format. 20 years later, DC has churned out a number of weekly series, including 52, Countdown, Trinity, and more recently, the new 52, Future's End. Here's a quick summary for all of these. Sucked, bombed, didn't really work out the way they wanted it to, and also sucked. Yeah, listen, I've read all of these, by the way, and they're not good, sadly. Chris, however, has no schedule. His schedule consists of whenever he has the inspiration to work. That does not cut it, especially if you want to be paid like anything close to what Chris was demanding. If Chris went with that alone, he would have a release schedule that would rival Rob Liefeld and Valve. And where Liefeld, for the most part, could get away with it because he owned his own company at one point, and people have gotten him to actually do the work, if Chris pulled this kind of stunt, he'd be out on the street so fast his head would spin. Chris's understanding of copyright is a chapter in itself. Publishers want primarily original works, because securing the necessary rights to publish derivative works is often difficult or impossible. Chris has even resisted attempts to educate him in this regard. Something you would have thought Chris just would have pounced on the opportunity, considering it concerned something of his own interests. For example, on the 14th of August 2017, Chris uploaded a video where he updated the true and loyal fan base on his progress on Sonichu issue 13, which he has renumbered as Sonichu 12-9. He states that he decided to change the focus of the comic, instead of being a crossover between the Solitude Gang and the Planet Dolan crew. It would be instead a fan fiction devoted to his pony avatar Nightstar. Throughout the video, he mentions how he only wants the comic to be a piece of fan fiction, but now he also wants it to be canon to My Little Pony, where he himself would voice Nightstar. Of course, Chris doesn't seem to realize that the creators of the show can't simply pick up his idea because, as stated earlier, it may lead to an accusation of idea theft. Yet another reason why the publishing industry wouldn't accept Sonichu in its current state is because of how sloppily written and egocentric it is in tone. If a publisher somehow did agree to make Sonichu comics, they would more likely task other writers, not to mention artists, with actual talents to shape up the premise into something at least passable. Predictably enough, Chris would balk at lacking control over his life's work, and of course, anyone doing better than him. Games and merchandise. Chris would approach Sega and Nintendo and ask them to make Sonichu games, comics, and merchandise. This plan would also be doomed to failure because no media companies want unsolicited ideas from the public. There are several reasons for this. First of all, it takes effort to sift through idea piles, and they can't give an equal amount of thought on the countless ideas fans send them. While game companies may listen to their fans, they usually just want to know if the time is right for something they've been planning to do. For example, no doubt a big part of the reason why the newer Fire Emblem games got worldwide release was that the fans of Marth and Roy from Super Smash Bros. Melee were wondering around, why the hell isn't Nintendo releasing these games outside of Japan? They most certainly don't have the capacity of starting a whole new game project just because somebody asks. If the game companies respond by saying Chris had, as he himself so eloquently put, rocks in his head, then you can probably understand why they don't get a slice of their precious time for making a second impression. Simply put, Chris thinks that even that the companies aren't busy with other projects, they still have time to think of his grandiose ideas and those things only. Second, there is the age-old problem of in a litigious society. A fan writes to the company and says, I have this cool idea. The company says, thanks, but no thanks. One of the in-house writers comes up with exactly the same idea, maybe completely by accident, and boom, you have a fan who's suing you for idea theft. And even if that lawsuit will usually go nowhere, it wastes perfectly usable time, energy, and most of all money that could be used for more fruitful ventures. A famous example is of the British novelist Terry Pratchett, who used to post in his Uniset fan group until one of these fans was convinced Terry had stolen his ideas. Therefore, most media houses will usually say they will not take any ideas from the public. The game industry is no exception. The fact is that it has been pointed out to Chris numerous times, and at least twice by real Nintendo representatives, as evidenced by the letters he read in the captain's logs. Unfortunately, Chris had completely misinterpreted all of this. How he managed to misinterpret this, I have absolutely no idea. Another thing that Chris disregards is the fact that writing games takes an awful lot of effort. In Thomas Edison's words, getting things done is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Many good ideas don't come implemented. No one is going to invest energy in developing an idea alone if they don't know if the idea can be implemented. Game companies, for example, may be willing to negotiate a deal to use their properties, such as characters, in games developed by third parties, but those proposals are usually backed by real companies, actual creative teams of developers, and serious, complete plans for games, if not outright working prototypes already. Even in the case the properties are tacked on prototype later on. The prototypes are usually fully developed so that they can be used without these properties, if the plans fall through. For example, Star Fox Adventures began as a game that was completely unrelated to the Star Fox universe, but Nintendo felt the game was better with Star Fox characters. Surprisingly, in the homemade Nintendo Power magazine, then high schooler aged Chris offered a slightly better description of how three fictional Sonic games releases he hoped would play out than his proposals for Solitude games. Later on, and even then, they're highly basic and unoriginal ideas. For example, Super Mario 64 with Sonic the Hedgehog as its playable character, and Super Mario All Stars with the four classic Sonic games originally for the Sega Genesis. Even though technically Sonic would get like the Sonic Masters collection for the PS2, which comprised of, I believe, about 14 Sega games from the Genesis, the Saturn, um, even like the Nep Gear, all the way up to I think everything pre Dreamcast, to my knowledge. And they would also offer like a few other, like two other games for the Genesis and stuff like that. Completely unrelated to Sonic, but they felt like it'll probably make more sense to put them on that disc anyway. Theoretically, it would be possible, though extraordinarily unlikely, for Sega and Nintendo to cooperate enough to make a game featuring a Sonic/Pikachu hybrid named Sonichu. They, of course, would not do this. However, need for any input from Chris, or even his permission to combine characters that they already own, well, think about it. Of course, the idea of releasing it cross platform for Sony consoles remains yet another absurd and feathered dream on any part of Chris. In the case of the Solitude Chronicles, he gives Shigeru Miyamoto permission to use the cover of his hand-drawn Nintendo Power magazine as the inevitable cover for when his game is created, even though it's several years old, and in fact, even worse than Chris's current art skills. And also to the surprise of nobody, Chris has held on to dreams of Sonichu getting turned into a video game character well into November of 2023, when he posted a request to personally work with Nintendo, offering them his OCs to be integrated into Pokemon canon. Equally unsurprising is that Chris seems to be unaware, willfully or otherwise, that Nintendo has nothing to gain by granting fans ludicrous desires for all the releases mentioned here. In general, an issue where Chris would face in these industries that he aspired to work towards is that mainstream publishers will not allow any pornographic material which Chris had nonchalantly drawn into his supposedly kid-friendly comic. Thus, Chris would be forced to comply with a set of rules to make his magnum opus acceptable for the masses. And I think it's fair to say we all know how well that would turn out. By a similar token, both Nintendo and Sega would probably not allow the extremely violent and sexual imagery that the comic does not shy away from, especially since he considers Sonichu appropriate for kids. No, no, Chris, it's because they're not. Although he did imagine his adult chronicles to be rated M for honest content, and that's if they didn't reject it outright because of said imagery. Not to mention, Chris had drawn smut of his magnum opus himself in the past, which could have made a bad first impression on any reputable company that approached to work with him. Not to mention, again, that Chris, being the egotist that we all know and love, would have to essentially hand over the rights for Sonichu to whichever company agrees to own his IP, meaning he would have little to no say on how it plays out according to his whims. This this naturally would be well enough if Chris was being paid royalties for all of this. But again, if the game flops and absolutely nobody buys into the idea of Sonichu as anything legitimate, of course Sega or Nintendo won't be able to afford to keep up their end of the bargain when it comes to royalties and will just relinquish the rights back over to Chris, which basically tells Chris something very, very clear. Even a professional company or companies couldn't make Sonichu work. So, what exactly does Chris have on his own or has to contribute? We all know it would never get to that stage anyway. But oh well, who am I to hammer it on to Chris even further? If Chris actually were in a position of creative control, considering this, during the majority of the time the Wikipedia was online, Chris acted as if he had free reign to dictate a site others made and hosted for him. So letting him be head honcho of a comic or game production would be a colossal mistake. Needless to say, the stress of working under him would lead some unfortunate writers, developers, to quit and or have higher ups to eventually fire him. The future of Chris and his business attempts. Now, after the life-changing incest scandal in the middle of summer of 2021, Prater successfully continued business with Chris, selling drawings he had made during incarceration, and since his release from jail, a further run of medallions and other assorted junk, as well as setting up live streams. And as far as we're concerned, Chris, although not necessarily too prosperous, is technically still in business to this day? Question mark. But it does go without saying, ladies and gentlemen, is that Chris certainly does still make money. Some may argue it seems a little unfair, considering that why should Chris be paid for any of this? But well, what can I say? Life is just kind of unfair sometimes. But life goes on. And speaking of life going on, that is all we've got time for tonight. And I hope all of you guys enjoyed this article of Chris and his attitude to business. And I hope all of you may have learned something new from all of this. And I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie article. And over the next couple of weeks, if you will, we'll be taking a much larger, closer look at Chris and his relationship to money, financial situations, worries, concerns, his attitude towards money, and his attitude towards his never-ending acute shortage of money. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because I am a little bit what you might like to call back in fashion when it comes to money. And whilst I will go over all the details because it's quite a long story, but the important thing to note is that even people who are at this moment in time struggling with money, and to be honest, it doesn't matter whether you're in work or out of it. There's a lot of people who struggle with money for one reason or another. However, So I get the impression that sometimes seeing videos like these or reading articles like these are the sort of things that you need to sort of be aware of about, well, what not to do, which is the remit for Chris's entire life when you come to think about it. However, not doing what Chris doesn't is probably the best way for it. But in order to find out why, we have to do a little bit of digging. So let's start at the very beginning with Chris and brand loyalty. You gotta have merchandise because it's like a wedding ring for your product. And if it makes it, and then the fans will continue to support you as you have the merchandise. Ah, it's like a wedding ring. That didn't make any sense whatsoever. Chris making his thoughts on branding as clear as he can. As clear as mud, I could say. I'll say that much. Brand loyalty is a consumer's commitment to repeatedly purchase a product or service from a particular company or business. Companies will often use advertising, loyalty programs, product placement, and contests to establish a brand in which consumers will recognize, value, and seek at the expense of other brands. Due to his difficulty separating reality and fiction, Chris tends to think advertisement is literal documentation of a product's effectiveness, rather than an intrinsically biased attempt to lure customers. As a result of his sense of entitlement, his views winning games of chance as a validation of self worth, these qualities, in combination with his rigid thinking, fear of change, and attraction to routine, has led Chris to have intense brand loyalty for certain products as well as hatred for their perceived rivals. His loyalty even extends to areas that would not normally be considered brands, such as mental disabilities and sexual orientations. However, there is the first thing I want to actually add as we go any before we go any further. Um, Chris, and especially when it comes to things like mental illnesses or sexual orientations, for whatever reason, Chris will show his support, but only ever when it's like brought into contention, if you will, or whenever it's brought into questioning. And for whatever reason, Chris will stick to it. But the problem with that is that Chris doesn't question it, and he doesn't really talk as though he understands exactly what he's talking about. And that's which to be honest, a mindset like that is a advertiser's wet dream. Somebody who will just take it on board and won't even question it and will just stick to it because it's what they know. A zombie basically is what advertisers see Chris as, which is not quite unlike how quite a lot of other advertisers will take a look at customers. It's important to remember these sorts of things because yes, Chris is an idiot. That's to be given, but at the same time, advertisers think all customers are idiots who will literally say, buy, and accept anything they are given and or told. That might come up a few times in all of this because it's one thing to say Chris is just an idiot for his almost emotional investment in brand recognition and loyalty, when in reality it's just, you know, in the eyes of Sony, I don't think the eyes of Sony would care because I don't think the industry is going to keel over and die or lose the console war to Microsoft or Nintendo just because one person decided they liked this, that, or the other. Mind you, with that being said, Chris's complexion here is a lot more convincing than that one time the CEO of McDonald's tried the Big Arch. Honestly, I don't even like McDonald's anyway because genuinely, it's the sort of food you buy when you have absolutely no taste in standards. Because some of the slop they serve out there is just outrageously pathetic. The Philly cheese burger, dry, and there is no flavor to the cheese whatsoever. If you genuinely took that down to Philadelphia and you showcased that this is an attempt on a Philly cheesesteak, they would shoot you in the face. Or what about the Big Arch? For what when I ordered a Big Arch, it genuinely looked like someone had just sat on it. The bun was all crumpled and it literally looked like they just sort of dragged it from the very back of the freezer. To be honest, it tasted very frozen as well because the patty was like like about roughly about this thick, and it was like 3 of these, by the way. So it wasn't even anywhere close to the size. I think a quarter pounder is probably bigger than that, and there was certainly a lot more meat in the actual burger itself. And then to add insult to injury, I've had issues with McDonald's in terms of they just straight up did not give me what I asked, what I ordered. Their customer service leaves a lot to be desired because I will be ordered my food, somebody comes over, and then the guy behind the desk completely cuts me out of his mind and turns to the other person with my food still in their bag. And then when I go to complain to McDonald's about, they didn't give me my order, they offer me a coupon that for some reason doesn't seem to work in the store that I tested the thing on. Yeah, like I said, if their customer service is exceedingly lacking, their prices are woeful in how much they charge, and their loyalty program gives away fewer points for going there. So they will take more from you and give increasingly little back. And guess what, guys? Just because the price, just because, and I'm going to give you guys a bit of a lesson in economics right now. Just because the price of something goes up does not make it any more valuable, and it certainly does not mean that any more goes into it when it was cheaper before. Yeah, I've as I'm saying to that one clown, the clown from McDonald's. Pardon your lip, chummy. I've caught on to you, and I'm onto your gang. Sorry, where was I? Moving on. Overview. Oil of Olay brand bar soap. Softer, smoother skin in a week or so. And not only that, it gets you clean. Well, I hope it doesn't. What's the point of soap if it doesn't? And it makes you smell good. So is buying the most generic Dove soap you can get from Boots or Avon. Chris, it's not that you're not that convincing. I just used it to wash my hands, and I use it in the shower to wash myself vigorously. Thank you for letting us know, Chris. Considering that rumours went round that you did not shower for months, I think that's absolutely fantastic. Well done, Chris. You told us something that nobody cared to hear. I certainly do not use any animals, my own jizz, or anything other else than the Oil of Olay brand's bar soap, and Axe body wash, and shampoo and conditioner, available in anti-dandruff form. Chris, considering what we know about you and your health and the way you care for your hair and stuff like that, it won't be dandruff we'll be worrying about. It'll be soot is what we'll be worried about. But anyway, Oil of Olay, softer, smoother skin in a week and makes you very clean. Have a nice day. And again, the irony is not lost on me. Meanwhile, Chris considers his choice of brands to be a major component of his identity in much the same way as other things. In general, once Chris has committed to a particular brand, he will stand by it regardless of its quality. He considers those who abandon a brand in favour of a competitor, such as Solitude fans who became fans of Asperchew, to be hypocrites. Chris seems to consider, however, being a consumer of a particular brand as something like a relationship, at one point clumsily attempting to use a mangled quote from the video game Brutal Legend to explain this strange belief, saying that merchandise was like a wedding ring and that as long as there were branded merchandise available, fans should stay loyal. Chris clearly has never been married before, I mean, we know that, and also you really think people who get married that means that they are completely incapable of cheating? Yeah, where's Chris been all his life? As Chris's allegiance to brands plays such an important role in defining Chris's personal understanding of his identity, he feels highly threatened when either his favourite brands or his loyalty to them are called into question. Many of Chris's most notorious outbursts are a direct result of this insecurity. While this was the basis for much of Chris's internet trolling, it apparently dates back into Chris's early life when school bullies, in a form of proto-trolling, would tell him that Sonic the Hedgehog was dead in order to get a rise out of him. Chris is highly susceptible to marketing and branding. He feels strong loyalty to brands even, and perhaps especially if they are essentially identical to their rivals. He is drawn to virtually every attempt at generating brand loyalty, compulsively entering any contest he encounters, and fastidiously collecting various loyalty points, including My Coke rewards and McDonald's Monopoly. Joke's on you, Chris. I have yet to see anyone ever win anything McDonald's Monopoly or win anything from My Coke rewards except Coke, probably. Not the one I'm suspecting Chris would have liked. Chris seems to struggle, however, to understand the economics of advertisements. Instead of seeing them as positive features in the media he enjoys, he happily included his own versions of advertisements and product placements for real brands in his homemade Nintendo Power magazine, and nearly every issue of Sonichu. He seemed genuinely surprised that Coke, for example, wouldn't want one of his fake Coke ads, hand-drawn charm notwithstanding, on the Wikipedia. He also frequently states that his videos are sponsored or brought to you by various companies with which he has no business relationship and uses his own variation of marketing speak to plug their products. Likewise, he often attempts to promote his favorite brands at parroting their advertising language, a habit he hasn't had since at least high school. He is a vigorous defender of his beloved brands in unusual ways, warning his readers not to purchase pirated versions of Little Big Planet, a PS3 exclusive title, for the Xbox 360, despite the fact that you can't, it's impossible to do that. Meanwhile, Sonic the Hedgehog, the hero of my life. Sonic is the quintessential example of Chris's intense brand loyalty. Chris is, in many ways, the product of Sega's attempt to allow people to feel a personal connection with electronic appliances. Following Mario's success for Nintendo, Sonic was designed to appeal to young children all over the world and act as a mascot for Sega. He was concocted by combining elements with other popular cultural elements of the early 1990s, including Michael Jackson, Bill Clinton, and Santa Claus. What a lineup that is, guys. Part of Sega's strategy was to employ a multi-pronged marketing technique, including video games, television shows, toys, and contests. Chris followed all of these closely, and in a fateful moment became the winner of the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes, which cemented Chris's place of honor in Chris's mind. Sonic became Chris's lifelong hero, replacing his previous lifelong hero, the American Rabbit, despite Sonic's much greater grip on his life. Chris has often felt compelled to mention the American Rabbit as it out of some inordained obligation. While Sonic is certainly a popular franchise, Chris became obsessed with the Hedgehog to a level likely unanticipated by Sega. Oh, you've got that right. During the 1990s, Sonic occupied nearly all of his thinking, serving as a fantasy world in which he could escape from the realities of daily life. Chris would generally combine Sonic with whatever he was doing, whether it was replacing the characters in Goosebumps books with Sonic characters, or combining Sonic with basketball to form the recolor of Bionic. Over the past 2 decades, Chris has purchased nearly every Sonic branded game, toy, and bit of merchandise. Does that include... what's this one I heard about Sonic Unleashed being playable on on a Razr flip phone? Yeah, I've heard things about. I've never seen it myself, but then again, if you can play Doom on one of those things, why can't you play Sonic Unleashed? And listen, guys, I promise you I'm not that old, but I do remember owning a copy of Sonic Unleashed. It was okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have any strong feelings, but I mean, I played a lot of the Sonic games as they were coming out, and they were really good games. I most of them were, but there was that because listen, I never played Sonic 06. Because, well, if you took a look at it and you played it for yourselves, you could work out it was probably not a good idea. And even Shadow the Hedgehog was, well, it's less of a game, more of an experiment that produced very mixed reviews. Yeah, and I must admit, I wasn't really... I see what the point was, but it's less than the sum of its parts. In a better situation, it would have probably worked. but I don't really think the way that it came about was the solution. Anyway, over the past 2 decades, Chris purchased. Okay, yeah. And a better merchant, and seems to view Sonic as something resembling an old personal friend. Instead of growing up and moving on when the Sonic brand grows stale at the end of the 1990s, which is not true because that's when the Sonic Adventure games came out, Chris merged Sonic with his other beloved franchise at the time, Pokemon. This was to create Sonichu, who has largely replaced Sonic as the primary character in his eternal fantasy world. Although, Sonic still makes occasional cameo appearances. Despite Sonic's psychic Tails' major presence in the Sonic canon, Chris rarely refers to him and conspicuously left him or any recolor of him or two-tailed anything absent from Sonichu. Some have speculated that this may be due to popular schoolyard rumors that conjectured with that Sonic and Tails were in a homosexual relationship. Chris's notorious homophobia may have caused him to have an aversion to a character that he imagined might have tempted Sonic from the straight path. Thankfully, however, or at least as far as I can understand, you'd have to have a really small mind to immediately jump on this. You see, one thing you're going to also notice, and when not only when it is sort of when it comes to brand loyalty, is that once again, this is the sort of thing that advertisers will look very closely at, because as long as an advertiser can keep up the pretense, maybe in the case of Sega, that Sonic in any way is completely like when it comes to relationships or anything outside of everything else that Sonic is related to. It starts trends, if you will, in which people will interpret certain aspects of, and it's not just Sonic the Hedgehog, but it could be Mario, it could be Goku, it could be any real character from pop culture, but they will start making them do things more out of conjecture, more of basically glorified fan fiction stories, which is what they are. And when it comes to the case of Sonic, Chris, as a result of his autism than anything else, takes all of these things completely at face value, which is something it's like an advertiser's wet dream when they will take things at face value and they'll do everything they can to allure that sort of audience, the one that makes them believe that, there are local girls living nearby and they are boyfriend free. Anyone who also throughout like the early noughties would probably also recount the infamous Lynx advert, or Axe, if you will, where the guy is literally on the beach, he is spraying Axe all over his body, and literally thousands of girls reconvene on this small island. Yeah, that's the sort of mentality we think, and it's also the mentality of the sort of people who buy it. Or and well, you can't say it didn't work well, because there probably would have been people out there who never been exposed to like Lynx or Axe before, and they just sort of hot jumped on the bandwagon and thought, okay, well, you know what, maybe this will make me stand out a bit more. It would be interesting to know exactly what like the pitch was towards like Unilever when they thought about this idea for marketing. But either way, like I said, you can't say it hasn't worked. Although I think Lynx's product, like advertising, has sort of shifted here and there in years gone by. Some of them actually do include references to pop culture, like Pokemon, for example. But if those are just the examples I can think of, then that's just sort of how it is. What were we talking about again? Oh yeah, Chris seeming to think that Tails and Sonic were in a homosexual relationship, despite the fact that um, Amy Rose showed more affection in a romantic sense to Sonic than Tails ever did. Also, you would have thought Chris could have come to his own conclusions and just ignored these things immediately. Whether or not Chris actually did get a rise out of any of these sorts of things, not that way, but yeah, I see you. We'll probably never know. Maybe Chris didn't have a reaction to it whatsoever. Although this also might have been the time when Chris did genuinely believe that fictional characters were fictional, i.e. non-real. I don't know what to base that out of, but there's got to be a point where Chris could have told the difference. Although Mario and Nintendo were vicious rivals of Sonic and Sega, Chris seems to have been largely oblivious to this tension or simply did not care because he liked both brands and never subjected them to the kind of hatred he would aim at rivals of his favoured products later in his life. Chris appears to worship Sonic the character more than Sonic the brand, as he would easily be teased at school when other students said that Sonic was dead, and believed that YouTuber animator Max Gilrardi, aka Hot Diggity Demon, had murderous intent against the fictional character in Sonic Too Fast, and instead insisted that Sonic was alive. Clearly, Chris has never played Sonic EXE, and thankfully I haven't, but again, I know too much about that to... Maybe we'll cover that one at some stage, because... Or maybe even play it. It doesn't sound like a great idea, but... When has that ever stopped me before, eh? Chris's, however, almost religious dedication to Sonic reached a surprising apex when he vandalized products, assaulted retail workers over a superficial change to Sonic, aka the colour of his arms. And yeah, again, more on that later, but Chris so completely went overboard. Anyway, so the best life upgrade, aka his PlayStation 3. Perhaps Chris's best known case of brand loyalty is his sycophantic love of Sony's PlayStation 3 and abject hatred for the Microsoft Xbox 360. While fanboyism for these two video game consoles is certainly well known, and the rivalry between these products is referred to as a console war, Chris, as he frequently does, took it to a new level, irrationally hating the Xbox 360 and heaping love and money on Sony. Chris was obsessed with the PlayStation 3 long before he was able to purchase one, stating that he would throw out the cure for autism for a $600 worth of black plastic. Yes, guy, and before you may be saying to yourself, guys, how robust truly can a piece of plastic really be? And that's a good question because I don't know either. I never owned a PS3. I mean, even when I bought a PS4 nearly 10 years ago, I must admit, there were some really cool things I did like about it, but then again, that's just sort of what I saw it as. It's just a cool way to spend a bit of my time. Yeah, can't say any more than that. After failing to win it in a contest, he considered it to be the ultimate life upgrade. The PS3 and its online component, the PlayStation Network, where he has spent thousands of dollars, became an extremely important part of everyday life for Chris. He would also use his limited budget to purchase numerous Sony-branded accessories, which included, but not limited to, a flat-screen television, a PSI, a PS Move, a PS Move sharpshooter, and multiple Guitar Hero controllers. Chris seems to find more pleasure in the purchasing of PlayStation 3 content than its actual use. He frequently buys downloadable content for games that he does not own, and Chris seems to consider the PS3 and its games and accessories to be a genuine life improvement or something akin to investments rather than a glorified hug box. How these electronic gizmos do anything but distract him from the reality that he lives in remains unclear. Well, I suppose one could argue that with no real society to speak of, that, well, Chris would want to be involved in outside of the game place. What else do you think would have been available to Chris? I think Chris, at this point, had made his choice well and truly known. Mind you, considering that plenty of adults play video games anyway, I think it's fair to say that, well, Chris was perfectly fine in his own mind. Chris would think that, but we know fine well it's probably not true either. Sorry, moving on. Chris went to great lengths to express his distaste for the PS3's primary rival, the Xbox 360, or Hexbox as he liked to call it. When Chris would propose a video game such as Christian Western Chandler's Adult Chronicles, he would make sure to state that it would be for all consoles, Xbox accepted. Chris went as far as defacing in-store advertisements for the Xbox while yelling, "Kick that Hexbox!" and frequently lashing out at those who appear to like or be affiliated with the Xbox. Why, however, that is, I have absolutely no idea. Especially for people who just, you know, like it for one reason or another. Well, Halo 3 is probably up there. Yeah. Chris's reasons for hating the Xbox 360 has never really been clearly defined. When pressed for answers, Chris would generally cite Xbox's Live, the Xbox's online component, cost, or the infamous Red Ring of Death. He would later admit that his anger stemmed from jealousy over being unable to afford an original Xbox and that the aforementioned reasons were merely excuses, though he later softened his stance against the Xbox under the influence of Jackie. The rivalry between the consoles and Chris's brand loyalty towards Sony was at its peak during the height of Chris trolling. This caused his hatred to become well known and the Xbox 360 to become a bit of a mascot for trolls. Chris also associated the Xbox with the trolls, depicting Alec Benson Leary as an Xbox user. Even though he has recanted much of his hatred towards the Xbox 360, he's never made the choice to purchase one. Despite spending the vast majority of his money on video games, he would, however, later acquire the Xbox 360's successor, the Xbox One. I have no idea why he did this, however, because, well, what exactly is, unique or special about the Xbox One that is in any way worth purchasing compared to, oh, I don't know, the PlayStation 4? Because the PlayStation 4 is just better in every other way. And you know what? Exclusive titles aside, what exactly does the One have up its sleeve that the PS4 doesn't? Sure, the PS4 doesn't have backwards compatibility, but I don't think the Xbox One has either. I suppose there's that. But then again, quite a lot of the PS4's library has games that can be downloaded again anyway, at really at a rather at a discounted rate anyway. I mean, it's probably the best compromise, and at the same time, some of them do get a little bit of a shine towards the presentation. Not always, but guess what? They're still perfectly playable, and they were as compatible. Like the Twisted Metal 95, for example, works. It's about as smooth as silk on the PS4 as it probably ever was on the original PlayStation, or Twisted Metal 2, or Twisted Metal Black. Honestly, Twisted Metal Black on the PS4, it is one of the smoothest rides you can ever have. I love it for that. Chris once felt similar hatred towards the PlayStation 1 and 2, which were at the time rivals to his beloved Nintendo 64 and the GameCube respectively. His hatred for Sony and its gaming products, described by Chris as equal to the contemporary hatred of Microsoft, evaporated when he purchased a PlayStation 1 at a local SPCA rummage sale for a bargain. He intended to sell it for profit, but instead played it and found it enjoyable. Instead of learning from this, don't trust a book, but don't judge a book by its cover. Discovering that rival consoles can be equally enjoyable, Chris simply became a Sony fanboy in addition to a Nintendo fanboy, and then began hating Microsoft for literally no other reason than Chris was too stupid to, well, like I said, learn from, you can't judge things before you try them out. Autism versus Asperger's. Yeah. The first words that came to Chris's mind when he thinks of Asperger's syndrome. And if you're thinking to yourself, wow, that makes Chris sound like a dick, you're right, but let's keep going anyway. Short as this is, Chris extends his loyalty to brands far outside the normal realms of products and services and into the world of mental abnormality. He is extremely loyal to his diagnosis of autism, swearing by my autism multiple times and considering it to be an integral part of his identity. Despite having serious difficulty grasping how the condition affects his ability to function, just as with the PS3 and Xbox 360, Chris has identified a rival to autism in Asperger's syndrome. This is a classic case of Chris's propensity to choose one brand over another, despite the fact that they are indeed identical. Chris's high functioning autism and Asperger's are essentially the same diagnosis. Chris feels that people with Asperger's are trying to steal his limelight, and in fact stated that the name of the disorder, beyond merely sounding like a bad cut of meat, brought to mind, well, that word again. He seems to believe that the people with Asperger's syndrome are somehow faking their symptoms. And Chris wonders why people have an issue with him when it comes to things like sensitivity. Because, well, if you ask me, Chris, I would have just asked him the question, Chris, are you absolutely sure about that? And I'm sure it's been asked before, but well, do you really think Chris would care about that point at this moment in time? Definitely not. Chris's loyalty to autism and insistence on believing it to be different from Asperger's syndrome forces him to ignore any kind of reason. Initially, his usual feelings on the matter were unknown, and he was able to blissfully hold on to his ignorance unopposed. But when they were discovered, and the outside world pushed him on the issue, he displayed a stunning slide towards the grossly irrational. Initially, when confronted by fans in the mailbag, Chris claimed, while pointing to the Wikipedia articles on the topic, that the two were differentiated by the age of onset, which is complete nonsense. Yeah, I have no idea what Chris is talking about, but quickly decided that his mind was closed to the matter and refused to answer any more questions on the topic. When pushed further by Vivian G, Chris went as far as to say that he was willing to live this lie than believe that truth. This would certainly bring about. This would explain the Idea Guys saga pretty much. Chris would rather live in the Matrix than actually be exposed to the real world because it's of greater convenience to him than the actual truth. Harry Potter versus Pokemon. He dared compete against Pokemon. Plus, he is a total, another word we can't really use, and I just do not care for him at all. Seems a little bit harsh, Chris, but let's keep going. Although this is not seen as traditional rivalry by the rest of the world, Chris had a strong dislike of the boy who lived, Harry Potter, because he perceived him to be a threat to the entire Pokemon franchise. You are not reading that incorrectly, by the way. Chris has called him a total word, and at one point he even threatened to kill the fictional character. Little did Chris know that, Harry Potter is the boy who lived, and the only one to survive the killing curse. What hope does Chris have? Making him a custom character in Soul Calibur 3? I don't think so. His hatred appeared to stem from Chris's perception that a brand was once again stealing the limelight from something he identified with, in this case, Pokemon. While Pokemon was aimed at younger children, Harry Potter targeted a slightly older, more literate demographic to Chris, and you can see why. In later years, Chris softened his stance on Harry Potter, admitting his initial antipathy towards the franchise was stupid. At the request of Jackie, he dressed up like a wizard and made a reference to Harry Potter. Probably because he was told to do it. That's the other thing, again, the whole thing about the Jackie saga and the thing about advertising is, once again, a bit weird that they share very similar parallels. If an advertisement says that there's like 20% off all quarter pounders when you purchase $10 worth of McDonald's products, Chris would have been straight out the door because in his mind that sounds like a bargain. Whereas if Chris actually stopped, paused, looked at his wallet, and then read the advertising over again, he would probably have thought twice. similar with Jackie, really, because Jackie also forced Chris to do a lot of things that if Chris actually stopped and thought about them, he would have absolutely have said no and completely stayed at home. Shame, really, but that's just sort of how it turned out to be. My Little Pony. Chris initially became a fan of My Little Pony franchise after seeing his friend Megan Schroeder had an interest in it. He was notably one of the rare few male fans of the franchise to exist prior to the debut of the cartoon series My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, which gained major popularity among older adults. Chris loved the show so much that when it ended its 9-year run in 2019, he was incredibly distraught and outright refused to accept that it was concluding. He claimed that from his imaginary friends that the series would continue, and would frequently take to video and Twitter to try and convince Hasbro to listen to him and cancel their plans to reboot My Little Pony. The eventual release of My Little Pony: A New Generation would outrage him, as best shown in his video Hasbro My Little Pony G4 must continue, no MLP G5. This, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, being the last real full video Chris would make before being sent to prison for 2 years for boinking his mom. What a strange, strange world we live in. This is due to Chris's belief that if the show ends, his imaginary friends will not achieve their true potential, which they wouldn't be able to if the show continued forever. Chris, they are not real. This series of protests shows that even when it comes to the same brand, Chris feels the need to pick a side and stick with it till the end. Nintendo. Listen, people of Nintendo, during my lifetime, my family and I have invested thousands of American dollars and cents in Nintendo video games and systems for the NES and Game Boy to GameCube, Wii, and DS and GBA. And if that sounds like, again, spouting more nonsense, it's because it is. Because Nintendo has no qualms or legal obligations towards, people that unless they've been generally outdone by. Chris has been a lifelong fan of Nintendo products, and although his love of Sonic prevented him from becoming obsessed with Mario, Chris owned nearly every Nintendo console and handheld since the NES, though there have been no signs of the infamous Virtual Boy. His relationship with Nintendo and his interactions with Shigeru Miyamoto, who he believed was interested in producing a Sonic 2 game, displays Chris's odd understanding of consumer/corporate relations. It appears that Chris believed that his loyalty to various corporate interests would be recognized and returned in a reciprocal fashion. As he listed his multitude of Nintendo purchases in an attempt to convince the game developer to work with him. It didn't work, obviously. Apple/iOS. Chris is an avid user of iOS products. In 2013, he built a double phone case to contain his iPhone 5 and 5th generation iPod Touch. Chris used the 8GB phone for everything requiring cell service, and he used the 32GB iPod for entertainment. Which, to be fair to Chris, it wasn't a bad idea. I mean, why not combine 2 in 1? Which, it's probably the sort of thing that, later iPhones would be more capable because they hold more storage anyway. But there you are. That's just sort of how it is. He had another one of equal capacity, loaded with different content. He designed the case to make it easy to switch between products, and even considers it to be one of his greatest inventions. Why, however, he didn't just buy a 64GB iPhone is beyond mere mortals. Or maybe he couldn't afford one, that's probably why. Which seems a bit fair, I suppose. I mean, compromises do have to be made. And innovation is the reward of creativity, it's got to be something like that. He still had the case as of 2018, but he now used it for holding not one, but 2 functioning iPhones. Well, there goes my theory just thrown out the window. He bought an iPad Pro in May of 2020, rounding out the trilogy of iOS devices. Despite this, Chris is on the PC side of the Mac or PC divide. Much earlier in his life, Chris unsurprisingly preferred the Commodore 64 over the Apple II computer, which was a common OS of choice for American schools in the 1980s, while stating he enjoyed playing games on the latter during his primary school days. Fascinating. Sexuality. And yes, they are not kidding. Chris takes sides on sexuality as a form of brand loyalty. I don't know what executives, apart from maybe Love Honey or Adam and Eve, would, or maybe even between PH and RT, would probably consider. You know the ones. I am straight. Do not label me otherwise. I would rather suffer a painful gender operation than ever be blankety. Also, I swear as to God and Jesus as my witness, the first time, and maybe the second time as well, I have sex with a woman. That should be I have had sex, or who cares. I will video record that whole thing and upload it onto RedTube. So finally people can see what should have been seen almost a decade ago. What Chris forgot to mention, however, is the idea that, well, this doesn't rule out the idea that Chris would film it and with the other person's consent. It's not known by this, but we're going to assume. Well, you can't really assume, but I'm gonna say Chris probably wouldn't, considering that Chris once tried to ring up a prostitute, tell her about what he was saying about he was going to get his PS3 back from Jack Thaddeus, and then the prostitute just hung up on him halfway through. So, yeah, it's probably no surprise that Chris would have tried to have done that as well to prove he was straight, for one reason or another. Chris's former allegiance to heterosexuality and hatred for homosexuality could be seen as a form of warped brand loyalty. To Chris, prior to his coming out, heterosexual love is the purest joy expression of emotion that can be experienced, the search for which is the noblest of quests. Surely. Its opposite, homosexual love, on the other hand, is a warped, dangerous temptation, and those who practice it are worthy of scorn. Chris had even foregone platonic same-sex friendships in an attempt to avoid any possibility that he might associate with and be tempted by a homosexual, just as with his hatred for the Xbox. Chris was completely close-minded when it comes to evaluating homosexuality. To him, it was the enemy, and the mere thought of it made him blind with rage. Despite his efforts at finding heterosexual love, Chris seemed more concerned with ensuring that he was properly labelled as a straight man. His efforts to prove to the world that he was in fact not gay, including going as far as planning to record and publicize his first heterosexual experience against the wishes of his hypothetical partner. See, I wasn't crazy. Whether Chris's former hatred for homosexuality stems from jealousy, as it did with his hatred for the Xbox, is currently unknown. The origin of this loyalty can be traced back to his childhood. Bob Chandler, being a not-so-nice southern gentleman, not only disliked homosexuals in their traditional bigoted manner, but suffered from frequent paranoid delusions regarding their role in his life. When Chris ran into trouble at Nathaniel Green Elementary School, Bob blamed the problems not only on the principal, who he was certain was a homosexual, but on the school board, which, for reasons left unclear, he believed to be stacked with homosexuals who despised his family. Even the incredibly naive Christian was capable of seeing that this was, at the very least, an exaggeration, if not a paranoid persecution. Fantasy. Nevertheless, this kind of hatred and paranoia sunk into Chris's mind and was compounded by Bob's unfounded and bizarre belief that Chris's trolling originated with several homosexuals who he believed frequented the gameplace. Chris's feelings on lesbianism, however, were more nuanced. While he still felt the biblical injunction against same-sex coupling applies, scissoring was just not too harmful for him to condemn. Maybe at some point Chris was under this bizarre impression that, according to that meme, what is it? You flick a button and they return to default factory settings. Yeah, I've seen that before. Everything changed in 2014 when Chris came out as a trans lesbian. He loosened his stance on sexuality, and he now considers himself to be part of the LGBT community. In 2018, the Idea guys convinced him that he was bisexual, giving his loyalty to the LGBTQ plus community completely. Axe. I respectfully and humbly request that on the package, a statement such as designed only for the straight-oriented men. Chris's loyalty to this multinational deodorant brand, called Lynx in the UK and Australia, is a classic example of Chris taking advertisement too literally. Many commercials for the deodorant depicted women throwing themselves at men in a manner reminiscent of Chris's desire for women to approach him in public. Rather than seeing this as hyperbole, Chris seems to believe that the product may have this effect in reality. It doesn't. Now, obviously, and we do mean really, really obviously, Axe has never worked as advertised for Chris, but he has maintained his status as a loyal customer for many years. Axe is also an example of how Chris considers the products he buys an integral component of his identity. As a loyal Axe customer, he was deeply disturbed when he was told that Axe was popular in the gay community, and that he felt the need to use YouTube to request that the Unilever Corporation use labels to specifically forbid homosexuals from using their products. Chris clearly took the marketing towards heterosexual men a bit too literally. McDonald's versus Burger King. Tea for $1 in a large cup. At McDonald's, go dollar menu reels. Chris plugging his favourite restaurant to the trolls. As you do. Now, we know that Chris is a lifelong acolyte of McDonald's, and thus dislikes its main competitor, Burger King. You know, when I was talking about McDonald's about like the beginning of this video nearly 50 minutes ago, and everything I complained about McDonald's, well, it's been even longer since the last time I was ever in Burger King. In fact, if you really want to know, ladies and gentlemen, I think the very last time I was ever in Burger King was nearly 8 years ago. And I think it was when they had one of their infamous, like, really large burgers that was literally stacked with just cheese and bacon and crispy onions. It literally, for all, as far as I was concerned, it felt like a heart attack on a bun. And for whatever reason, I just never really went again afterwards. Not because the prices really were like that, shockingly large, but yeah, I must be honest. I think it was just a change, I guess, more than anything else. He eats a significant percentage of his meals at the popular fast food restaurant, considers it the perfect location for a first date, and features it as a location in several issues of Sonichu. One of his most cherished and sickening fantasies involving having sex with his sweetheart in the handicapped bathroom at the local McDonald's. Yeah, not exactly Johnny Sins when it comes to to being suave with his language. Chris has little love for Burger King, although he certainly never mentioned refusing to eat the food when dragged there by his father, who preferred it to McDonald's. Bob and Chris apparently did have some dispute about coupons with the manager of their local Burger King, resulting in Chris's bizarre attempt to get his trolls to troll the manager by creating the article on the Quickie under the guise of Jenkins Jinkies. Chris has never mentioned having any strong positive or negative feelings towards Wendy's before his brief stint as an employee, and seems not to hold animosity toward the chain as a whole, despite being fired from his local store after about a month. Sometime in 2012, Chris seemed to have turned on McDonald's, urging people to avoid the Forest Lakes location as he believes he has been discriminated against due to his autism and foul mouth. Take a guess which one probably is more likely. But in 2013, he plugged it on Facebook anyway. Eat healthy with premium McWraps, apple slices, and tea. Note that McWraps contain up to 620 calories and that tea goes up to 220. And even the apple slices have been found to be crawling with listeria. Coke and Pepsi. And by the way, in case if you want a proper apple, I must be honest, pink lady apples, I believe these are meant to be grown specific. Where did they say these things were grown again? Oh, they were grown in France, ironically. But yeah, if you want my proper advice, pink lady apples are the Rolls Royces of apples because they are absolutely the sweetest, and honestly, they're just the ones to get. Also, um, it's been a long time since I've had them, but cherries specifically grown in Chile are the absolute best types of cherries that literally money can get. Because how they manage to stay as sweet as they and juicy as they are from being traveled all the way from South America, I really don't know. It may be true that they're lying when they said they're grown in France or grown in Chile. However, I think that's more of a legal, so they don't, deceive, um, to deceive, the people and stuff like that. Considering that I've also had sweet, pink lady apples that claim to be being grown in South Africa, um, I think it's you could go one way or the other. There you are, guys. Brand loyalty when it comes to specifically where they come from. But yeah, it's true they are just better that way. Coke and Pepsi. Surprisingly, Chris does not appear to have a specific long-term loyalty in this classic example of a non-existent choice. He has been known to drink both, but claims that Sonichu drinks only Quick Cola, a variant of Pepsi with a special ingredient. At one point, he supported a boycott of Pepsi due to its alleged gay friendliness. He was a frequent user of the My Coke Rewards program and was known to hoard points on there, drinking gallons of sugary soda to redeem points for prizes like free blockbuster rentals, DVD sets of telenovelas, and free MP3 downloads from Rhapsody.com. Honestly, listen, again, I was around during the 2000s, but only as a child. I do not know what any of those things are. Well, okay, I know what Blockbuster is, but I definitely don't know any of the others. In the Ivy Q&A, Ivy describes Chris becoming miffed at having to use his points to buy a different version of a song he already owned to fulfill her request for a video. One might think that a few points are a trifling thing when sweet, sweet China is the potential reward. But then, one probably isn't Chris. Oh, and by the way, yeah, and with that being said, that brings us very neatly to the end of Chris's perception of brand loyalty. Now, as I said at the very beginning of this, part of me thinks that the only reason why um, Chris does it is because Chris has no real theory of mind at all, and Chris will do whatever Chris is told to do. Sometimes this is the case, but other times not, which not only makes Chris a useful ploy for advertisers, it also makes him extremely susceptible to the trolls. Because guess what? If you can convince somebody who is that gullible to do anything you want, then guess what? They will do it. Mind you, this also extends to the fact that Chris will showcase his level of brand loyalties without troll influence in regards to stay off of our acts. Which, to be honest, there was a lot of instances in this article which just displayed Chris's aversion to being, tolerating, I should say, towards the LGBT community, up until the point where Chris all of a sudden decided, no, you know what, I'm one of them now. So not or everything that I said before them was null and void. Yeah, it's a warped perception, ladies and gentlemen, that as far as Chris is concerned, hasn't really phased him because it's worked far too well and it's worked for far too long. But if you think that was hard to digest, and like I said before, I don't go eat at McDonald's or anything like that is the way I put it. So is everything else when it comes to Chris's economic standpoints, because well, look at everything we've got to come up next. Oh dear Lord. But until then, I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and tonight we pay a visit into the murky depths of Chris and his alleged copyright. Which is, insofar as talking about Chris's. It's always been one of those things that has a very, very clear opening and case closer. Unfortunately, the only person who doesn't see any of this or refuses to admit any of this is the head honcho, Chris himself. Why, we don't know, because there's no real, like, specific, legal jargon regarding this. But for what it's worth, let's talk about it, shall we? Anyone using my characters and or without my consent are criminals, and such people should be reported to the police immediately. Now, as with many other things, Chris has a very limited understanding of copyright and how it is enforced. He is vaguely aware of what it is, some sort of a legal right that creators of things that have lets these creators to tell others what they can and cannot do. A very naive view, though not entirely incorrect. For example, throughout the cases of Donald Trump's second term as second time as U.S. president, there have been attempts via the White House to release videos that have had used music from various bands. In particular, um, the White House used a sample from Ozzy Osbourne's "Crazy Train," to which Ozzy, as well as Sharon Osbourne, have stated that they don't want their music associated with the White House, and they've put in place some sort of legal cause that the US government cannot use any of Ozzy Osbourne's music. Whether this extends to Black Sabbath, on the other hand, is not entirely known. As far as we're concerned, the White House has not done this at any other point. I'm pretty sure Metallica have also done the same thing. When I think something the White House released, and I think it had snippets of Enter Sandman involved, which Metallica responded very directly. Now, in the cases of things, and also to give you guys a bit more of a more recent example, famous voice actor Dan Green also rejected very, very harshly when the White House used snippets. I think they did it through artificial intelligence to sort of recreate his voice, and Dan Green reacted very negatively towards it because it was in due in part news regarding the wars regarding the Middle East and Iran, and Dan Green made a point that Takahashi, the late founder of creator of Yu-Gi-Oh, was very, very anti-war, and Dan Green basically said that he did not give anyone any permission whatsoever to use his voice, even for the purposes of the US government or anything like that. A lot of people immediately said that Dan Green has no choice in the matter. However, I think that he does. And I, for example, would probably take action if somebody used my voice and my likeness to start proposing for things that were against my ideals and my principles. Because for whatever reason, how hard could it be for the US government to find somebody who approved of death and destruction and war and just said, yes, we'll let you use our material because we agree with what you say? How hard do you maybe it's because they can't actually find anybody. Questions, questions. That, however, is a bit more of a grayer area when it comes to things like copyright. Maybe it's more of a case of permission and stuff like that. However, let's get back to the article about Chris himself. Sonichu as a copyrightable work. Chris really only had one real first-hand experience on the copyright questions that formed the basis of everything that followed. While working on a high school project that required making a CD cover, his teacher successfully explained to him that Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu are characters created by other people, and he has no right to use them and has to create something original instead. Chris reacted to this by creating an original combination of the two characters. and thus Sonichu was born. In the father call, he always says that the teacher told him he had been in the clear with the beginning as far as copyright is concerned. However, the fact that the teacher unwisely accepted Sonichu as original cemented Chris's vague understanding of the law, and now Chris is simply unwilling to learn the truth. In his mind, mashing together two different characters and putting a little C in a C circle and his John Hancock creates completely new intellectual property that is his and his alone. In reality, however, any work that uses previously copyrighted work as a basis is a derivative work, meaning that while it may have substantial original elements that the creator definitely holds a copyright on, it cannot be published or distributed without the permission of the original copyright holders. The reality isn't entirely clear cut. However, there are several examples to this rule, both well understood, fair use doctrine, which allows limited use of copyrighted materials for journalistic and scholarly purposes, and less well understood, such as an ongoing debate about the emerging copyright issues like digital rights and remixing artists. Sonichu is a fairly clear-cut case of a derivative work. While the character design itself has some originality despite its blatant derivative style, and as such might have passed the teacher's inspection, as far as a backstory is concerned, Sonichu is explicitly said to be a fusion of two existing characters, by Chris as its creator and in the comic story itself. Fundamentally, Chris wanted Electric Hedgehog Pokemon. If they are just some made up characters and not Pokemon, they just aren't true enough for him. Unfortunately, Chris doesn't understand that such made up characters are how people define creativity. Many creators do indeed borrow ideas from another work, to varying degrees, in order to create inspiration for original stories and concepts. Had Chris took inspiration from Pokemon and Sonic and made his own original creations that weren't just the two franchises mismatched together, this still would have been fine. However, the Sonichu comic makes copious usage of concepts from them both, as well as a myriad of others. Despite Chris having profited off of Sonichu for over a decade, the companies who own the characters he used as inspiration for it have yet to issue so much as a cessation demand or any other form of legal action. Now, why have they not done this? Could it be argued that Chris never really passed the specifications in which he could interpret Sonichu as a legitimate work? There's that. Or maybe it's probably because they saw Sonichu as nothing more than fan fiction that somebody took a little bit too seriously, and it wasn't, worth looking into. Who knows? But something that definitely was not possibly a major threat at any stage. Ban from Lulu. Chris was banned from the self-publishing site Lulu in December of 2015, since the staff recognized that Sonichu is a piece of fanfiction. The sting of an actual business calling him out on the truth seemed to finally impress upon him the impossibility of defending Sonichu as an original work. More than a year later after the ban, Chris continued to scapegoat Lulu to explain why he was unwilling to work on the comic he had been paid over $1,000 to do. This $1,000 to do the specifications for this was for Chris to do 100 pages of Sonichu for D-Stex. In the end, Chris did 16 and then completely just sort of wiped his hands of the project. A lot of people were very, very annoyed at this, saying in January of 2017 that the pester of legality questions and disputings in my creations and work is the biggest reason that caused him to have an inability to feel like drawing and writing the stories. Considering that Chris whines and complains about, he has bills to pay and stuff like that, this sort of thing doesn't really wash. Especially, like I said again, Chris has this thing, or what's it called, a mortgage. Yeah, things that he would actually have to pay for. and doesn't really seem to know why Chris is having this attitude is something I just don't really understand. But what can I say? Chris is sort of just one of those people that try as he might, he's not going to get the jump on people or get people to feel sorry about him when what exactly this is supposed to achieve and stuff like that. Anyway, where were we? Chris as an enforcer of rights, along with his imaginary bodyguard right here. Now, Chris is very paranoid regarding his copyright and will frequently hand out all of his personal information to complete strangers if he thinks it is being contested. This, of course, has backfired in a number of ways. Shock of all shocks. Chris has also encouraged people to report copyright infringements to the police. The police, surprisingly, unfortunately, can't do much when random citizens report civil offences such as copyright infringement. Even if Chris had the rights to the works in question, suing people for copyright infringement would be Chris's job and his job alone, or that of a representative whom he has specifically appointed to that specific task. Unsurprisingly, Chris is a total hypocrite and probably would never even think about doing something that demanded the slightest bit of effort in regards to whatever he thinks his rights truly are. When it comes to abusing the work of other creators, in the space of 13 and a half years, Chris pulled characters and concepts from innumerable franchises, and even went so far as to steal original characters from fans and sweethearts with little respect shown to their own creators. He's even had the balls to take another creator's characters, alter them, and demand that henceforth they be portrayed the way he has made them in the original material. Now, despite how firmly Chris holds on to his views of copyright, when directly challenged on why it's okay for him to rip off things off, but not for other people to do the same to Sonichu, he's unable to think of a response. Because there is no response. Chris has no right to do this, and of course, Chris falls flat on his backside because, of course, nobody could because again, there's no answer to stuff like that. And what you may have also caught on is that this is one of the best ways to deal with a lot of Chris related nonsense is that you showcase the first real signs of reality, whether it comes to hypocrisy and when it comes to things that, just don't seem to make any sense. All you have to do is hold these things up to the light, and Chris literally comes. It all comes falling down. And what's even funnier about all of this is the fact that guess what? This could have all been avoided if Chris had taken people's advice and understand, or at the very least, understand about how all of this looks. Chris has this terrible, like most hypocrites, they don't particularly have a particularly clear-cut view as to how their actions are presented when held up to other people. Now, if Chris were not a hypocrite and people told him very simply, "Hey, look, when you say this, don't you think it looks a little bit weird that why are you telling people this when all of a sudden you're doing this, that, and the other? It doesn't really seem that fair, and you're really going to start lecturing people when you do these things one way or another." Not only does it not seem fair, but it's just the sort of thing that it causes Chris's theories to completely shrivel up. Furthermore, Chris refuses to listen to the original creators of these original characters when they ask to have their characters removed. The best example would be the fight between Evan and Chris over the character Simona Rosechew, a rip-off of Evan's original character Simonchu. When Evan demanded that Chris remove Simona from the comics in an on-page death, Chris refused because it would take Wild Sonichu's girlfriend away. As time went on, and the revelation brought about that Chris thought that, these were actual real people, Chris fought tooth and nail to keep Simona in, going so far as to write out a scenario where Simonchu is told to tell Evan that Simona likes Quickfill. In the end, It took 2 shutdowns of the Wikipedia for Chris to finally surrender and kill off Simona. And he just resurrected her a few years later anyway. So Chris started all of this, and all of a sudden, he didn't learn a single. I wish that straight up they just took away the Wikipedia forever, because actually get Chris to acknowledge that, guess what, you can't just keep getting away with it and thinking that just nobody cares. Because I think that's the whole point, is that they're trying to make people understand that in the real world, this is just what will happen. Considering Chris has gone on countless times that he wants this to be taken seriously. Licensing and terms of use. The MediaWiki, or software used on Wikipedia, had various built-in settings for content licensing. During installation, MediaWiki defaults to GNU-free documentation licensing, which states that the content can be reused elsewhere for any purpose, as long as proper copyright holder attribution and license references are still given. On the 6th of September 2009, a fan wrote to Chris and thanked him for allowing this reuse, which provoked an uncharacteristically swift response from Chris demanding a Wikisysop, not so politely, to remove the obviously erroneous GDU FDO license. This prompted Chris to write his own copyrights and terms of use pages. The legal problems caused by Chris's terms are detailed elsewhere in this article. The terms of use are even weirder. Any and all visually grotesque, shocking, and offensive works will be immediately deleted and not be uploaded or seen ever again. No resubmissions allowed of such pieces. All letters addressed to any name other than Christian Weston Chandler or Christopher Weston Chandler will be immediately disposed of with paper recycling, or to be returned to sender, with a frown face on it. All visually grotesque, shocking, and offensive artworks and letters will be disposed of properly as well. Fan sites should be pre-approved by Chris. Sending spam to Sega and Nintendo about making any official Solitude games is apparently part of terms of use. Apparently, don't you love? When was the last time, guys, you ever saw on like a terms of service or terms and conditions the word apparently ever being used? There shouldn't be any ambiguity with these sorts of things. It should be a yes or no. So that's like very, very weird. For someone like Chris, that's really weird to see that. Copyright registration. Now, believe it or not, Chris seemingly did pay the necessary $45 to someone to get Sonichu approved by the United States Copyright Office. On the 12th of November of 2009, he also posted a scan of the confirmation letter he received to the Wikipedia, and posted a highly visible, predictable, my heart level just went up to 100 again video. Psychologically, this copyright registration represents a big win for Chris, because it gives him what he thinks are bragging rights, even though he has no idea what the copyright registration actually means. Copyright registration isn't an official recognition of copyright. However, copyrights are granted automatically, and copyright registrations are only an official assertion that a specific work has been created by a specific date by the registrant. The registrations are only needed when suing another party for copyright infringement. It is also not a registration of a trademark. Chris, for example, has no special rights for the name Sonichu itself. Chris made a critical mistake in filing the registration application. He described Sonichu as a work for hire, in the apparent belief that this meant that the comic was his primary occupation, when it really means that he created it on behalf of somebody else, who is considered the creator for legal purposes. It should also be noted that the United States Copyright Office does not check whether or not a registrant's work is infringing, in the same way that a patent office will not care whatsoever if an invention brought to them is useful or works properly. As far as patent offices are concerned, the only thing is that it's not impacted by anyone else. It's purely more from a legal standpoint as opposed to functionality or application. But don't try telling Chris this, because do you think Chris would notice? It's a good thing Chris didn't think about getting it patented, because it costs a lot more than $45. If Nintendo or Sega, for example, were to sue Chris, they would win by a landslide. It's clear that they hold on to the rights to the original characters, like Sonic and Pikachu, and Chris's work is a derivative thereof. In short, Chris's copyright registration doesn't mean his comics are not non-infringing, nor does it effectively protect his own intellectual property, much to Chris's eventual dismay. The use of copyright notices. The way Chris maintains his so-called copyrights within his works is also baffling. It's possible he goes by the assumption that almost everything he draws must contain copious copyright notices, usually in a large disclaimer, such as copyright Christian Western Chandler March 2000 to what exactly? I again this is all news to me. But in case you're wondering why he does that, is that it's worth noting that Chris obsessively includes copyright symbols in pictures of Sonichu's that he draws, including a picture he drew in the snow in his holiday greetings video, and a doodle he drew on his ticket in the 2005 Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention. However, only daily newspaper comic strips have constant notices reminding about copyright due to their daily nature. In most forms of media throughout the world, one copyright notice at the beginning of the work is enough to assert your rights, and only the year is noted in a copyright notice. Finally, the year of the creation of the specific work in question should be noted in the copyright notice. For example, Sonichu issue 10 should be copyright 2009 to 2010 CWC. If Chris wanted to specifically emphasize that Sonichu in general has existed since March 2000, he'd need to do so in an additional copyright notice. For example, Sonichu issue 10, copyright 2009 to 2010, CWC, Sonichu character, copyright CWC, March 2000. But beware, guys, because Christian is, as they say, on the lookout. Long before his discovery by the internet and by the trolls at large, Chris did create a rather baffling web page called Christians on the Lookout, which linked to his main Sonichu site. Chris made the site no later than May of 2006. Exactly how he used the site is not particularly very clear, especially since his main site did not link to this page. Chris's paranoia and arrogance regarding his copyright are on full display here. A message for all who are set out to use the Sonichu name. From Christian Western Chandler, original creator of Sonichu and related characters and materials. I just want to inform all persons, fans of Sonichu or otherwise, that Sonichu was originally created on March 17th, 2000. And I have a copyright on my faithful electric hedgehog Pokemon. I am very proud to share my Sonichu with the world and people who appreciate my creativity in Sonichu's world. I often do a search of Sonichu, and currently I only want to see links to my Sonichu site or related sites. If I see links to websites with any person who has used his name, I will view it. If I should see the Sonichu name used to describe any character other than my electric hedgehog Pokemon, I will send you an email to inform you that you have intruded into copyrighted territory, and request that you have the name of your website or form entry and change it to something else. If, however, you do not abide to the request or not reply to the email within 14 days, I may take legal action against you. Bit harsh. I am not a mean person. Bollocks. and I am not out to start any trouble. Double bollocks. So please do not use the Sonichu name in vain. If, however, you would like to create a fan website to describe my electric hedgehog Pokemon, please send me an email to quicksonichu@aol.com with information and link about your fan site. I will view your fan site, and if I like it, Christian Western Chandler will send you an approval email, and you may keep your website up on the web. Do you hear that, guys? Yeah, Chris is not messing around. He will just straight up, have the authority to just take it down as you wish. I don't know how Chris can think he could do that, but what do I know? It's also not known exactly how Chris could have kept this up. If I find it offensive, I, Christian Western Chandler, will send you an email asking you to either change the content to something else or remove the website from the web. Also, if you would like to see Sonichu as a real video game or catch him in a Pokemon title, please send your request to Nintendo of America Incorporated or Nintendo Power Magazine. Please raise the hype on Sonichu so that I will be able to legally talk to the people of Nintendo of America Incorporated and make a deal. Sonichu and I, Christian Western Chandler, thank you for following the legal guidelines expressed here. I sincerely hope that you enjoyed the stories of my electric hedgehog Pokemon, and I also hope that you will voice your hype for the interest about Sonichu and my world of Quickville to Nintendo of America. So Sonichu can become a video game, cartoon, or anime, and all that other neat stuff. Have a zapping day. This has been brought to you by, Chris, aka do all the hard work for me, and maybe, just maybe, I'll decide exactly if your site can stay up, despite the fact that I have no legal precedence and can't start telling people what they can and cannot do. If that all sounds familiar, guys, it's because, well, this reminds me of the shenanigans with Fallout 76 when people could just sort of like break into the safe place and they get the best weapons in the game, and Bethesda says we'll be willing to accept an essay on why cheating in third-party software is detrimental to an online gaming community, and it's not known if anyone actually abided by this. Chris's motivations. In any case, Chris doesn't really care so much about what his copyright registration means and what it might or might not be good for, particularly speaking. To him, it's mainly just a crutch for his ego. In the aftermath of his feud with Liquid Chris, he sees it as the final finale and clinching proof that he himself is the true and original creator of Sonichu. On the 26th of November 2009, he posted the following as part of an announcement on Wikipedia, which is quite illuminating. Also, I have been thinking, although all Sonichu merchandise sold online in the past I have labelled as false, I did that because it came as a surprise to me then. I felt outraged appropriately. Most everyone can relate to that. I don't. It's comparable to if Godzilla or Clover, the Cloverfield monster, came to your metropolis and suddenly attacked your city. I realise now that even though it is still considerably not official, it is all still an homage to my creation, so I will make it clear to all those vendors. As long as it is not printed copies of my books, pages, or bootlegged copies of my Christian Western Chandler Yep, I'm on TV DVD, and as long as I am quoted on all websites and vendors, locations as original creator of Sonichu, Rosechu, Quickville, and all of such, I, Christian Western Chandler, approve of such merchandise from day forward. At least to give you all, my patient, loyal fans, and trolls something to quell your palates until official merchandise is sold in official stores such as Toys R Us, GameStop, Best Buy, Walmart, etc. and such. I have spoken, and I wish everyone a safe and happy Thanksgiving. 26 November 2009. In other words, Chris doesn't really care if other people use his supposed intellectual property so long as he's the one that gets the credit for it. Not some imposter in brown stripes. The idea expressed here is not unlike that in the Creative Commons Attribution license. Patreon leaks. Since Chris began using Patreon for donations in exchange for his continued work on Sonic 2 issue 11 and beyond, he had, for the first time, an actual financial incentive to enforce the copyright of his work. Chris announced that he would initially release Sonic 2 issue 11 only to Patreon supporters, and this plan seemed to go off without a hitch until several patrons leaked the exclusive pages that Chris had released so far, then notified Chris in his YouTube comments. Sadly, this sort of thing happens an awful lot, and, well, the only thing to say about that is that unless people actually take, legitimate actions against this, it's the sort of thing that will continue. The only real way to stop things like this from happening is, well, to present, any such sort of like legal call. Like, the only thing that will actually deter people from stuff like this is that if, for example, the lowest tier was like $10 a month, for someone to technically get onto it and leak the images from Patreon, somebody would still have to pay at least $10, like at least once. And whilst this sort of thing is sadly extremely detrimental to a lot of webcomics and artists, the only other way around stuff like this is, well, at least take this as maybe sort of like again, you could see this as bad, but to some people, guess what? They do see this as sort of like an innate opportunity. Whether or not it's the sort of thing that people can like capitalize on, it's just you have to take it one way or another. It's sort of down to what you personally do with it, I guess. Chris took swift action to protect his copyright, his only source of income besides his monthly tugboat. In C-Log 06142017, Chris begins by denouncing the leakers and comparing their actions, leaking the comic pages too early, to the physical theft of purses and cell phones. However, Chris's copyright continues to be completely unenforceable, and it almost certainly that future Patreon pages will be leaked as well. Interestingly, Chris's intentions to keep future Sonic 2 pages exclusive to his patrons could be considered a form of fraud, as D-Stex had already paid Chris $1,000 in September of 2015 to make over 100 pages, to make 100 pages of Sonic 2. According to Chris's page, count estimate in C-Log 0623202017 would cover the vast majority of the volume to be released. So, yeah, Chris is a fraud on top of everything else. Gino Samuel's YouTube channel. In April of 2025, Gino Samuel began uploading videos for a Sonic 2 the Animated Series onto YouTube, without getting permission from Chris. The videos used Chris's artwork from the comics, and in particular Sonic 2 Issue 0. Subsequently, on the 5th of May 2005, YouTube took down the videos and issued a copyright strike onto Gino's channel, following a copyright complaint by Chris. Gino evaded by uploading onto Twitter instead, though chose not to create more episodes. Chris later lifted the strike after chatting with Gino. Chris's views. Chris is very, very protective of his characters. Chris believes that his characters are official parodies. Thus, he is allowed to create his multimedia empire on a legal loophole. What Chris fails to realize is that parodies are essentially mockeries of something they're based on, done for laughs or as a commentary on the original work. According to the US Supreme Court, parody is the use of some elements of a prior author's composition to create a new one that, at least in part, comments on that author's work. So if Chris was, say, making commentary on commercialization by making a pastiche of what was popular at the time, that would be fine. The fact that it is a parody and not plagiarism must be made extremely obvious. Sonic 2 and Rose 2 are not parodies, and Chris is no Mel Brooks either, just shitty recolors. Chris doesn't mean to make fun of the characters they're based on, nor make commentary of them. He slavishly imitates the kind of adventures they have in an attempt to tell his own stories. Even his most original characters are either based on someone he knows or are cribbed extensively from existing characters. Chris intended for Solitude issue 13 to be a crossover between his comic universe and the characters of the popular Planet Dolan YouTube channel. Much like Nintendo and formerly Sega, the producers of the channel likely have never heard of Sonichu, much less gave Chris permission to use their characters. Had his plans went through, and how they would do that, nobody is able to know, Chris would have likely offered a similar parody defense to his direct use of someone else's intellectual property. Ultimately, though, Chris canned these plans due to the Planet Dolan cast blocking him on social media and the idea guys having ideas in mind for the comic. In his disclaimer at the beginning of Sonichu issue 16, Chris revealed a new outlook on copyright law. Even though, well, even more so that he made this even more incoherent by the influence of the idea guys and his crumbling sense of reality. Despite what this word legalities are, all of the elements in this book has happened not only in Quickville and Equestria and Canterlot High School, but everywhere else in that same dimension, where all of our fictional characters and individuals do exist and coexist. So events where Bowser, Dr. Eggman, and even Voldemort work together for a common goal of overtaking lands and worlds, that can happen. So in a passive-aggressive statement and a fair and just warning, I say to those fat cat legal people of this world, anything is possible. And when all of those evil attempts, something in this world, and someone writes and draws, every single detail about it, chronicling it all, do not even encourage copyright/trademark lawsuits at all. Sounds more of a slightly that was a very nonsensical outburst there, Chris. Well done. Music. Many of Chris's songs from his old Christian and the Hedgehog Boys project have been taken down on YouTube for copyright reasons. If Chris knew this, he would likely argue that his songs are parodies and thus fair use. The problem is that Chris's songs aren't parodies, nor they are reviewing the said songs, nor are they just covers with an instrumental version of the original song playing in the background. Just like how Solitude and Rose 2 are recolors and not parodies, Chris's songs are just rewrites of the originals, with said original drowning out most of his voice. Not exactly the key of awesome. Even if Chris's songs were legitimate parodies, he would still need to create his own instrumental since the song recording itself is copyrighted. Most professional parody artists, including Weird Al Yankovic, do hire backing bands. Weird Al, for example, also asks the original artist for their permission, because simply changing the words to a song doesn't make it a legitimate parody. There has to be some kind of criticism. For example, Weird Al once did this fantastic parody of the song Don't Want It That Way, something that Chris also famously parodied. However, Weird Al makes it a song about eBay, and it's hilarious, by the way, because, well, it's true. The things he says are true in it, and he does there are subtle nuances to criticizing the Backstreet Boys, but again, I think I'll have to leave it to people to listen to the song eBay because it's really fun. Fan art. Chris believes he has the right to use any fan art depicting a Solitude character for his own purposes. A key example is his banner for Patreon and YouTube, which uses another person's fan art of Sonichu and Roastew. Even though the accounts are meant to showcase his own work, and he has not given credit to the original artist. Double dick move there, Chris. It's a lovely piece of art. I am not stealing it. I am using it in full appreciation of the artist that drew it, as much as possible. And it doesn't matter. It has Solitude and Rose Stew. They both, all the others, and of the city of Quickville are mine regardless. And in case you're thinking that sounds a little abrupt and, well, even rude, well, I think it's because it is. So, yeah, you might possibly want to think twice, if you will, before. Because if you do create art for whatever reason, Chris will just claim it's his automatically and won't give you any sort of credit for it. But don't worry, people will and have called Chris out on this. So, insofar as we're concerned, ladies and gentlemen, anytime Chris does get called out on this, he will immediately feign ignorance and, crash into slumber. Or, in any other occasion, Chris will overreact, but then will do nothing about it. Chris, is as they say, all fart and no poo. Much like Chris's stance on like a bit like Solitude in general, it is just all poo. And we are going to wipe our hands clean of this article. So, I hope all of you guys learned something today, and I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Money, it's a hit. Get a good job with full pay and you're okay. Man, I love that song so much. I know Dark Side of the Moon turns 53 years old this year, but honestly, but in about another 53 years' time, people will still be singing it. I hope. And hopefully, also by the end of this, or maybe in another 53 years' time, we'll be looking back on this and saying, wow, Chris was just an idiot. So, for those who have also watched some of my Daniel Larson videos, I have often made the comparison that Daniel Larson is sadly one of those people who should never have been allowed anywhere near the internet. Chris, in my opinion, is the sort of person who, with the benefit of hindsight, and you do have to look at these with the benefit of hindsight, is one of those people I feel like should not really have been trusted with money. Because, as you're about to see, one of the key themes surrounding this article is that Chris has a very, very naive approach when it comes to failing to understand the true value of things aside from money. However, let's get started, shall we? Chris and the money. I'd call a tow truck, but now I have less than $20 between the bank accounts and PayPal. Context, Chris's car broke down when he was on his way home from BronyCon in late 2018. Also, he's not good at math when it comes to managing money. Bob Chandler, well, quite frankly, putting it as it is. Now, I must also point out is that considering my day job is all about handling money and knowing what to do, getting things right is first and foremost top priority. And considering that Chris seldom or hardly ever gets it right, I think it's also fair to say is that putting Chris in a position where he would be trusted with money is probably not a good cause anyway. Not that Chris's resume looks great anyway. However, let's get this show on the road. And this is Chris's. I love the detail of the heterochromia that probably wasn't even a thing anyway. But let's get this show on the road. Chris has repeatedly shown through his actions and words that he has no idea how to handle money or manage his own finances. Between his impulsive spending, his greed and selfishness, his unwillingness to save even the smallest amount of money, and his massive sense of entitlement, Chris manages to demonstrate complete incompetence and ineptitude in managing financial affairs. Chris has repeatedly amassed debt on credit cards, only to have his enabling parents bail him out multiple times. If they didn't, I imagine Chris would have been completely out of luck even before he turned 30. You know it's true and I know it's true, and even then that wasn't enough. Too lazy to work. I actually disagree. I don't even think it's Chris being too lazy. I think deep down he just sort of doesn't really want to do it, which I don't understand that point of view about why Chris just doesn't think he can't be bothered to work, because Well, there will be many, many times, and this article will not be the first or even the last, is that in spite of given innumerate opportunities to, find work or do anything that might slightly improve his chances, you're going to see Chris chooses not only to squander all of them, but say that he is quite frankly better than all of them. The result of all of this is, well, a degeneracy when it comes to numbers and mathematics and money, the likes of which you'll never see. And we'll explain a lot. We'll be explaining a lot more of these details when it comes to, oh, I don't know, the financial crisis, because that's the most drastic example I can think of. But considering that we will also be touching upon stuff like this, because Chris's blatant disregard for the value of money is also a huge part of all this. I know some people will get you may get tired of hearing that throughout this, but I'm just letting you guys know it's true. And I wouldn't be saying it even at this early stage if it wasn't true. But I will also say is that because I've been doing these videos for quite a while now, you would have thought, but then again, Chris has never really seen any of these sorts of videos, is that you would have thought that maybe if Chris had maybe saw one of these, he might have seen things in a different light. But then again, people have been saying this to him for years, and has it worked? No, not really. He refuses to make or follow any type of budget or financial plan. What he does instead is spends far beyond his means and his capacities, and expecting others, the American taxpayer at large, to pay off his accumulated debt for him. It is clear that he has no idea what financial responsibility is, and that his enabling, delusional parents taught him nothing about how to handle finances while he was growing up. Irresponsible, careless, and thoughtlessness, Chris fails at just about every aspect of financial management that can be feasibly thought of. The only one I suppose maybe not listed here is disregard. Chris will literally go about his day and not even think that these sorts of things that people label Chris as are even a problem. But that's in the works. But wait, Chris isn't employed. For the vast majority of Chris's adult life, I'll actually go further. I would say almost the entirety of Chris's adult life. I've made it a point to mention it before, but by the time I was 21, I had already worked in places more than Chris had ever done in his entire life at virtually, the same age time and stuff like that. So if you feel bad about yourself, just remember, if you've lasted 6 months in employment, you've already done far better than Chris, and I'm proud of you for doing it. Even if it's a job you literally will grit your teeth until you can feel your teeth start to crack and break and chip. His only source of income has been the quote-unquote tugboat that he received from the US federal government every month. In 2009, the payout was $809 a month, placing his annual income at $9,708. A pitiful monthly income, yearly income, if you ask me. After Bob's death, Chris was given a survivor's benefit, increasing the amount to $1,300 a month, making his annual income $15,600. Still not all that great if we're being honest. Bob's income from Social Security and a pension is around $1,200 per month, or $14,400 per year, meaning that the Chandler household post Bob Chandler's death would have been around $30,000. But you may say that's it's all right, and even by local standards, they may not be too badly off compared to other people in the state of Virginia. But as this article will also go to prove, and for those who know a little bit about Chris, he doesn't do much to help himself. Chris's parents originally took $450 to pay for room and board. This payment was increased to $565, and then to $580, after Bob paid off Chris's enormous credit card debt. The rest of the tugboat generally went towards video games, junk food, or other frivolous purchases that seemingly have had no value, and Chris can't even explain what the value of these things are, which was up to, but not limited to, buying DLC, paid items on the PSN store on video games that he didn't even own, or sometimes he did buy, but he never ever played. Can you work that one out? Because I have no idea why. However, $229 per month, about $7.50 per day, and is nowhere near enough to satisfy Chris's need for electronic entertainment, pornography, PlayStation Network downloads, a constant supply of chicken nuggets, gallons of Coke, and since the summer of 2009, alcohol. As of January of 2010, he owed roughly $3,500 in credit card debt. That's shockingly high. I mean, how did that even? Why would you even think about it? Some were on cards of his own, and some on cards he stole. Yes, stole from his parents. Indeed, according to one of his bank statements, at the end of 1 month, he had fewer than $3 left in his account. Even more, just by straight up spending and no other extra income, he put himself $452.57 into the red. How much he got to keep later on isn't exactly known. But according to Chris, my father helped me get my social security set up. I get more a month than I could at a job, which is absolutely not true. Because if that was true, then, years later, why did Chris even think about trying to start things like Sonichu Entertainment of America, or try to live stream or put monetization on YouTube? If Chris is under the impression that you can literally earn better by doing nothing, then why is he even trying? You see what I mean? Yeah, with my impulsive circa shoppiness, circa mostly controllable. No, Chris, you're not controllable. No, Chris, you are completely out of control. If you're willing to rack up nearly $4,000 in credit card debt and steal from your own parents, how can you rationalize that? You can't, and I don't buy it. I end up spending the side money after I get it. Chris being completely deluded and taking pride in being a lazy bastard. And if you think for whatever reason this makes Chris look clever or good, no, he isn't. He's not exactly Jordan Belfort, is he? Chris, and because here's the thing: did Jordan Belfort become become incredibly wealthy by doing nothing? No, he didn't. Jordan Belfort, by the way, managed to make roughly about $22,000 in the early 1980s in one summer just by selling ices down the Jersey Shore, and $22,000 all the way back in the early 80s, with the rates of inflation, that's got to be about what, nearly $50,000 in 2026. And he did that in one summer. That's basically, by today's standards, that's nearly 2 years' salary for some people. And you're really trying to tell me Chris considers himself better by doing nothing, and whilst that happens? Oh, no, it's such a it's just, it gets worse the more you think about it. Chris and impulsive spending. Now, it is obvious that Chris has no grasp on the real value of money, since he actively wastes as much of his monthly tugboat as possible on frivolous things like trading cards, sex toys, pornography, video games, alcohol, makeup, toys, prostitutes, and even weekly lottery tickets. Chris is a self-admitted impulsive buyer. His PlayStation Network account shows that he's never played more than half of the games he's bought. Why he even bought them in the first place? Again, I can't even use the excuse of impulsive spending, because no, that's just you. It's just his eyes are somehow bigger than his stomach, and that is a mouthful if you ask me. And yet, astoundingly, he still got out of his own way to buy all available downloadable content for every single PlayStation 3 game that he's ever purchased. And even for games he doesn't own. Why this is, again, you're asking the wrong person to me, because I have no idea either. And he also further prompted his Sony fanboyism by later buying a Sony LCD HD television for his bedroom, which likely cost about $1,000 to $1,500 all the while. Chris bought his clothes at second-hand discount thrift stores. Usually, children are taught the value of money at a very young age. Chris, however, must have been off that day, apparently. Or maybe Bob didn't teach him when he was being homeschooled. Yeah. Again, leave your kids in that for leave the teaching for people who are qualified to do it. That's just how I see it. In September of 2013, Chris complained about he and his mom going through emotional, depressing, and financial downfall to the depths of greatly poor and just getting by. And all of a sudden, you could see immediately on the back, you could see by just listening to all of this, that guess what? This is where it all comes full circle. And Chris's pretenses before about saying he can earn more by never having to work a job. Now we see that, guess what? That's absolute horse crap, because as far as we're concerned, why would Chris be saying stuff like that if, by his definition, he can do that? Well, I'll tell you exactly why it is, because for the most part, the unemployed are very, very uneconomical. And when you are unemployed, I'm sorry if I'll come back to this in a second, but I've really got to get this out for what it's worth. When you are unemployed, meaning when you are starved, harassed, bored, and miserable, you don't want to start prioritizing necessities over luxuries. It's absolutely the other way about. Because in the instance of, you don't want dull, boring, wholesome food. You want something that is technically a little bit tasty. However, what all of this shows is not only Chris's physical degeneracy, but it also leaves a degeneracy from a completely financial standpoint. Because Chris, and there are so many unemployed just like Chris the world over, who are quite frankly completely uneconomical because they have because I think it's also because Chris has been unemployed for for basically 25 years. He has never had any concept whatsoever of the value of not only money, but also what happens when you run out of it. And don't say this changed during the financial crisis, because no, it didn't. It became even more accentuated. Because some of the things Chris did, and we will be going over the financial crisis in great detail, all of that showcases absolutely nothing has changed, apart from the fact that Chris just chooses more blatantly than ever before to ignore all the warnings. Chris could have prevented all of it, but he chose not to. In fact, he chose to do the complete opposite and accelerate the process of very nearly being made homeless, and Lord knows what would have happened. Sometimes I think there is generally a part of me deep down inside where I think Chris should have been deserved to have been made homeless, because someone that irresponsible should be made to be taught a lesson when this sort of thing happens, especially because he has the risk of dragging his own mom into all of this as well. And considering all the things that Chris did over the years, which technically stealing is, I mean, you could say stealing, you could say fraud, which could have been indictable offences, but considering Chris never seemed to face any criminal or leading problems when it came to this, outside of being sued for credit card debt. And yeah, we'll probably be getting into that later anyway. I am going to say, just before we continue, at least Chris only has the benefit of being, well, in this situation in a place like the United States, because realistically, insofar as the state is concerned, $14,000 even back then during the Obama years, conceivably within the state of Virginia, it's the most they would have theoretically in 1 year is the absolute minimum to technically keep a human being alive. Now, I understand that, states across the US have very specific and designated relegations and systems in place about when people are on welfare, what exactly they're entitled to, and certain outlets and programs that go about and which they can feasibly come up with a figure that reflects their economic status one way or the other. For example, the state of Virginia is very, very different to, let's say, to California. Probably very different to like again in Arizona, South Dakota, Wyoming, New England, etc., etc., etc. However, like I said, Chris was far better off in the US in this situation than he probably would have been in other countries. If, let's say, Chris was unemployed and living in Japan, Chris would not be getting $14,000 in a single year. Chris would have been lucky if he received $14,000 every 10 years. And again, maybe it's a cultural thing, but also, well, I suspect the Japanese probably would have systems to actually teach people the fact, because what you have to remember is that in different, especially in Japan, Japan is I'm really coming to the end of this. I'm sorry, but I have to get this out for a while it's fresh in my mind. Japan is a country that's very, very built on order and discipline. People understand why there are systems in place. They understand why they need police. They understand why they need traffic signals. They understand the importance of designated signs saying "keep out" and wear hard hats when designated in the zone. They understand these things, and when it even comes to things like employment and money, I think they have a better grasp of why we need money and what exactly the benefits of working for said money are worth. And it just seems fair because also, guess what? You pay taxes, you pay national insurance, you contribute to society from a completely financial standpoint. However, Chris does not contribute to society from a financial standpoint because Chris also doesn't contribute to society in almost any other way. And quite a lot of the Western world, whether it's the US, Canada, pretty much almost all of the Americas, and including a lot of Europe, don't particularly take kindly to people who walk around. Like, I once wrote a short story about what my earnest thoughts were when it comes to unemployment, or rather, what the earnest thoughts of the outside world were concerning unemployment, which is you become a giant, all consuming black hole that takes every single thing in its wake and gives absolutely nothing in return for it. And I think deep down inside, that's how a lot of people also see Chris and others aside from Chris. Now, you could be arguing one way or the other that, guess what? There are things that could have been done for Chris to actually not only teach him the true value of money, but also teach him even if it's not to get him into work, but also to give him some sort of chance, if you will, to make his situation better, while also slowly in bite-sized chunks reinforce an idea of if you're not going to be working, you've got to contribute to society in some way. Not so much for the sake of it, but one in which that Chris could probably have enjoyed the benefit. What exactly that looks like, I have no idea, considering Chris's shocking ignorance when it comes to um, his situation. And whether you want to call it ignorance or whether or not Chris, again, just doesn't care one way or the other, I wouldn't exactly put it past you. And bear in mind, guys, this is only we're not even to the worst of this yet. And can I just also point out, because I feel like if you feel like my ramblings are a little bit excessive and they come across as a bit preachy, I do apologize. But again, whilst we're having this out, guess what? As I mentioned before, there are hundreds of thousands of people just like Chris. However, they are only like Chris from a financial standpoint. So, for some people, there's nothing really wrong with them apart from they feel completely dissatisfied because they are poor. Not so much about not being rich, but being poor. Because some people say, well, you're poor and that's just about the end of it. However, again, Chris, for whatever reason, Chris doesn't seem to either worry too much because he seems to have every single thing he could possibly want, apart from any level of stability whatsoever. Something that was certainly there whilst Bob was alive, but something Chris probably didn't even consider. He only considered the thought that he had more freedom when his dad was alive, just so he can flaunt it and do it for things that, in the long term, meant absolutely nothing and gave nothing back to anyone. Moving on. However, these supposedly lean times were apparently not enough to motivate Chris to get a job, or even to stop buying games he didn't need, want, or could care less about, as evidenced by him racking up over $1,000 in-game purchases on the mobile game The Simpsons Tapped Out, a game that is no longer even playable. So Chris just Chris could have just literally got a stack of $1,000 and just threw it out the window. Yeah, that's why I don't play mobile games either, because it's just. I mean, I could make the comment about this is a game made by Electronic Arts, but I think we all know we all know at this point this is why you don't buy things from EA, and I never will do. I think the last time I ever bought a video game made by EA was probably the Simpsons game, all the way back in 2008, because there was no in-game purchases for it whatsoever. It was just the game you bought. Everything came on the box. Throughout the summer of 2014, Chris continues to spend thousands of dollars of Lego on Lego and other frivolities, all while whining and complaining on Facebook about the family's poor finances. Chris financed the spending primarily with money from selling custom arts and crafts on his eBay account, offering free shipping to customers. Chris would receive the money from customers and then pay for shipping out of his own pocket. However, Chris would immediately spend money as soon as it was deposited into his account, leaving him unable to ship products to customers who had already paid him because of his own financial irresponsibility and negligence. When several of Chris's eBay customers filed complaints against him because Chris failed to ship an order as promised and obligated, Chris responded, as you would expect Chris would do, by harassing and trolling the customers, posting their personal information in a public post on his Facebook account. And in light of this, you would think most prospective future customers probably wouldn't want to risk being harassed or scammed by Chris, or do what I do, and that is openly detest and tutoir people not to do it. Because guess what? It's not going to affect my life, but it is going to affect your life if you buy from Chris. Because even if Chris wasn't, for any other reason, not going to dox your information, it's still information you are giving over to Chris, and one way or another, he is absolutely not getting my home address. He's not getting my phone number. He is not even going to get my email address. Absolutely no way. Because if he can get it, it means other people can get it as well. And I am absolutely not going to do that. All the while, even as Chris's credit card debt continued to spiral out of control, Chris continued to buy thousands of dollars of video games on Lego and other frivolities. As if this were not bad enough, just days after putting his and Bob's cars up for sale at extortionate prices, Chris went out and bought a 2010 Ford Focus, stating on Facebook that he had been approved for a loan, probably at a incredibly high interest rate. He also stated that paying for insurance on his new car was killing him, implying that either the insurance payment was incredibly costly, that he was having trouble paying it, or likely both. In January of 2015, it was leaked that Chris had spent an absurd amount of money on Nintendo consoles and games. in case you thought Sony was the only company that Chris would literally fork out for, well, no, you were wrong. Racking up 585 transactions in the last 4.5 years. Now, listen, I'm gonna try and let's break. I'll tell you what. Let's roll with this a little bit. Let's break down the numbers one way or another. So I'm gonna have to get the old calculator out, and let's see exactly what we've got. So 4.5 years. So what's 365 times 4? We'll add 1 onto that because obviously that'll be a leap year. What's 365? So we're talking about 180. We'll call it 183 days. So in the span of 1,644 days, he made 585 transactions. So how much is that? You may be asking to yourself. It means that as far as the numbers stack up, Chris made at least one transaction less than 3 days at a time, which is probably a conservative estimate, but as far as we're concerned, that's exactly what Chris did. And I know what you're probably thinking to yourself. That seems a little extreme. However, what this doesn't account for, however, is what he was buying during this time, or rather, what was the price of what he was buying during this time. And you've also got to stack up to the fact about everything he was buying from the PSN store that we can't necessarily count up, if you see what I mean. A list which includes useless shovelware, hordes of first-party Nintendo software, virtual console games, and both versions of a game that he doesn't even like. 276 of these purchases are known to be handheld games. 8 are known to be video game consoles, buying 4 DSs and DSIs. Why you need 4 is a very good... Like, I don't understand why you can't have more than 1. In fact, to be honest, you only need 1. You know what? When I was, like, playing... Because it was probably my first real console that I ever bought myself was a DSi, back when I was about 9 years old. Guess what? I only bought 1. I didn't need to buy, like, 2. And I looked at, and I've looked after that thing for years, and then I traded it in and got a DSi XL back in 2010. It was this beautiful like maroon color, and then 3 years after that, I got a 3DS XL. What I'm trying to say is that, you know what, I played them, I enjoyed them, but I didn't need to buy more than 1. You know what I'm saying? Those things aren't exactly that cheap. And 75 which are known to be console games. The grand total cost of all of Chris's listed purchases throughout this period, 4.5 years in which 585 transactions were racked up, is roughly $7,460.43, or $1,657.87 a year. Now, please keep in mind that 39% of purchases Chris has on his account are not yet specified, meaning that their cost is not included in these figures in what is already an insanely high number. Now, this information comes on the heels of Chris begging for money to fix his mother's cavities, as well as financial worries that his trials will undoubtedly cause. This is also one of those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, that under no circumstances should you ever, under any circumstance, give money to Chris at all. Because for all his protestations about barely getting by, and for all his protestations of he never will ever actually need a job because he earns more on welfare than most people who actually work a 9-to-5 blue-collar job will ever do. Well, as far as we are concerned, Chris will cry wolf and then literally throw money out the window at any given opportunity. Well, not so much any given opportunity, just rather whatever Chris felt like at the time. But let's pause on this idea for a second. How about let's flip the script a little bit. Chris has a problem, like an addiction problem, when it comes to spending. Now, if we want to possibly tackle addiction, Like let's say for all intents and purposes, Chris generally does have an addiction to spending, and it's not unheard of. And I have heard some stories in the past, believe you me. Well, the problem we have with this is, well, with all of these figures totted up, why exactly do you suppose maybe Chris did not see, like, therapy was not sought out, and um why do you think, like, surely there must have been people who were concerned about these sorts of numbers during this time, and someone must have said, Chris, are you absolutely sure you're okay with these numbers? Because for whatever reason, yeah, this what is the real truth behind this? But it might also be true that, guess what? I think the obligation when it comes to like rehabilitation, I think deep down inside it has to sort of come from Chris and Chris alone. You can't force help onto people who, as far as we're concerned, will keep up this charade, if you will, that guess what? Nothing is wrong with them, and they'll continue playing it up as though there's nothing wrong with them. But as far as Chris is concerned, there's nothing wrong. And sadly, guys, yes, we have to accept the fact that if Chris does have an addiction problem, that's not really for our concern. The concern would be on Chris's, because Chris, in my humble opinion, is old enough to know far better, and I think it's a sign of responsibility, because there have been times in my life where I thought I might have had a problem here and there. So I had to take a step back, remove myself from a situation, and sometimes stagnation seemed to be a little bit of getting myself out of certain problems, aka by not doing something, or by doing, like, filling my days up with other ways in which I can't be involved in stuff like that. Um, if you see what I'm getting at, Chris, however, but I have to remind myself I am also not Chris Chan, but sadly, Chris Chan is still Chris Chan, and um, yeah, that's just it is a bit of a sad state of affairs if you look at it in this light. Less sad, however, is the idea that Chris didn't learn from any of this. Either because Chris chose not to listen to people when maybe they did bring this up, or possibly through other matter unrelated, but would also jeopardize the idea of whether or not Chris legitimately had the power to make his own decisions, and he just did stuff completely on impulse. Moving on. In July of 2016, a field agent provided the following account of Chris in a painfully awkward situation where he did not have enough money to pay for his junk food at a gas station. My friend walks into a gas station convenience store on the northern edge of Charlottesville. Chris is trying to buy $7 or so of junk food type stuff, but he only has $5 in cash. The cashier tries to make understand that he owes $2 more. Chris seems to understand, but is slow to process what to do about it. My friend, who is second in line, picks out two notes, saying, "Here you go," and puts them on the counter. Chris, it seems more out of stupidity and confusion than malice, although if you do want to think this is a malicious thing to do, I wouldn't blame you, picks up the $2 and he purchases and makes to leave. My friend and the cashier both object and yell that he has to leave the $2 with the cashier. Chris doesn't seem to react. A dude who was behind both of them is in line between Chris and the door. As Chris passes him, he taps him to get his attention and says something like, "Hey, buddy." Chris makes a getaway from me, hand wavy gesture without looking at any of the three of them, and fairly loudly says, "It's Miss," and hurries out of the door. Chris continues to his car, and in a half run, half walk, as all three of the people in the store watch confused and amazed. Chris pulls out of the parking spot, but for some reason heads towards the back of the lot, where there is no exit. As Chris exits to get to the back of the lot, he stops, backs up a few feet, tries to turn the car around, doesn't make it, backs up again, and finally gets around, essentially making a 5-point turn in a fairly large empty parking lot. Chris drives past the store again, not looking inside, and finally drives off. You know, this sort of throws my idea about addiction kind of out the window because, well, yeah. I have nothing to say to that story apart from maybe I think again whether or not Chris really did do that well was again if you want to say it was a malicious thing to do I wouldn't blame you, but um why they didn't just call the police and say that Chris owes for the sum of $2. I know some may say $2 doesn't really sound worth it in the end. However, Chris technically should have just, owed what, he still had to owe. Moving on. One dreads to imagine how his financial incompetence will affect him once Bob is dead. Well, we already kind of know it's a little bit beyond Bob's jurisdiction now. Knowing Chris, and while it is quite tragic, he'll probably continue in his destructive spending patterns until he loses everything he has. And even then, he'll learn nothing. Well, I think they also mentioned at the beginning of this that technically this article is a little bit out of date, but what I can say is that Chris does learn something like in the more modern times, except has learned and unlearned things really slowly, and there's no real consistency pattern to it, but there you are. Chris's mind is like a dull brown envelope that has nothing inside. Chris's parental enabling. Bob encouraged his son to remain unemployed, since he believed that Chris would earn more money from his monthly tugboat than he would have from getting a job. However, this assumption was and is inaccurate, as I thought to mention earlier. Minimum wage in the state of Virginia is, at least at the time when this article was written, $7.25 an hour. If Chris were to somehow do a complete 180 on his life and begin working a full 40-hour working week, his monthly tugboat payment before taxes and payment for room and board would be about $1,260 a month. That's $15,100 annually. Subtracting the money he pays his mom every month to live, as well as the 5% tax on his income range mandates in the state of Virginia, Chris could very likely be left with a ridiculous $8,000, which, knowing Chris, would be spent on yet more frivolities. Contrast this with the $2,748 Chris pulled in annually from the government after paying off his parents, and it becomes clear that Bob's encouragement came from either thinking Chris would lose his social security if employed, which he wouldn't, or the mere accurate notion that his son is a useless failure. You pick. It's the same result. A very likely explanation for Chris's reckless spending is that his parents are at fault, to a degree, at the very least. In addition to coddling him throughout his entire life, they managed to make sure that Chris has never felt the repercussions for exorbitant spending, or for anything else. By taking over paying Chris's credit card debt, regularly giving him about $6 a day for small things, buying him fast food on a daily basis, and continuing to let himself blow all of his money on frivolities and useless stuff asides, as opposed to essentials like hygiene products, courses that could eventually help him onto the employment ladder, or clothing that isn't completely and unbelievably tacky. Whenever Chris manages to get himself into trouble, he knows that Bob will come running to his aid and defend him, and dig him out of whatever mess he's managed to get himself into. Sadly, however, this is not the Confederacy of Dunces. This is the real world. Even if it is clear that he is in the wrong, which 100% of the time he is, let's also be honest. This enabling is the most likely explanation, in addition to his poor impulsive control, for why Chris spends himself into debt as much as he does. Chris's beliefs on money. Yeah, that just about sums it up already. Anyway, let's get into this anyway. Chris believes that by receiving and spending his tugboat on useless junk, he is aiding the economy and paying for other people's tugboats. What? This is a damningly moronic conviction. since sales tax goes to the state government and these tugboats are paid with federal payroll tax. Where Chris is hiding the printing press to afford this discretionary spending is completely unknown. Interestingly enough, while he has no clue how to handle money, that's obvious, Chris has an unhealthy fixation on his material possessions. In VivTeg's AIM chat, he stated that he did not want to sell any of his stuff, and in the Miyamoto saga, he refused to sell anything to help raise money for the trip to Redmond, Virginia. Redmond, Washington. I think it's Washington. I think where Redmond is in. While Chris mocked Lars's habit of buying and collecting model boats and add-ons for them, after learning about it from Jackie, he failed to realize that Lars's supposed habit was directly parodying his obsessive purchasing and hoarding of video games and DLCs, even for games that he didn't own. His mother has served as a bad influence regarding Chris's beliefs in material goods, as she would frequently shop at Goodwill and compulsively hoard the purchases, which both wasted money and helped turn their house into a fire hazard. On the 16th of May 2019, Chris tweeted a screenshot of an NBC story about how ex-EPA Chief Scott Pruitt spent nearly $124,000 on excessive airfare. Chris then showed off his complex views on the US economy by saying, "Hey everyone, here's a think piece. Firstly, if people didn't overspend so much, then there would be more money to give to charities around the world. And then that brought to mind that if things had not gone up in price, I know about inflation and that more money has been officially printed and distributed over the decades, there would be more money to freely give to those unfortunate. Why, back in the day, we used to pay a nickel for a Hershey bar. A nickel. Now it's $1.50. We could be using that 145 to feed the hungry everywhere. But everyone got greedy for the green and don't appreciate it as much. A nickel. Yes, Grandpa have been goofed up with inflation and crap." Now, I am aware Chris apparently wrote this. What's even funny is that Chris wrote this back in late 2019. During this time, bear in mind you, Chris was rambling and literally making no sense talking about the dimensional merge, and it made Chris's sense of place or reality extremely questionable. So, yeah, to say nobody took this seriously would be an understatement. Considering that earlier that year, Chris had said that the fires in California were a sign of the dimensional merge. Yeah. It's a good thing Chris didn't say anything about the wildfires that nearly destroyed Malibu and other estates last year. After the house fire, speaking of fires, on the 10th of January 2014, 14 Branch Lane Court burnt down. This would undoubtedly place the Chandlers in grim circumstances, due to the costs of rebuilding the home and replacing what was lost. Some of his fans pooled their funds in to send a care package, with a money order for $500. Many concerned about Chris due to his wasteful spending habits hoped that this would be the moment in Chris's life where he finally woke up and realized the importance of having a rainy day fund. Unfortunately, not even that has broken Chris's thick skull. Throughout 2014, he wasted $5,000 on Lego sets. Proof, if proof be needed, that there are some things out there that Chris, quite frankly, prioritizes far more. I mean, what exactly was Chris thinking he was going to be doing with $5,000 on a Lego set? He wasn't exactly going to, buy a new house, was he? Anyway, Bob's toxic influence. We can't forget that Chris was not the only person in the wrong with all this. According to a troll with insider information, Chris was able to manage his own finances to a rudimentary degree. Even after Bob passed away, although he still has an issue with not saving money for potential emergencies. The troll also asserted Chris's financial hardships are caused, in most parts due to Bob, by helping herself to Chris's monetary accounts in order to attempt paying her out-of-control debts. Yeah, it must also be honest, Bob was probably just as bad, but let's not jump to conclusions too yet. Bob is the one who has the serious debt issues. She's messed up Chris's budgeting by erratically taking money from Chris's account when she needs it, generally without warning. There are two types of Chris begging videos. One is where Chris wants a bit extra for some Legos. You can identify those videos by how vague Chris's requests are, as well as how relaxed Chris is in the video. Chris isn't in a meltdown mode in those videos. Now, the other type of video is when Bob tried to snatch some money from Chris and Chris doesn't have anything for her. You can identify those videos by how freaked out Chris looks. He's visibly distressed and he's citing specific bills he's got to pay. Usually things that seem un-Chris-like. That's when Bob is freaking out at him for not having enough money to pay her debts. The thing is, the perception is that Chris is bad with money. He's not bad with money as far as monthly budgeting goes. Despite how foggy Chris's head is, he's got enough memory to recognize patterns in bills over the course of a few months. He knows he's got to pay electricity and rent and things like that. And he does do the math each month about what bills he's got to pay and how much that leaves him for Legos and food. You can't trust his begging. He begs because he wants more money, not because he's in any financial straits, that is, not including Bob. He lives cheaply as it gets. He saves money by buying dollar store stuff. He's the type of person to buy single-ply toilet paper at the dollar store, but sometimes he'll splurge and treat himself to things like alcohol. He does all this while meeting his obligations like his minimum payments and his bills. Information from Cousin Al revealed that Chris and Bob had an inheritance from Bob worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, Bob spent all of it on hiring Rob Bell to defend herself and Chris from legal charges included after the two of them hit Michael Snyder with a car. It should be noted that a state-provided attorney would have been free and yielded the same result, pleading guilty, for the case was so cut and dry that not even a lawyer of Bell's caliber had a chance of winning it. In November of 2014, Chris revealed to Renee that Bob was borrowing money from his life insurance. Although a Kiwi Farms post in the wake of the bombshell that Chris had been in a sexual relationship with Bob, No revealed that Chris nonchalantly stated in their final conversation with each other that he had control of her bank account by then, which allowed him to swipe $750. With that said, it's unknown whether or not Bob actually used to exploit his finances before the roles eventually switched at some point, not to mention, if so, when. But that, again, is a subject that it's a bit vague to go over the details for these sorts of things, so we can only assume it's until evidence to the contrary is proved otherwise. Although, how useful Chris is to give off these sorts of impressions, I will let you know something else. Anyway, so let's we continue, shall we? Bank lawsuits against Bob. In 2016, two banks, both Discovery and Capital One, sued Bob for not paying over $20,000 in debts, leaving the Chandlers even further in financial turmoil. Bob herself was involved in multiple videos in 2016 and 17, trying to scam people into donating to her. These videos included donations required, serious, please help, donations requested, please, donations further requested, please, and emergency home update. In the first two of these videos, Bob claimed to not have enough money for asthma medication, and in the third, she claimed to need money for dental work. Now, if Bob actually needed money for an emergency, she could have simply instructed Chris to sell some of their possessions in the videos. Chris's toys and Bob's hoard are clearly visible behind them. Debt, which is so numerous, we'll have to go over in a separate article. But just to let you know, it's bad and very, very long. Subscription services. Chris has been subscribed to various services over the years. These included Clip Studio, Crystal Council, Disney Plus, HBO Max, Patreon, and Tokyo Treat. Money that, honestly, these things alone that Chris could have just not needed. Money-making schemes. Wheeling and dealing, also known as return fraud. In 2010, Chris described buying video games from one store for a lower cost, then exchanging them for a higher amount of store credit at another store. It's unknown, however, how long this lasted, if at all. The lottery. Chris considers the lottery to be an investment and not a form of gambling in reality. In September of 2010, he told Jackie the following: I invest $4 weekly between Win for Life and Mega Millions 2 plays each. Cash for Life and Mega Millions currently costs $2 per play as of the 29th of March 2021, meaning that if Chris stopped playing the lottery, he would save around $416 per year. However, it is unknown whether or not Chris plays the lottery anymore, but until evidence is proved otherwise. Craigslist. In late October 2011, Chris posted a Craigslist ad for a 12-year-old 32-inch CRT television and expected a non-negotiable $250 for it. In reality, this is about the price of a new flat-screen HD TV of that size, and he would be lucky to get a tenth of his asking price for it. Chris placed 2 cars for sale on Craigslist in September 2014. One was a dilapidated, rusty 1997 Cadillac with a cracked engine block that hadn't run in over a year. Despite having a market value as scrap of approximately $150, Chris demanded $5,000 for the automobile, insisting that the cracked engine block made for a car a great fixer-upper. Chris also placed his mother's BMW Z3 for sale as well. The 1993 BMW Z3 is currently listed on the Roanoke Craigslist for $10,000 OBO. Kelly Blue Book estimates the car with 70,000 miles in for a fair condition is roughly $4,318. Chris describes the car as mint condition Z3 model, like a go-kart with rocket power. Seriously fun to drive, 5-speed, and pure joy for the top down. Color is jet black. I'm like new, he says, despite the fact that it's from 1993, and it's just sort of standing there, like not even covered. Pawn shops. Chris occasionally visits pawn shops or similar businesses, among them Snooki's pawn shop, GameStop, and Plan 9 Music, to sell his old toys and video games that he can afford new ones. eBay. Chris has long used eBay to sell bits of his toy hoard. He doesn't put much effort into researching any prices, and often lists items as vastly inflated prices. In August of 2016, he listed a used VHS of Aladdin with a buy it now option price of $3,000. This was a part because Chris was under some impression that these were like part of the Black Diamond edition. For whatever reason, they were like really, really rare and really expensive. I have no idea why, but it doesn't seem as if this made a difference. They were no legitimate takers, probably because one can buy the same edition on Amazon for 1 penny, plus shipping, but still. So there's no point to them whatsoever. In June of 2019, Chris's account was restricted, and all of the active listings were removed. 2 reasons for the restriction against Chris are possible. Either his seller approval rating was abysmal, was 84.7% on the 21st of June 2019, or that his PayPal account was in the red. You pick. It's probably the same result. Quickville shopping. From 2014 to 2016, Chris sold custom arts and crafts, finally monetizing Sonichu through eBay, Etsy, and Lulu, before losing his business due to stress. Kickstarter. On the 23rd of September 2014, Chris opened a Kickstarter project, asking for around $5,000 to build the Quickville shopping mall out of Lego. At the end of the campaign, Chris raised just $150 from 27 backers, causing the campaign to fail and Chris never seeing the money. YouTube monetization. Chris has monetized most of the videos which appear on his YouTube channel as another way of profiting from his internet infamy. As further proof of Chris's entitlement issues, Arthur Spatchcock discovered that at one point in around March of 2016, Chris received $80 and was pissed that he hadn't gotten more. This is going to become a pattern. Chris is going to do one of his Let's Plays, followed by an e-begging video, and then polish it off by purchasing some dumb thing that he doesn't need in excess of $50. He knows how the system works, and it's the greatest amount of payoff with the least amount of work. The first time when Chris played Destiny, he made $80 from YouTube, and was surprisingly pissed that it was small. Forget that, I want $80 from YouTube. He then makes a video whining about how he needs more money, and lo and behold, he gets even more. I think the system of events worked out that Chris just straight up said, "There, I made it alive. Now give me $5," in a fairly monotonous but otherwise demanding tone nonetheless. If anything, people are contributing to this float, and that convinces him that he can get away with being frivolous that much more. Social Blade estimates that as of the 12th of December 2019, Chris could earn between $245 and $3,900 per year. But there are many factors, such as content ID claims, that make it very difficult to estimate the true value of any YouTube channel. However, that does not discourage people from trying, but what does discourage Chris from trying is effort. At the end of the day, Let's Plays. In March of 2016, Arthur Spatchcock introduced Chris to the idea of doing Let's Plays to boost his online activity and help him gain some money through YouTube's monetization program. The plan fell apart, there's the shock of all shocks, after Let's Plays of Destiny and Uncharted, since by that point Chris was too lazy to play video games for money, and he simply wanted to beg from his audience instead. The YouTube support button. On the 23rd of May 2016, Chris announced the debut of a support button on his YouTube channel to replace the Etsy donation listing, which was forcibly removed due to it violating Etsy's terms of service. He apparently got this idea from William Elliott Waterman. PayPal.me. Quickville Shopping. I am the original creator of Solitaire and Rosedew, with more than 11 comic books worth of content under my helm. Please donate to help me quell my financial problems and quell my creativity. Ruckersville, Virginia. Seems more of a demand, really, than a bio, if you ask me, but what do I know? Prostitution. On the 19th of June 2016, aka Father's Day, Chris decided to become a prostitute. He has yet to receive any takers, because just as the things I thought to mention before is that proud and lazy people like Chris, as far as the rest of the world is concerned, do not make good prostitutes. But what do I know? In fact, I don't even no idea where to even begin with that. Begging. Now, curiously enough, one of the earliest instances of Chris's e-begging for money was in December of 2009, where Chris exhorted his alleged European fan base to donate $1,000 in order to remove troll ads from the Wikipedia. In 2014, after his house caught fire, his fault, but we won't hold that against him, Chris again resorted to e-begging for money, placing extra emphasis on "my mother and I really need the money," despite dropping more than $5,000 on expensive Lego sets to feed his worsening addiction. And yeah, even the Quickie itself is willing to go for the route of calling it an addiction. One would think that Chris would have wised up to the fact that his wanton spending and lack of gainful employment are contributing to his woes, but one glance at his May 2014 Facebook posts could easily tell you that he's seeing his situation as an avenue to get stuff from people. The most ridiculous of which being a $300 sea cow on his wish list, which would not benefit anybody but himself in the slightest. In 2016, Chris's e-begging drastically increased again, as a result of the Chandlers' stubborn refusal to live within their means. That year saw Chris spend over $1,000 on toys, while both Chris and Bob had court cases which penalized them with steep costs. In addition, Bob joined in to the begging, appearing in 3 videos so far. He asked for donations, or at least mentioned in many of the posts and videos that he made in 2015 through 2016. At first, this was supposedly to fund his production of Sonichu merchandise, but he later shifted to saying that he and Bob needed help with paying the bills and buying groceries. While it's entirely possible that Chris was simply lying to get more money for useless crap, plausible, this indicates that the financial hardships which many people have warned him about have finally arrived. Only time will tell how his financial situation ultimately plays out, but given his attitude and inaction, the future definitely doesn't look bright. And lo and behold, Chris will probably go from cradle to the grave, more or less suggesting that, guess what, it's somebody else's fault. Because people who lack responsibility, you will always say that it's somebody else's fault, never their own. Theft. Chris has a history of indulging his five-finger discounts that he attempts to keep secret from prying eyes. Now, as far back as 2009, if not even before that, Chris would steal increasingly larger sums of money in order from his mother's purse, specifically for personal use, and use both of his parents' credit cards to finance his gaming addiction, as revealed by the Ivy Q&A. Now, despite Chris insisting that this behavior was in the past, he would encourage, or rather engage in it with reckless abandon, regardless, stopping only when forced to after Bob discovered just how much he had purloined. Years later, Chris would rob his mother again in much darker and far more damning circumstances. On the 30th of July 2021, after Chris was served an emergency protective order temporarily forbidding him from his home, he stole $750 from Bob's bank account. Some of this money was spent immediately, shock of all shocks. Chris's bank account was $200 in debt. Much of what remained was spent on lodging in Regency Inn, Richmond, and the leftover money was simply spent on what could be assumed to be assorted frivolities and food. 2 days after this money was withdrawn, Noel, who at that point could still view the emails from Chris's bank account, posted an image of a low balance notice from Chris's Bank of America account on the Kiwi Farms, confirming that Chris had $1.03 remaining in his account. In a letter he relayed to Noel a couple of months later, he claims to have spent his $150 Patreon payout back to Bob as compensation for stealing the money. This is predictably a lie, since not only did Chris's Patreon get shut down very quickly after the leaks were made, but even if it wasn't, Chris's would have been forced to wait until the next Monday due to their payout waiting period of 1 to 3 business days. So, yeah, Chris is a little bit out of luck with that, something that Chris himself acknowledges in the very same letter. But in case you thought Chris's expenditure habits were poor by every sense of the word in the real world, this is an attitude that is only reflected or even doubled down in the comics. What is a C quarter? What is a W quarter? Nobody explained any of this to me. Bren Daniel upon discovering Quickfill's weird currency. In the Sonichu comics, it is clear that Chris has no idea of how money works. Sonichu, Rosechu, Paddy-chan, and most likely all of the other characters live off welfare. A remarkable example to set for kids. Just like Chris in real life, he seems to have no concept of tax, or that it's the American populace who pay for all of it, basically. Sonichu and Rosechu are living in a two-story house with an attic offered by the city, and they are paid an average of $3,500 a month. Just to hang around, it would seem, and maybe for the occasional city defense or errand. While legislating as mayor of Quickville, he equated 10 years in prison to a $1,500 fine. He also equated 50 hours of community service to $500 for any sexual violations. Right. In episode 19, it's shown that Quickville actually has its own currency, in the form of C quarters and W quarters. 10 C quarters make up a W quarter. Don't bother asking how that makes any sense in any way, considering what the word quarter means. Our best guess is C quarters equate to about 25 cents, and W quarters equate to $2.50. However, this doesn't explain why fines are levied in US dollars. Because he probably forgot, that's why. Perhaps to bolster the dictatorship's foreign currencies reserves, a la North Korea. This makes even less sense, considering Quickville is technically a part of the United States. Let alone cities, cannot print their own money, despite holding considerable power over their own affairs. The Constitution expressly forbids anyone else other than the federal government from issuing currency. However, it has been somewhat common for companies, communities, and local governments to issue localized currency known as scrip, a Depression-era practice still seen in from time to time. Chris, however, being Chris and likely reading Goosebumps instead of paying attention in class, is likely or wholly unaware of this information. What exactly Chris could have done with this information, however, I will also leave up to your imagination. On the Wikipedia article on Sonichu, Chris wrote that Rosechu is usually the one who cooks for her family, but when Sonichu cooks for his wife and kids, he will go as high in portions as a banquet, even though he only cooks for 5 individuals. This suggests that Sonichu is just as frivolous with money as his father. Soup hotels. Chris shows us his complete misunderstanding of the stress his ideas would put on the American social security system if he was left in charge of it in a text called A Sonichu and Rosechu Christmas Story. This is where the idea of soup hotels came from. Even the homeless have a place to stay in the 10 soup kitchens and hotels. That does not well, why is it not a good idea, maybe asking? Well, let me demonstrate. Chris depicts soup hotels as buildings with 10 stories tall, with between 10 and 20 rooms per floor, equipped with single bathrooms, beds, lighting, and cable television. Of course, the homeless stay there for free, so instead of building homeless shelters with dormitories, common rooms, and shared TV sets, Chris thinks the homeless should be treated to all the comforts of a bona fide hotel. This means that, in Quickville, there are around 1,500 homeless people left outside. This might be the result of the local industry, choked by heavy taxes needed to pay these social expenses, being unable to make a profit there and thus moving away. In Sonichu issue 10, Ultra Sonichu and a bevy of Rosechus stop at a soup hotel. The building is labeled as Soup Hotel 17, implying that Quickville has had to open at least 7 new homeless shelters in the span of a month, or they're just bad at numbering the things, or more tellingly, that the economy of Quickville is crashing to the ground very, very quickly. Like the popular joke, I think that was once printed in a German newspaper, is that somebody had about a wheelbarrow worth of Deutschmarks, and apparently several people came along and they tried to steal the wheelbarrow instead, with tipping the money out to one side. Yeah, I think a wheelbarrow was probably far faster and far more accessible and probably far more valuable than money. In other works, in Mumble number 6, Chris discussed making a TV show called The Chris Chandler Show. One of his demands was the show should not have any commercial breaks, either showing a distinct lack of understanding as to how a TV station makes money, or perhaps he plans to sell the advertising fees to a single company so that they can play a long ad in the beginning of the airtime and leave the rest of the show uninterrupted. a la the season premieres of 24. We cannot know for sure, but he has probably seen at least one show that has done this, and gathered the idea from there. In Mailbag 29, he stated that $10 an hour is a reasonable price to pay for sex with a prostitute. To show his further ignorance of simple economics, Chris proposed a chain of state-run brothels where this shockingly inexpensive fee would not only pay women for sex, pay the salary of a pimp, pay for STD testing for the prostitutes, but would also pay for free sex ed classes for virgins. Moving on. In real life, according to Chris, he tried to scam his way out of paying for sex with a Craigslist prostitute, who was charging $100 per hour by telling her about the trolls, his life stories. She hung up on him, by the way. Chris also proves us that in the possibility of being part of a family, he wouldn't be the main pourvoyeur. In the Playing House video, his sweetheart of the moment is portrayed as a successful journalist with high ambitions while he's a stay-at-home dad. Even then, he portrays himself doing hard work like changing diapers and supervising the kids. In his last role, he's so incompetent that he needs to recruit his preschool daughter to watch over his son while he's shopping. This is paralleled by his real-life situation. With Bob gone, one would assume that he be the man of the house and assume some responsibility for once. Unfortunately, as evidenced by his admission in court, Bob is still pulling his ass out of any such concept of paying his court fees. Keep in mind that, by extension, Chris is being minded by an alien woman's retirement money, which was used to bail him out of a mess that he started, which he wastes money on meaningless frivolities. Post-jail. On the 27th of March 2023, Chris would be released from jail by court order. In the months that followed, he would be spotted numerous times in Walmart and various other stores purchasing frivolous items. Money obviously had to come from somewhere, if he was able to purchase junk food, crystals, a Nintendo Switch, and even another car. There was speculation as to how Chris had the money to begin with. The group home Chris resided at may have given him an allowance for necessities. Money could have come from Prater's sales. If the tugboat was suspended, Chris may have reactivated it upon release, albeit with some help on account of his laziness. If the tugboat was not suspended, it may have been accumulated during Chris's stay in jail, which could explain how he could afford expensive purchases such as a gaming consoles and a chair. A car. Dear me. Either way, it seems Chris has not changed and continues his poor money management as he did before the arrest. It will only be a matter of time before he spends all of his money and will resort to begging once again. In conclusion, given Chris's lifelong, long-time carefree abandon when it comes to his spending habits, many are actually concerned as to what will happen to Chris when Bob passes on and he has to fend for himself. A past conversation with Clyde Cash revealed that he doesn't even know the basic expenses that go into running a household, and his plan of marrying a sweetheart to dump all of the financial responsibilities on her would have never worked to begin with. Long story short, if Kristen doesn't start saving for whatever future he has now, he won't have one to look forward to, and he'll have nobody to blame but himself. Not that he won't try, of course. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just about all necessary information you need to be possibly advised on what Chris's relationship with money is. By my understanding and by my own conclusions, Chris doesn't care and will always prioritize wants over needs. Because, well, if Chris didn't start doing it before, what makes people think that it's going to start happening now? The cruel reality of Chris's financial situation is that it has absolutely not impacted his stance on money in one way. If anything, it's only reinforced his sense of egotism because he thinks that as long as he just begs, he can get just about anything he wants. With no lessons learned and no consequences to pay, why not just do it over and over again? However, what can I say? People will buy crap, and sometimes the crap that people do buy are Chris's sob stories. So yeah, don't, in my opinion, don't do it because you can't help people who can't help themselves. End of story. But with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys learned something from this, and I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and others. So, if this article is anything to go by so far when it comes to discussing Chris and his business, it leaves a lot to be desired. From Chris's inability to implement effort, any sort of planning, and for that matter, his complete refusal and understanding of the value of money or anything to go by, Chris, as a negotiator, is nothing short of, well, it leaves a lot to be desired. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get started instead. Shut up and buy my toys, please. Chris, to a potential customer. Well, when you say it like that, Chris, since you were so demanding and unreasonable in your approach, no. Because at the end of the day, Chris can't actually make you do anything, guys. That's like the first and foremost way to look at this, but let's dig a little bit deeper. While dealing with Chris, trolls often experience his unique form of negotiation. Due to a severe sense of entitlement, a lifetime of coddling and other factors beyond his control, Chris has no grasp of how to compromise and often fails to understand what sort of bargaining position he's in. He isn't. Often trolls blackmail Chris will find him making demands of them as if he were the one with any sort of leverage. Conversely, some have experienced the oddity of having Chris run away from a situation where he was purposely given the upper hand. When it comes to dealing with Chris directly, one can only expect that he will always take the path of least resistance, even if it doesn't benefit him. When you phrase it like that, that doesn't seem to... If that doesn't make sense, welcome to the world of Chris Chan. And let's get to the root of the problem. The concept of compromise. Negotiation is based on compromise. Both parties must work together and make conscientiousness efforts in order to find the best possible solution to their problems in a satisfactory manner. Chris does not understand this, and arguably cannot understand this. Given his severely stunted ability to understand that other people have thoughts and feelings completely of their own, and also, more in particular, that they differ from his own. Being completely egocentric, that we've all come to know, Chris believes that, in any exchange, both parties must share the same viewpoint. Well, if they share the same viewpoint, then why are they even, arguing if they are technically have common interests on the same thing they're meant to be discussing? Chris can't stand any form of prolonged confrontation and quickly tries if his demands aren't, well, quickly tires, I should say, if his demands aren't met exactly the same as he has made them. On numerous occasions, Chris has tried to negotiate either by making ridiculous demands or outright refusing to give anything up, or do anything else for that particular matter. After all, he makes his case, his mind is theoretically closed on the matter, and he is, as they say, unwilling to budge an inch. When further pressed, he often shuts down completely and walks away from the table, into the waiting arms of his PlayStation 3. Something that can't argue back with him, no doubt. Other times, Chris just asks whoever he has bothered if both of them can just forgive and forget. He said this to Michael Snyder when asking about being banned from the gameplace, 2 years after his original ban. That may be somewhat understandable, but Chris also tried the same excuse a day later after he doxed Mr. Smith. It's worth stating that Chris once claimed Bob was a very strong negotiator, and after that, Bob used to have better negotiation skills. Given their history of feuds with authority, on Chris's behalf no doubt, it's safe to assume where his approach to conflict solving resolutions, and that's putting it charitably, had come from. Meanwhile, Chris's attempts at negotiations. According to Mary Lee Walsh, Mary, I've slept on it, and I have realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes up on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan, and I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. 0 meaning no respect, 10 meaning respect. It's not known at this point where either of these two fell on this scale. However, spoiler alerts, it didn't work. One of the earliest examples of Chris's attempts at negotiations was in emails between Mary Lee Walsh and himself. Shortly after she arranged a meeting to discuss his relationship solicitation on campus, instead of apologizing like most people would, Chris vowed to never hang notes on the wall again, and to consider stopping my silent treatment of Susan Hannifan, a PVCC guidance counselor, in exchange for letting him continue distributing his newsletter and cancelling the meeting. To further sweeten the deal, Chris offered to knock Walsh and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. Ignoring the horrible phrasing of the words of knock up, and yes, it didn't go beyond my notice either, two of his female superiors, Chris believed that an imaginary measurement of his personal opinion was an extremely important bargaining chip. This is an example of how Chris behaves in negotiations where he wants something from another person, by offering minimal effort on his part but expecting full returns from the other party. About 5 years later, after the conflict resulted in temporary expulsion, sorry, where were we? Chris believed that an imaginary measurement of his personal opinion was an extremely important bargaining chip. This is an example of how Chris behaves in negotiations where he wants something from another person, by offering minimal effort on his part, but expecting full returns from the other party. About 5 years after the conflict resulted in temporary expulsion, Chris expressed great interest in putting aside his differences with Walsh after graduating 3 years prior, mind you, so why are we even still having this conversation? I had beef with some of the staff when I was at university, but guess what? By the time I was done, I literally just put that behind me. However, rather than admit to repeated misconduct on campus, up to and including aggression towards her, he focused squarely on designing a villain bearing her name as something to be remorseful of, leading to Chris personally delivering a hand-framed apology drawing to the PVCC when he could have easily tried contacting her by email, providing she hadn't already blocked his address. To make a long story short, Chris expected someone he had previously made into his own personal target of revenge fantasy to graciously accepting this ludicrous attempt at reconciliation, and when she inevitably did not do this, his hatred of her instantly reignited. Even that was not the final time he demanded she'd make peace with him, and repeal his ban from PVCC. Similarly failing to acknowledge any mistake he had made other than drawing up a malevolent fictional counterpart, this presumably failed to cut ice likewise. Shigeru Miyamoto. During the Nintendo saga, Shigeru Miyamoto stated that Chris must meet him at Nintendo's American headquarters in Redmond, Washington. Chris handled this by making a video where he pretended to come back from Redmond where he never left the house. Chris demanded that the CEO of an international company come to his house and meet with him. When Chris was pressed as to why the meeting had to be at his house, Chris said that he had no money. When he was asked why he had no money, he said he had no job. When he had asked why he didn't have a job, Chris made various excuses and cited his very brief employment at Wendy's. He also insulted Miyamoto, asking him, "Are you the Mario who plays fair, or the Bowser Koopa who cheats and lies?" This sort of pass the buck attitude is very common when dealing with Chris. Nothing negative can ever be his fault. Up to, and probably even including this very day, audiobooks. In 2009, Chris came into contact with Vivian G, a white knight who eventually turned into a troll. Vivian was very helpful to Chris at first, but Chris refused to hear any of her input. As a result of this, their relationship soured, and Vivian started a popular Solitude parody audiobook that Chris despised. Chris ranted and raved, demanding that the audiobooks be removed. When they eventually were not, because of course Vivian just wouldn't just fold over and give in immediately, 1 month later, Chris quickly changed his tune. After taking out a copyright on the name Sonichu, Chris believed he now had magical copyright powers and demanded that Vivian give him 25% of all the profit she made from the audiobooks, which was, of course, zero. Overnight, something that he had made death threats over became not only welcome, but highly sought after. Jack Thaddeus. When Jack stole Chris's PSN accounts, Chris asked him, "Why don't you come down to my house yourself in person unless you are a cowardly weakling?" Jack had to remind him that Jack held all the cards, and Chris was in no position to make demands instead. That is my house. After his parents ordered that he remove all copies of his video tour of 14 Branch Lane Court from the internet, Chris made another video in which he made his demand that all the copies of the tour, which had been uploaded by trolls, be taken down. Rather than calmly and politely explaining that the videos posed a threat to the safety of his family, which would have likely gotten at least some of the trolls to remove their copies, because Chris was trying to. You could argue Chris would have been fair and reasonable, but you have to remember, guys, Chris, deep down inside, is not a fair or reasonable person. So what Chris instead did was loudly shrieked and wailed like a child, and even turned his demands from being idiotic to being vaguely insulting by admitting it was his fault for uploading the videos, then immediately threatening the trolls with detectives and police if they didn't immediately do as he asked. Humorously, Bob does a better job at mentioning how serious the situation is, but because Chris didn't include his final speech in the final video, the damage the trolls would cause as a result was inevitable. Not that it changed anything, but still. The Sweetheart Sagas. Now, whenever Chris wants to meet one of his sweethearts in real life, he usually wants them to come to him, no matter how difficult a trip would be. He wanted Panda Halo to come to him despite her living in Australia. He wanted Julie to come to him even though she was supposedly a poor immigrant who couldn't afford a car or bus fare. He wanted Casey to come to him even though she lived in the DC area, which is an hour or so from Ruckersville. One of Chris's sweethearts, Jackie, was willing to have a relationship with him as long as he tried to become a better person. Instead of trying to put more effort and try to better himself, he decided to, end things. That's because it hasn't yet occurred to Chris that they expect Chris believes he is so perfect immediately. He does not have to change for love or money, and yeah, especially the former one, and the second one is probably putting it there as well. During the Julie saga, Chris made several deals with Clyde Cash and Jack Thaddeus, and as well as the Miscreants, all of which he reined in on. In the first deal, Chris agreed to do a video where he came out of the closet to save Julie's life. In the first take, he called himself a Gabian, which was done so that he could somehow say he was gay without actually calling himself gay. He did a second take where he clearly stated he was being forced to say that he was gay. When he finally did call himself as homosexual, he mumbled it and stated he was gay, with about as much gusto as you can imagine. The second deal was that Chris would clean his room to save Julie's life, and that he would do a video to prove it was clean. To avoid having to clean his room, he merely pushed some stuff of his stuff aside and filmed his floor for 30 seconds before he did his captain's log. The final deal resulted in the infamous Julie reveals herself call. Blue Spike, as both Julie and her kid brother Max, had gained access to Chris's PSN account. In the guise of Max, he offered Chris an ultimatum: the PSN and Yahoo accounts, or Julie. In a conversation before the call, Chris told Max that he chose Julie, believing that, like in the movies and TV, he would get both back for making the right choice. Right when Max put Julie on, Chris immediately asked her to get his PSN and Yahoo back. Failing that, he tried to guilt Max into giving it back to him. In the main call, Max gives Chris one last chance to change his choice. He sticks with Julie, despite the hold that his PSN account has over him. When Max threatened to sell his account on eBay, he revealed that he made the right choice and that he deserves his PSN. If there's one thing to be said about Blue Spike, and I mean only one good thing to say about him, is that Chris did, get his PSN accounts back, I guess. Yeah, it seems a bit more of a tit for tat rather than, we've learned something important today. Chris, the Wikipedia captain. When Chris was given his own wiki for free, he demanded complete executive control from day one. In his mind, this meant that every demand he made would be fulfilled by the staff, and that anything done without his permission would be removed immediately. He insisted on a gaudy background, and threatened to stop working whenever the webmaster displeased him. Later, when Jack Thaddeus... okay, sorry about that. I thought something came up that was important, I'm sorry. Later, when Jack Thaddeus graciously paid for the Wikipedia's web space with ads featuring homoerotic images, Chris went on a tirade and immediately demanded that they be taken down. Yet refused to even consider paying for his own website. Yeah, unfortunately, Chris has yet to come to terms with the fact that, guess what, you can't really have it both ways. When removal inevitably failed, he said that he wanted them all to be smaller, as if he had some say in how large advertisements were or could even be. Chris had and continues to have no real concept of how advertising worked, but merely assumed that he had the final say in pretty much every single thing he did. Later, during the popularity contest between Sonichu and Asperchu, he tried to make amends with Alec Benson Leary to remove Asperchu ads from the front page of the Wikipedia. However, instead of making reparations, Chris demanded, and we use again the word demand, that Alec tell his fans to go back to Sonichu. Chris, who was in no position to make requests, or rather demands, if we're being fair and honest, or true and honest, if you will, attached several clauses to his apologies. Chris's list of demands was larger than the apology itself that they were all bundled with. All of this came after Chris drew a comic where he broke into Alex's house, stole a dating game from his Xbox 360, blew up said Xbox, and freed a group of Rose Jews that he implied were the victims of sexual abuse. After finally, and we do mean finally, fulfilling most, not all, of Alex's requests in a substandard and slapdash manner, Chris graphically killed him, his webmaster, and two other comic artists in Sonichu issue 10, as some sort of childish form of revenge. Michael Snyder is a cold-hearted and mean. Less than 2 years after getting banned from the game place, Chris wouldn't take no for an answer. So he decided to try and persuade Michael Snyder to let him resume patronage. When an apology attempt was met with point-blank rejection, as well as an anti-Semitic insult and a call to the police, Chris demanded his fanbase harass Mike in retribution on his behalf. Unfortunately for Chris, his decision to record the altercation as evidence in case he needed to prove he was faced with aggression led to his fans praising Mike for sticking to his guns against Chris. Well, what a surprise. You encourage your fan base to be horrible people, and guess what? They end up doing the opposite. I wish I could have said that this was always going to happen, but it turned out to happen. Funny that. PlayStation Network. Chris's PSN account was victim to getting hacked by trolls numerous times, who'd make various demands. The most common of these demands is that he sell or throw out some of his beloved toys or games. Despite his claims that he plays with everything in his room, a glance at his PSN account shows otherwise. Most of his PSN activity is divided between Little Big Planet, God of War 3, and Mod Nation Racers, which leaves most of his vast collection of games completely untouched. Even though he doesn't use the majority of the toys and games he owns, he will also refuse point-blankly to sell any of them. This refusal is usually followed up by him saying that he doesn't have the money to do something that would improve his life. Between late August 2010 and early September of 2010, Chris was met with the opportunity, not really, of gaining $9,001 in exchange for the destruction of his PS3. Needless to say, it didn't go well. The bounty was only for the trolls and was, in turn, completely fake. However, Chris tried to haggle, albeit very poorly, with Clyde Cash and Sir Jacques Tito to get something that had never existed. The ultimate result of this was Chris actually waiting for his money at the Charlottesville Fashion Square after being tricked into going there. After realizing he had been tricked, he ended by telling them to go point at your own damn snouts and oink like Eric Cartman, then wrap yourselves with your own damn Darth Maul dual lightsaber. Yeah, but again, Chris did not get his way immediately, and I think I'd long accepted this. Flipnote Studio on 3DS. In one of Chris's many Flipnote Studio creations, he requests that Nintendo port the software of their 3DS platform. In typical Chris fashion, his animations consist of him yelling loudly and demanding that Nintendo bring the software to the 3DS. Chris had spent his voice up to the point where it's hard to decipher what he's saying, but he assumes that being loud will get you what you want. Throughout the entire animation, his tone of voice and choice of words suggest that he's under the impression that he's some sort of spokesperson for all Flipnote users. Nintendo eventually released Flipnote Studio 3D in February of 2015, though no in part as a result of Chris. Thank God for that. Calling out. Returning to YouTube after an 8-month hiatus, Chris decided to confront two of his trolls, Surf Shack Tito and Forg, over what they've done and demanded, and that Tito apologizes to Sony over the hackings and to the Wallflower, using her real name too for quote-unquote breaking them up. Then to give him $1,000, and telling Forg to apologize for putting up pictures years ago and to put up a non-slanderous billboard saying that Chris is straight. He also wants them to remove all contributions to the wiki. If these weren't done, he'd reveal their pictures and possibly other dox them and have the trolls troll them. But unlike the incident involving Clyde Cash resulting in a very poorly made decision, Chris honestly believed he had the upper hand and could finally pay back against some of his trolls. However, what he was doing wasn't a negotiation, but an extortion, accepting these goals to be completed, or they were to suffer the consequences, with Chris doing nothing on his part. eBay and Craigslist sales. Chris's idea of salesmanship is interesting to say the least. He attempts to sell mostly old, broken, or worthless items and tends to demand many times the item's actual value in exchange, often non-negotiable. An early example was his attempt to sell an ancient television on Craigslist, demanding $250 for what is essentially a piece of junk he'd be lucky to sell for a tenth of that sum. Since then, he has become a much more prolific e-merchant. He whittled away 2014, charging thousands of dollars for his artwork on eBay, showing that he is still delusional enough to vastly overestimate his e-fame and what he perceives as his artistic talent. Similarly, he tried to sell his late father's replica of a Stradivarius violin for almost $100,000, as if he believed that a violin with a manufactured label saying it was made in the 1950s on its interior could be the real thing. He even attempted to sell his and his mother's ancient, barely functioning cars. Typical of Chris, he's demanded thousands of dollars for cars which are worth, at best, in scrap, a few $100s. He also characteristically demanded that the deal in question is of a no-haggle nature, even when settling unrealistic asking prices on sites where haggling is often the norm. Needless to say, most of Chris's merchandise either goes completely unsold, or he is forced to accept a more realistic price for it. We can only assume the rest is bought by his most avid fans, who glory in the opportunity to possess samples of his fine work. However, Chris may not just ask for ridiculous prices in exchange for his possessions, because he's taking his prospective buyers for fools, but because he doesn't know the first thing about value. Consider his lavish spending sprees that transcend his ability to fund them. His parents taught him nothing about the value of money, which he thinks can be whittled away nonchalantly, he also struggles with measurement, as evidenced by his estimation of a 12-pack of canned lemonade weighing 50 pounds. A symptom of autism, perhaps, but it's also possible that his incompetence in this regard also extends to an estimation of value. The reality, however, could also be something much more sinister. The high prices he sets for his goods may not be due to ignorance of value, but a symptom of his abject materialism and hoarding. Inherited from Bob, it's possible that Chris is so attached to and obsessed with his material possessions that he seriously finds his ludicrous prices an acceptable consolation for him to have to give up part of his precious hoard. Unbanned contracts. In October of 2016, Chris believed contracts to at least two stores, GameStop and Best Buy, from which he was banned. In these contracts, which were likely not signed, he puts in a clause stating the stores in question can't call the police against him, making these contracts null and void since contracts can't protect against prosecution. Yeah, and that's the other thing as well is that contracted law is only ever applicable if a contract is legally enforceable. Trying to put in a clause saying that they can't call the police is completely unlawful, and if anything, I probably would have called the police anyway, just because somebody is trying to make me sign something in which they state that they are above the point of criminal prosecution, which is madness if you ask me. He also wants the managers to forgive and forget, and claims that they are not signing proves they are most uncompassionate and lacking of heart and soul of any person. Sonic World. If, for whatever reason, you needed further proof that Chris hasn't learned from previous failures at negotiation, the trouble he got into with the Sonic World Discord server in late 2020 is a perfect example. Chris took Cirrus Fire's Sonichu character mod and reposted it with considerable alterations, i.e., replacing the sound bites and character bio with what he made, and absolutely zero permission from the modder whatsoever. After he was rightfully kicked from the Discord server for this unwanted misuse of someone else's hard work, as well as his egocentric tirade on his Twitter with more expression of his delusions, he went to have a word with Cirrus Fire himself. Instead of acknowledging he had done something wrong and offering to work things out, as you do, which no one except from Chris would by this point anyway, he opted to berate Cirrus Fire. Not only was he under the impression that him crediting the modder and Sonic World being a non-profit fan project would completely justify meddling with data unauthorized, but he also proceeded to claim he was hurt by his so-called act of generosity to help Cirrus Fire be made famous and outright accuse him, along with others in the server, of being ungrateful and selfish. Sure enough, Chris was eventually banned from the server, no closer to getting what he wanted than every previous conflict he failed to amicably resolve by his own fault. In court. When Chris was arrested in August of 2021, he found himself before the courts to be arraigned for an incest charge. After being reminded that said appearance was to determine if he would be given bond or not, Chris stamped his feet and interrupting the judge several times with inane outbursts such as, "I'm famous on the internet." Needless to say, the judge was not impressed with this petulant behaviour and ruled that Chris be held without bond until his preliminary hearing on the 16th of September 2021. Attempted negotiations with Chris. Simona. Evan created Simunchu as a joke, giving permission to use him in the comic. But then Chris decided to instead make his own female version named Simona Rosechew. This, along with Chris openly lying that he was given permission to alter the character, roused Evan's ire considerably and started a long fight for the future of a recoloured OC. Evan demanded that Chris remove Simona from the comic and Chris naturally was tenacious in his attempts to prevent Simona from meeting her ultimate timely demise. At first, Chris simply ignored Evan's orders. Then, after plans to include Siemanchu as Simona's brother didn't appease Evan, Chris later contrived a new excuse to disregard the wishes of a perceived foe and keep what rightfully wasn't his. That Simona was happily living in Quickville with a boyfriend, and it would be a cruel violation of her rights to kill her for good. Evan gave further demands, but Chris continued to dig in his heels, even nonchalantly explaining his egocentric delusions to Alec Benson Leary, in an attempt to justify sparing a stolen OC. Only after considerable arguments and the Wikipedia eventually getting shut down by force did Chris finally budge, and even then, it amounted to no more than a toilet explosion as the cause of her death. And to say nothing of the revenge Chris graphically dished out to a fictionalized portrayal of Evan shortly afterwards. Now, so far, what we've covered are just various instances, but what about tactics? How does Chris technically go about these transactions? We start with Chris, quite frankly, as he is wont to do, completely disregard reality. When Chris is faced with a task requiring any effort on his part, no matter how minimal, or involves something that does not benefit him, he completely ignores it. Chris automatically disregards anything that will not benefit him immediately or almost immediately. The hardest part of negotiating with Chris is that if you make a demand that he does not agree to, he will shut you down, like a spoiled infant. Chris will not even deal with something that isn't self-serving and completely easy to do. On the other hand, when you have something Chris wants, Chris will not give up until he has acquired it, on his terms and nobody else's. When the road to a reward has a sign that bluntly says Chris is not eligible, he will attempt to get the reward anyway, or claim that the rules are discriminatory and completely unfair. Chris will pursue his goal thoughtlessly and simple-mindedly, expanding great resources that pretty much he didn't even need to consider because, as we mentioned a few times before, it's not going to happen. Give it up, Chris. Expanding great sources in the process, often ignoring even the idea that he might not get what he wants after all. In the process, he frequently, and you'll see this a lot, acts as if he has some sort of leverage even in situations where this is manifestly not the case. He continually made demands of the Wikipedia's administrators, for instance, even though they had full control over the website and he had none whatsoever. Also, whether you think it's due to being naive about how real-world humans work, or a failed attempt at deliberate manipulation, Chris seems to assume that if he comes straight from his mouth in a situation where he expects complete benefits, what he says would and should be immediately accepted by the other party, willfully ignoring literally anything to signify he is neither true nor honest. His many apologies, for one thing, which he seems to think will make anyone denying him what he wants change their mind and let him live a consequence-free lifestyle. Which, of course, is largely because of Chris actively defying established rules and norms for socially acceptable behaviour in the first place. See how many times Chris got in trouble with the police, for instance, and, well, everything else that people have issues with him for. But then we go from going against conventional reality to how about molding it to whatever warped sense of logic he seems to think he has. In some instances, the rare ones that he does what he was instructed to do, anything said or done he feels slandered his good name, he will simply state our lies and instruct everyone to ignore them, and then will close his mind on the subject. This is backwards for two reasons. By telling his fans to ignore the lies, he is altering fans that are a little behind on what's happening with Chris of their existence, making more people see them that they would if he didn't acknowledge them. He is also showing that he is aware of their existence, and still insisting that they are lies. As mentioned above, Chris will also expect any lie he makes in a conflict where he is hopeful to get something he wants to be taken at face value, no matter what. To name one specific case, whilst on the verge of facing legal action, and yeah, you would have thought that Chris would have known not to, add more fuel to the flames if he didn't stop using Simolo in his comic. Chris claimed that he could have easily come up with the character entirely on his own and later edited Simola's Wikipedia entry with a false statement that no OC theft ever occurred. Predictably enough, no one bought this lie. Delays. When Chris has to meet a requirement during a negotiation, most noticeably deadlines, he will explain that he is working on it. To Chris, saying this is an acceptable substitute for actual work, whether or not he is indeed working on it at all, if in his own good time. Chris feels inclined, you see, to fulfill the deal. He'll submit whenever he wants to, regardless of the original agreement, or anything that was set to any specific deadline, or anything hard-coded in, a written agreement. If the agreement was that he would receive something for the work done, he will demand it unceasingly, despite not holding up his end of the deal in any way, shape, or form. Even if Chris somehow agrees to a set of terms, he will try to get around them. If he agrees to give something up for someone, he will go behind that person's back to get it back so that he could have both. If he agrees to draw a comic, he will most likely do something easier like making a video or write a blog entry, figuring that that counts as actual work. If he agrees to willingly slander himself, like calling himself gay for instance, he'll either mumble it so it's completely incomprehensible, or he'll hide his face. And whilst we're certainly not going to hide our face anytime soon, guys, because guess what? That brings us neatly to the end of Chris and his negotiation tactics. Put simply, Chris is, as they say, completely up the creek with no paddle, and will always act as though he is the one who can call all the shots. Yeah, it's it would have been funny to see how this would have worked if Chris had to do something where negotiating could have made the difference between life or death, but I don't really think Chris has it in him to do that. He comes across as a spoiled child when he just doesn't get his own way. I've seen my 5-year-old cousin act far more mature when he doesn't get his own way than this. But there you are. And with all that being said and done, I will see all of you guys again next time. Thank you. Good evening, paisanos, and I welcome all of you to what sort of feels a bit like the end of Chris and his personal business. Well, the line between professional and personal does get somewhat muddled when it comes to Chris and his rather apathy, if we're going to call it, for work. And nothing feels more profound and more indignified than having to break the undefinable and inconvenient truth about life, is that sooner or later, a man has to eventually start earning something for his bread. Not always, because, well, we do live in a world, ladies and gentlemen, where we understandably recognise that there are people who can't look after themselves, and that sort of thing is a little bit out of the question. Chris, on the other hand, is not out of the question. And what you may have caught on over the last few videos on this topic is that I thoroughly believe that there are really only two types of people on this earth. Those who can't or won't, and those who can and do. Chris, more often than not, falls into the latter camp. And you're about to see why, if you weren't convinced before. So, let's go. Comments that are truly of good intentions of self-improvement and constructive criticism versus the truly bad intentions of spamming actual hate speech get a job. Chris considers get a job to be hate speech and commentary for enablers kissing his ass to be constructive criticism. Well, if Chris doesn't want to make begging videos anymore, And if Chris doesn't want to receive innumerable complaints and backlash for, begging for videos while literally spurging it all out on Transformers and literally piles of junk he doesn't even use. Chris is infamous for his laziness and his dependence on his elderly parents, which inhibits him from wanting to work. Not his ability to work, he just chooses not to. He briefly held one job, two if we're pushing it, in his early 20s, but was unsurprisingly fired from them fairly quickly. Despite his crippling debt, Chris has vehemently refused to even attempt to obtain any kind of employment whatsoever, due to wanting to perpetually live like a child, a stance that has become so potent that he believes that suggesting it to him should be deemed as hate speech. Now, you at home may consider this to be completely insane, baffle, and you can't seriously believe that somebody being told the truth is going to be considered hate speech. But then again, it's probably not the first time. I think the reason why Chris took such a distaste to it is because it's what he's been told for many, many years, and he just sort of has grown tired of the sound of it. However, in among other articles, we're going to explain that actually, to be honest, there's quite a lot of upsides to stuff like this. But let's get down to it, shall we? Reasons for Chris's refusal to work. External factors. Parental influence. Chris's parents, but more so Bob, had encouraged him not to be employed, believing that his Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI, is all he really needs to support himself. A belief that ultimately proved to be false with the advent of the financial crisis. Well, I would say more than anything else, the financial crisis was, Chris's own fault, if we're being fair about this. Also, because I think I touched upon this very briefly in a previous video about, does the rates of SSDI vary probably from state to state? And this would have to be explained by someone who understands about the actual machinery of welfare payments out in the state of Virginia compared to, let's say, West Virginia, North Carolina, etc. Maybe Virginia is slightly in a more comfortable region, but that's somewhat of a guess. Chris claimed that taking care of his parents is a full-time job in his own right. Well, if he did so, you would probably have to go through some negotiations at the job center or whatever they have in Virginia, explaining that he. One second. But instead of getting a job in order to support his mother, he slowly started to sell off toys that he didn't play with anymore. I think most people do this before they reach 8, 9, stuff like that. However, Chris is probably not even there mentally. Chris could almost be described as a 6-year-old child stuck inside a 45-year-old man's body. 46 if you really want to push it. And I wouldn't blame you. Or begged for donations online, often in form of videos that Bob has also appeared in. This was not a substantial income by any means. And the money Chris did get was wasted in the blink of an eye. He claimed to need money for his mother's doctor and dentist appointments, but he usually would post a few days later that he had gotten a new toy or a video game, implying that he either lied about how much the appointments cost, or that he used his mother's money just for his own selfish needs. This naturally upsets a lot of people because, say it with me, Chris knew what he was doing. Yeah, despite Chris's immaturity and his selfish gain, it's not particularly out of the realm of influence to understand that Chris understands how in theory he can get his own way by appearing as desperate and saying nothing more than, guess what, please give me some money. Almost, you know how some children really do believe that the word, just using the words please or want, sometimes because if they get their own way time and time again, they learn to believe that the words are magic. However, I want never ever gets, and what Chris fails to realize is that supposed now in an alternate universe, let's suppose if Chris was to beg and he got money through whatever, because don't donate to Chris. You don't inhibit this behavior, and you don't patronize those who are literally telling you not to do it, because you really think Chris is going to put priorities over luxuries. This is you do know who we're talking about, right? But yes, let's say Chris really did put money aside to actually pay off bills. So why doesn't he just say it again whenever things look a little bit bleak? Therefore, guess what? He won't ever have to worry about the thought of foreclosure ever again, because guess what? Someone is just going to bail him out. All he would have to do is ask or demand for it. Once again, let's take a look at this from another angle. It's actually a very, very humiliating thing to beg for monetary donations online. It is, because it's no more humiliating than if you were literally stuck on the street corner, literally with nothing between you and a thin piece of cardboard between you and the hard concrete floor, literally begging for money. However, there are quite a lot of people also say that beggars are merely just glorified con artists who aren't really starving, aren't really hungry, and merely just get whatever they're given in order to procure some sort of undisclosed addiction or habit. This is why, at least in the UK at least, usually what happens now is that quite a lot of people, instead of giving the homeless money, they actually give them food. Something that technically can have a bit of a use that does not immediately result in something libelous happening. And believe it or not, this happened to me once. I remember giving a quid just to a guy on the street, and immediately turned around and says, "Is that it?" Which again, that suggests to me that because he seemed well enough to say that, guess what, is that it? So I don't really believe the story that he was homeless, despite the fact he had a sign and everything. Yeah, I don't give to any more homeless like that, because, well, just like the homeless and just like people who are, well, desperate, thrifty con artists, Chris will not say thank you for it. Chris will just demand more, because in Chris's eyes, getting more means that he has literally had to do no work for it whatsoever. This all sort of like wraps up very nicely, guys, and now Chris will do the utmost minimum in order to get his own way, because he thinks that the burden should be on somebody else's shoulders. And believe you me, guys, I'm sorry if I'm dragging this out. We'll get back on the topic immediately after this. I've been in situations before where, you know what, I had difficulties with finances, but you know what I did? I started doing things differently. I I started making cheaper meals that, you know what, were incredible. I mean, really cheap. They were about like a quarter of what sometimes I would buy. But guess what? I lived off that for a while, and guess what? It's a sort of decision that probably saved me from a lot of trouble. And guess what? It's a habit that has not been lost in the years gone by, because guess what? That's just I think that's just a way of growing up again and maturing. Because much like people who suffer financially, much like people who are overweight, the only way to solve the issue with obesity in people is to find a way to encourage them that they've got to start looking after themselves. And considering the financial crisis took place when Chris was in his mid 30s, I'd say, I'm not going to say it was far too late for Chris to start learning this, but if Chris refused to learn it before, what, in what way am I supposed to be convinced Chris was going to learn it now? Moving on. Because even at this date, now that he's in his mid 40s, I still don't think Chris has even learned anything from this. Sort of, but that's a different story. Negative experiences with workers and managers. While Chris has not lived a particularly good life unemployed, he has also had some bad experiences with the employees and managers of several of the places he frequented. You know what? So have I, but guess what? I roll my sleeves and get on with it. They're no influence in my life now, and so be it. They don't enter my strain of consciousness, so guess what? You just get on with it. Which further shows some of Chris's views on what it means to be employed. The way he was treated as such, people provides insight to Chris's delusional ideas about the role of an employee. It is a manager's duty to take action in difficult situations, like if a customer is loitering or causing a disturbance, two things that Chris has done many times in the past. Chris, however, is unaware of how he should act in public places, only saw such actions as a form of discrimination solely to keep him from doing as he pleases, whether it be soliciting a girlfriend or vandalizing merchandise or property. These views are also apparent in some of the comics, where he depicts the employees and managers that have given him a hard time as corrupt tyrants abusing their power. Now, while Chris had his only known job at Wendy's, he didn't get along with the restaurant staff very well. He claimed his manager had a spike on his shoulder against him, and stated a female co-worker would repeatedly criticize and insult him, which in reality might have been her simply giving him constructive criticism. Whether or not that is what happened, we have no idea, but considering Chris has a long-standing history of perpetual lying, we're going to assume that this is mere exaggeration on Chris's part. Chris decided to draw an unflattering picture of an older co-worker as a Pokemon on a napkin, which was allegedly the impetus behind his eventual firing from his job. Making a small child cry, on the other hand, is probably more than enough. In fact, to be honest, maybe from the manager's point of view, they were just looking for any excuse to do it. Chris also had negative experiences with mall security guards. Chris's runs-in with the law have never been pleasant, and even though Chris does not exactly view workers and law enforcement in the same light, law enforcers are still technically employed by some organization. On various occasions, Chris has been shown to bolt out of a GameStop in fear when security is called, suggesting a fear of security guards, likely stemming from previous experiences. However, considering Chris's, outbursts and the way he has chosen to conduct himself in front of security officers, the phrases like civil disobedience seem to have been a little bit lost on Chris. Because guess what? I've also had problems with security in the past. However, what I do is that I explain the situation in a calm and fashion and civil manner, and they just talk about how they see it. We find some middle ground, and guess what? We get on with it. Chris again thinks it's either his way or the highway. You're starting again. You may also be noticing a pattern that Chris, and I use the thing about the child in a man's body again, is that Chris throws his toys out of his pram immediately when he doesn't get his own way. Not the first time, and it won't be the last. Financial enablers. In the wake of the idea guys, Chris's enabling has gone far beyond just his mother. Chris now has admiring fans that are willing to give him loads of money in order to support him. Even after being arrested, fans continue to send him money through his inmate account, as well as donating money to his live streams when he was released from jail. The first became an issue in early 2014, when their house burned down and his family had to move into a rental home temporarily while it was being renovated. In response to this, followers of Chris began to send him monetary donations as well as care packages. This quickly became something that Chris depended on, and he regularly begged for donations for years to come, making this form of enabling commonplace. He would often beg for money to support his family, and then conveniently have new toys visible in his room. However, this stream of income never ceased, because sadly, enablers are, well, everywhere, and they come in all sorts of shades. Mind you, the thing about the care package, however, is technically it's a form of enabling, but however, I think the intention behind it was it came from what was a fairly sincere place. Need I remind you guys is that No, the administrator of the Kiwi Farms, had wrote a personalised letter to Chris that went along with everything in the care package. And to be fair to No, he was incredible. He was trying everything to raise Chris's spirits in what was an exceptionally difficult period of Chris's life. Chris's first response was to insult No and not say thank you for anything that happened. Yeah. So that's probably also the reason why it's just not a good idea to, because if Chris's first response was to do that, Lord knows what would have happened to anyone who literally gave him money that he would never have to work again. Please do not do that. Don't give Chris money that he will literally never be able to work again, because you're never going to see that money again. Neither will Chris, to be fair. Internal factors: egotism and delusions. Chris, believing he is an omnipotent and omniscient goddess, doesn't have time for such frivolous things as working to make a living. In October 2017, Chris claimed that he was too busy with Quickville and his imaginary friends, in addition to helping Barb and her pets. In June of 2019, Chris claimed that he was already employed by God to oversee the dimensional merge. Additionally, ever since Chris's transition, he feels that finding a job runs the risk of being discriminated against for his tomgirl gender, despite the fact that discrimination on the basis of gender is illegal, especially as a result of a Supreme Court ruling on the 15th of June 2020. Moreover, I'll also be frank and extremely blunt on this. I wouldn't care one way or the other about Chris's gender, because guess what? There are ways in which people can put in places if there is like legitimate concerns. But what is a legitimate concern of mine, however, is the list of Chris's offences, his behaviour online. That's the sort of thing that would raise red flags. Yeah, because guess what? Gender is not one of them. Maybe Chris's attitude towards gender is also something a bit of a flag because of what Chris believes gender to be and what it represents. But no, that's not a basis for a decision either. In a moment of self-awareness, Chris fears being incompetent at work. Understandable. It's something we all feel it from time to time. And he claimed in May of 2018 that he feared that Weens and A-Logs will harass him at work, similar to how they harassed the management of the Endgames and Anytime Fitness into banning him. However, even those significantly more mentally ill or otherwise disabled can find work, meaning Chris can quickly find easy work if he really wanted to. Again, Chris either can't or won't do this. This shows that Chris will pull any idea out of his ass to avoid having to get off of it and contribute to society. Then we also have to, especially in this day and age, we also have to bring Chris's age into consideration. Now, yes, it's a discriminatory thing to prejudice against somebody because of their age. However, they will take a look at Chris's CV, see Chris's age of being 44 years of age, and they'll be asking, did you have things listed as experience? You worked in Wendy's back in 25 years ago, and you've not been in work ever since. What have you been doing for the last quarter of a century? I know they won't be as like direct saying stuff like that immediately to Chris, but you get the idea. What exactly has happened in the 25 years? Did Chris just simply not want to work and just chose, to lay out his expenses on the American taxpayer? Lack of marketable skills. As evidenced by his resume and lack of education, Chris lacks any marketable skills or qualifications to get anything beyond a minimum wage job in the retail or fast food industry. Lack of marketable skills. Anyway, where were we? Given his aforementioned lofty goals for salary and demanding things, we're going to call these demands, Like having an assistant, Chris grossly overestimates what kind of job one can find with an outdated associate's degree that he's done nothing with and a brief employment at Wendy's. One could argue what Chris, well, maybe we could talk a little bit more down the line, but I think that's a bit more of a bit of a leap in logic. However, general laziness. Chris, being as lazy as he is, would find trouble keeping a job for long due to his laziness. Chris is evidenced by his brief stint at a Wendy's as a Wendy's employee, in which he is quoted as taking frequent breaks and not taking care of his uniform. When creating his magnum opus, Chris had no schedule set in stone, only taking time to write and draw pages when he had inspiration. Arguably, his most productive period was between 2007 and 2010, when he started to achieve online infamy and constantly fell for trolling schemes. Even then, these volumes took anywhere from several months to over a year before getting completed. Not to mention that Chris pretty much wrote every Sonotube issue by the seat of his pants with minimal regard for consistency. And of course, writing is not the only place where he fails at that, resulting in the self-insert fanfic cluster mess we've known and loved since the late 2000s. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think we could save what I was about to say towards the end. However, general laziness sort of does cover quite a lot of it, and how, because Chris has no set schedule, no plan, and no end goal whatsoever, why on earth should Chris find a song? Chris never takes the time to actually think through what he does, because that would get in the way of, I don't know, playing Guitar Hero and literally saying "I love you, Jackie" over and over again. Past stance on employment. In the past, Chris showed some degree of interest in pursuing a career, but only for his own personal gain, rather than so that he can move out of his parents' house and obtain a degree of self-sufficiency. For example, although he expressed an interest in becoming a comic book artist, working for either Archie Comics or DC, he also stated that when he completes his love quest, that he would stay at home while his wife works, showing that Chris was somewhat hesitant even before then. Other sources point to Chris believing that obtaining a job is only necessary to pick up a girlfriend, which is evident when he decided to take up a job in Cutco Cutlery at the beginning of his love quest. Why he didn't pursue it any point after this, however, we will never know. So either Chris was lying, or Chris just didn't want to admit that he knew nothing about what he was doing. Much like his time at Wendy's and Cutco. Key insight into Chris's attitude towards job hunting is found in his resume from 2009. The 17-year-old resume that has literally never been updated. Yeah, believe it or not, it's coming up to about September of this year. It would have been a whole 17 years since Chris actually last attempted to find work. Now, if you, like me, think that that's really, really bad, it is. There's literally no way of putting it. That's like really, really bad. In it, Chris shows he did not understand what constitutes work experience, let alone its importance. For example, he believes that doing volunteer work for the Pokemon Leagues that the game plays counts as work experience. In reality, mere volunteer work does not typically catch the eye of most employers. Also, Chris was not a gym leader as he claimed, but rather was a substitute when the actual gym leader was not available. Finally, even if this could be taken into account, what experience he obtained is likely negligible, as he had no authority over the players and was, in fact, carefully supervised by the staff. In the exact same resume, he cites his production of comics as work experience, despite not doing this in a professional setting, and the product itself leaving a lot to be desired. This resume also shows that, in his entire adult life, not even a fraction of his time was spent on an actual job, let alone one that was full-time and in a professional environment. Counting all of the positions he had that did not involve being a gym leader's assistant or working on his Sonotube comics, his total work experience amounts to a grand total of 5 months. At the very, very most. This estimate is generous because, while he claimed to have worked at Wendy's for 2 months on his resume, he also claimed that he was already fired on September 11, 2001, to Casey's father. But please note that this was only because an entire 2-year gap between working each of the 2 positions he held. Meaning that, and the best thing I can add when it comes to stuff like this is to sort of, and this seems like a bit of an arbitrary thing to do, and it's sort of, but the reason why I do this is because some people have criticized me before about the fact that I come off as a bit of an A-log, whereas, as far as I see it, I'm merely relaying things that we already know and will be said by somebody else 100 times again and again. But let me just put it to you guys like this. If you still feel a little bit insecure about work and perhaps even your place in the universe, let me give you guys a little bit of an interesting fact. Even when I was 21 years old, and we'll say 21 and 7 months, because that sort of coalesces with Chris's age and when he was fired from Wendy's. Even by that point, I had already been working for 7.5 months. So I can sit here proud as punch saying that even during like the same time, well, at the same age, I still had done far more work in my life than Chris had ever done. And this was even beforehand when you did like paper rounds when I was like 14 years old up until I was 25. So I would like to imagine that you could also add that on there as well. So yeah, and I'm sure, people out there have done far more in that area. Even work experience. I'm pretty sure there's people who've done far more than 5 months than even Chris can bolster, muster, and have probably made a much better thing out of it than what Chris has done. Do you think it's also do you think the thought of solitude being a failure has ever once occurred to Chris? Well, that would have to be defined about what can be constituted as a failure, so to speak. We know Chris won't ever admit it, or at least not admit it to the world at the very least. List of jobs on Dimension 1218. Wendy's. The first place Chris attempted to work at was his local Wendy's. While there, his primary duties were custodial in nature rather than food preparation or direct customer interaction. Despite painting himself as an employee that serves with customers with kind, understanding help, accounts from employers and customers have shown him to be a rude and difficult employee to work with. Chris was later fired from the restaurant, giving vague and contradictory answers about his dismissal. The motive for this dismissal was either the aforementioned Pokemon caricature incident, or a time he allegedly frightened a kid to tears with his Donald Duck impression. Cutco Cutlery. The second and final job that Chris claims to have worked on was through Cutco Cutlery, a multi-level marketing company that primarily sells overpriced knives. The company itself is deemed to be a notorious pyramid scheme and borderline scam that generally targets high school students, college students, and gullible idiots like Chris with no work experience. Chris claims to have lost his job after his boss left at summer's end. Chris had obtained this job during the beginning of his love quest, which also showcases that Chris believed getting a job is only for people who want to have a girlfriend, each believing that having the job just magically improved his social skills. This job alone, believe it or not, was what made him believe himself to be a natural salesperson. Or maybe that's what he said in his interview, who knows. After this job, Chris would go out of his way to produce his attraction signs and advertise this one quality in it, and never technically have a job ever again after this. Other employers. Besides Wendy's and Cutco, Chris has attempted to apply for a handful of other jobs, to no avail, probably due to him complaining about trolls on his resume and believing he had no held other positions that he considered signified employment, but was actually community service at the very most. And it wouldn't take too long for, employers to start asking questions. Not to Chris, but to people who could, in some way, provide a reference for this. Current stance on employment. Therefore, for all of you haterade chugging, get a job spouters out there, I suggest you shut up and enjoy your ability to settle in a cozy office or wherever. For the rest of us, the worlds and the dimensions are our offices, and we are doing our best so we can reach our retrospective, fated, destined promotions, but I digress. So you may be asking yourself at this stage, like, what is Chris going on about? Well, let me phrase it to you like this. Chris believed that he was already employed in a different dimension and wants people to stop saying get a job and saying that Chris is literally a delusional maniac. 2019 was certainly a year, because I remember like almost in real time when that happened. Considering how trolls, weens, enablers, and quite frankly Chris himself have completely mangled and destroyed his background check over the years, it is little wonder why he has lost any hope of obtaining a job. Chris even stated he was fully aware of this in a Facebook post he made on the 3rd of April 2017. In the same post, however, and there always is a however with these articles, he also claims that he would still refuse to obtain a job. Why, you may be asking? Well, even without all of the crazy stuff that has happened in his life, he claims to fear the possibility of being discriminated against for being autistic, transgender, and having a lesbian soul. Part of me was almost about to say, Chris, I'll say it again, I'll say it before, I don't think that's the problem. I really, really don't. In the modern workforce, however, or the reality that you and I live in, this misgiving is highly unjustified, as any kind of discrimination based on gender, disability, or sex is usually frowned upon in the workforce and leaves the employer liable for legal action or federal/state sanctions/fines. Besides the former two reasons, Chris claimed that gaining employment would be redundant, as he believes taking care of his aging parents actually constitutes as employment, despite not being paid for it, and what Chris technically counts as taking care, we don't know. I have no idea what on earth that means, and guess what? We will continue to never find out what that truly means. Although in the wake of Chris getting arrested back in 2021, caring, I suppose, is, well, not the sort of thing you and I would probably constitute as caring. Just saying. Job as a goddess. Chris now appears to believe that his true occupation at the moment is being the goddess of an alternate dimension, thanks to the influence of the Idea Guys, Jacob Soklis, and several other influencers. In the span of 2 years after the aforementioned Facebook post, Chris would state on at least 2 occasions that he believes that the ability to support himself financially by working a job is completely useless. You know, with an attitude like that, I would say, you know what, let Chris get on with it. Let's see how long it would take before Chris started begging again. As you do. As a matter of fact, in one of these occasions, he had actually stated that he is far too enlightened and above societal expectations to obtain an actual job. Good. So that means that they literally don't have to give him one at all then. Job done. Simply due to an absurd comparison he makes between the amount of time the universe will exist for against how much he would actually work at a job. As evident in the same post, as well as in a subsequent one, he actually believes that obtaining a job should not be mandatory, and even goes so far as to state that the citizens of Quickville are not required to obtain a job. Considering once again, ladies and gentlemen, and I know it's far, far too late to pretend, but Solitude was intended, at least at first, to be a comic fic for the kids, and I don't necessarily think it's seen as a good moral for kids to say that, guess what, you do not need to actually provide anything for yourself. You don't actually need to do anything for yourself, or even for the sake of, you know, your aging parents, as the case might be. Everything will be taken care for you, and you can literally just sit back and feel your arse grow. Boy, and I thought SpongeBob had like a really mixed view when it came to employment. Or unemployment, if you will. Meanwhile, Can Chris get a real life job now? No. But let's see what the quickie has to say. Many observers have admitted that it is far too late for Chris to get a job now. In addition to his various runs-in with the law and his local reputation for public tantrums and violence, Chris is 44 years old as of the time of writing, with only one bad month of minimum wage employment back in 2001, 25 years ago. A worthless CAD degree, a very brief multi-level marketing stint, and nigh on 2 decades worth of unsavory information about him on the internet. Chris has also not applied for a job since September of 2009, and his solitude-laden resume is both long out of date and unimpressive even for the standards of when it was made. Even if Chris does manage to miraculously turn his life around and get a legitimate job, there is a very, very significant chance that obsessive weens and A-logs will harass his employers into terminating him as soon as they get wind of it. Similar to how they harassed the management of the Endgames and Anytime Fitness into banning Chris, simply because he was there. Now, let's consider this ironic, in complete legitimacy. What a business, I think some businesses could argue is, guess what? It's a very long-standing rule here in the United Kingdom that when you are ringing up a business, and if they make a very, very specific complaint about an employee, whether it's true or not, when you ring a business, your number is not actually withheld. So if you are prepared to give some sort of evidence, if it was something particularly serious, or even if it was regarding, let's say a pending conviction or a pending criminal case, or something that had not been disclosed before, the response would be up to their employers to make that call. And if, let's say, in a case where Chris was accused of something going on in the outside world and was let go by his employers, but was found to be completely innocent, Chris, in theory, could take the company he was working for to an industrial tribunal for unfair dismissal. And if Chris came out victorious, it would be the sort of thing that would highly disclose that sort of behavior ever again. Because guess what? Whilst that's never ever going to happen, because we do know who we're talking about right here, it is worth noting that there is some level of I think there is some level of security that Chris would technically have, because whether you like him or not, you have to play by the book and play the game like the rest of us. One could argue maybe that's what Chris was trying to do anyway, by actually playing the game as everyone else. However, that's more wishful thinking than anything else. Meanwhile, Chris has also not applied for a job since September of 2009, and is solidly later by the standards of when it was made, getting fired. In short, Chris claims that he can never get a job may be valid, albeit for different reasons to what he has in mind. Nearly all employers are unwilling to tolerate any person with that kind of background, especially with what we know now. Yeah, and also one would have to argue what is the standards and practices of somebody who would hire Chris based on just his criminal convictions, or the foreknowledge of Chris's criminal convictions. Insofar as I can work out, there's like only 2 companies here in the United Kingdom that I think would take Chris on: Uber Eats, or to work for the Reform Party, because neither of those people really seem to care one way or the other. You could be a mass murderer from the other side of the planet as far as Uber Eats care, and guess what? They'll take you on, literally no bother. The only prerequisite to that job is, can you ride a bicycle? And insofar as the Reform Party is concerned, well, they literally let a known sex offender who has also done time for fraud be a candidate for their party. Wrap your head around that one. Online activity. I have been drawing. I'm just waiting until it's complete before putting anything of it online. Several orbiters of Chris have commented on his inactivity as of late, especially when it came to producing artwork or his comics. But mind you, with that being said, this was Chris commenting on Blue Sky, and to be honest, Chris, post-release, when he started taking to Blue Sky, his responses, for the most part, were very, very short and incredibly to the point. An unheard of thing of Chris, post-idea, guys. The chores. I work hard for my father and his garden. I pulled weeds. Those weeds are very hard to pull. Chris lecturing a former US Marine about the heavy burdens in his life. Aside from a few part-time jobs, from which he got fired shortly after being accepted, but never mind, Chris, during his time on 14 Branch Lane Court, was also responsible for doing certain chores about the house. To him, chores are menial tasks that Bob forces him to perform for her. That's not a euphemism, by the way. Since these chores are the closest thing in Chris's life resembling actual work, and one of the few things taking him away from his video games, going into deep thought about other dimensions and attending BronyCon, there are a frequent source of stress and complaint facility for Chris. On the other hand, Chris also sees these chores as nothing more than to prove that he is simply not lazy. In which case, he believes these chores are a good example of what a hard-working, respectable, high-functioning autistic he really is. I'll leave it up to you as to whether you believe that. Because Chris loves chores. Chris's most notorious mention of his chores is in The Father Core, where he desperately tries to prove his worthiness to Matthew Devoria by listing some of the hard work he has done around the house, such as sitting on a riding lawnmower, moving chairs, and carrying a doghouse across the yard. In fact, many of the chores he whines about are things he only did literally one time. He also compares his pulling weeds in the hot, hot sun to war veteran Matt's time served in the Gulf War. Chris does not limit himself to doing chores in real life, however. He also enjoys spending hours upon hours performing virtual chores in Animal Crossing. These are his favourite chores to do, because not only is he able to sit on his fat ass all day while tapping at his controller, he is also rewarded performing these tasks. As fun as this all sounds, however, by his early 30s, it seems to be just another part of Chris's daily routine. At one point, telling Julie that he had to take a break from his computer just to get his chores done in Animal Crossing Silly Folk. He eventually stopped doing these chores altogether after his GameCube disintegrated in the 2014 fire. If that didn't happen, Lord knows if Chris would have ever looked at a weed the same way ever again. In Chris's other favourite fictional world, Quickville, Sonichu also does his share of the housework. As Chris elaborately explained in his Wikipedia bio, between fighting evildoers and saving the world from homosexuality, don't ask, he even finds time to mow the lawn with his loyal wife Rosechew. After the kids have been sent off to school, Sonichu and Rosechew go and vacuum to the extreme. Chris, on the other hand, is far too busy with his mayoral duties to worry about chores, so instead he makes his secretary, Alison Amber, do all of the work. Chris dreams of one day being a house husband, doing chores for his wife and daughter all day, whilst at home. While the wife goes to work and earns money for the family, in a chat with Clyde Cash, Clyde questions Chris's ability to take care of himself and his sweetheart. This naturally causes Chris to go on for what seems like an hour, listing all of the chores he is capable of performing around the house. He is very proud of his ability to load dishes into the dishwasher and put garbage into a trash can. Despite these many difficult, stressful, back-breaking chores that Chris spends his time doing, or not doing as the case might be, the Chandler family's house was still a disgusting pigsty that Bob falsely believed was on the verge of being condemned by the Greene County Health Department, before it actually burned down. The fire was being exacerbated by the mountains of junk held inside, and in a call with Alec Benson Leary, when this conundrum is pointed out to Chris, he desperately Now, moving on. Chris actually hating chores. Chris spends a lot of time trying to avoid doing what he is so proud of. Or so he claims. Barbara constantly got Chris to do things for her. Not a euphemism, by the way. This sometimes dragged him away from his friends, loved ones, and other businesses. He also hid out at the mall for hours just so his mother's demands that he did do a hefty chore wouldn't disrupt his creative genius. He also blamed Bob for the Chandler household being so messy in the first place. His usual go-to excuse for the state of the house was to call her a pack rat, even having the balls to call her lazy for not cleaning anything up. Barbara apparently left junk lying all over the house, but Chris would rather go days without showering than figure out how to move some of Barbara's junk to another room, claiming he doesn't know what to do with any of it. His room itself was extremely messy, with it being filled with thousands of Legos and toys that he refused to throw out. Chris's parents have also made him pay for the family bills, possibly as an attempt to make him feel like a real adult. Chris, of course, complained about having to give up a large percentage of his tugboat for these bills, to put off paying for them as long as possible so he could use his hard earned money for more important necessities. In one of her rare mumble appearances, Chris lied to Barbara about paying the bills for that month, at first whining that he was being honest, but eventually gave in to the fear of being punished by his mother and admitted he did not pay all of them, but he will be sure to pay the remaining differences next month. I move stuff around. I take the vacuum cleaner, I vacuum, I scrub the floors with 409 and paper towels. It's really hard work. Back breaking. However, in 2020, Chris said that he and Bob both did equal amounts of chores despite being Bob almost 80 years of age. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, what exactly have we learned from this little episode is that work, insofar as Chris is concerned, is a four-letter word, and Chris would rather go through the rest of his entire life if he literally didn't have to do a single thing for anything. And this is an attitude that has been inhibited from a very young age and is an attitude that will sure to continue until whenever he is going to go to that great Quickville in the sky. But with all that being said and done, I hope each and every one of you have learned something from this little episode. And if you do feel a little bit inadequate at the moment, take pride in the fact that Chris considers his behavior almost noteworthy and impressive for doing so little. At least you guys out there have probably done far more for far less. For all that working people like you and I do, the ingratitude of Chris's behavior is nothing short of staggeringly woeful. However, that's Chris's mess to wallow in and not ours to fear. So, I'll be seeing all of you guys again next time. No fear about that.